Just another minute or two before we get started. How's it going, everybody? Welcome. Who do we have in the chat today? Gold Digger, Miss Dizzle, Marissa, Jad, Ahmad, welcome. Preacher, welcome. Whitney, Marissa, welcome everybody. We're gonna get started in just a few minutes. Okay, what's up, everybody? What's going on? Welcome. How we doing tonight? You guys all doing good? I'm a little under the weather, you guys. I've been sick all week. I feel like... So, really quick, on Monday and Tuesday, I called off of work because I just wasn't feeling well. And then on Wednesday, Thursday, I went to work, kind of forced myself. Then I got back into the gym, worked out, and I killed myself. Today I woke up feeling like crap and called out of work today, you guys. Not really feeling the best, but welcome everybody. Welcome. Are we witnessing a pattern of powerful people who are covering up deaths of young women? I feel like the official story says that Brianna Aguilera's death was a suicide, right? But her family and their high-profile lawyer says the truth is a lie. So today we're going to be talking about the press conference, and we're going to kind of get everybody's reaction on it. Catalina, welcome. Shout out to everybody in the chats. So you guys are all familiar with the Brianna Aguilera case going on right now. A 19-year-old from Texas A&M who recently lost her life, and you know, the police have come out and said that this is a complete suicide and no foul play is at hand, but I think the mom is calling BS, right? So today they had a press conference, and their high-profile attorney, Tony Busby, had a lot to say, calling out the Austin PD, calling them Keystone Police, right? Or Keystone Cops. So we're going to get right into it. We're just going to kind of... Mark, I see you. You be hiding in the bushes. Welcome. Thanks for hanging out. But yeah, we're going to kind of watch this and kind of get everybody's reaction, because, I mean, I seen a little bit of this earlier today, but I was kind of in and out. I had a bunch of projects to do. I was working on a few videos. Again, because I didn't go to work today, I had to get a few projects done as well. So, you know, combination of lingering projects and being under the weather just wasn't my thing. So anyways, we're gonna get right into it. We'll just kind of watch a really brief news report that took place earlier this afternoon. I guess this is one of the news outlets in Houston, I think. But here, we'll go watch it right now. Let me just play this. Stop this and play.
The family of a Texas A&M student are questioning the results of the Austin Police Department's investigation of her death. Brianna Aguilera died over the weekend after attending a tailgate for the UT rivalry game with Texas A&M when she fell from a 17th floor high-rise. KPRC 2 News reporter Bryce Newberry is live now with the demands from her family. Bryce.
Keith, attorneys for Brianna Aguilera's family tonight called the Austin Police Keystone Cops that so far their investigation of her high-rise fall death has been sloppy. They want a new detective on the case, or tonight they're asking for the Texas Rangers to investigate how the 19-year-old died.
Tonight, growing questions around the death of Texas A&M student Brianna Aguilera, who fell 17 floors from a West Campus high-rise.
Jesus Christ, look at that, you guys. That is super high for her to just jump to her death, huh?
Following the rivalry game with UT Austin.
None of the things that we've been told by the Austin Police Department are consistent.
And we're just going to watch a little brief synopsis of the press conference, and then afterwards we're going to dive right into it, okay?
With the actual facts that we've learned.
High-profile Houston attorney Tony Busby, now representing the family, demanding answers.
I cannot deal with you jumping to conclusions and not performing an actual investigation.
Friday, Busby poked holes in the timeline provided by Austin Police during a Thursday press conference.
Inaccurate information has circulated and been reported.
When the chief and lead detective tried to shut down speculation about the tragedy, saying Aguilera had a drunken argument with her out-of-town boyfriend on the phone, 2 minutes before police got called about a body on the street.
21
review on his phone shows a deleted digital suicide note dated Tuesday, November 25th of this year, which was written to specific people in her life.
Total malarkey.
She wrote an
Total
essay
malarkey,
for a
he's
creative
saying.
writing class, Busby says, instead of calling it a suicide note. Other concerns, he says, police didn't interview a witness who claimed to hear screaming and fighting around the time of her death, and didn't interview another girl who fought with Aguilera at a tailgate before she went back to the high-rise.
Am I suggesting that there's some kind of conspiracy? No, I'm suggesting they're lazy.
And we, of course, still have a lot of questions about this case tonight. However, Busby did not take any questions except for telling me that he wants police to reassign a detective within 2 minutes. Tonight, Austin Police have not responded to our request for comment, but Busby did point out that only the medical examiner can determine the cause of death. And tonight, Aguilera's autopsy is still pending. Reporting live, I'm Bryce Newberry.
What do you guys think about that? I mean, type a 1 in the chat if you think the Austin PD got this right. Type a 2 in the chat if you think that there's something else going on. Taco Crack, I see your comment. Let me just read that really quick. It says, I have to tell you, I unfollowed so much Reddit because they are so mean. I think David Reddits were helpful, but they are just too much. You know what? I'm not going to lie. Yeah, it's become a big place to kind of, debate the person instead of debate the topic, right? Something Mark the Shark always says. But yeah, okay, I see some 2s in the chats. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, and we're going to talk about that in a bit. We have that January 2nd story to follow up on. But yeah, Reddit, I guess, is a hit or miss sometimes, right? Sometimes it's gold, and sometimes it's just toxic. But anyways, let's kind of get back to this topic really quick. Brianna Aguilera. So today, Tony Busby came out, had his press conference, and I want to watch this with you guys because I've seen a little bit of it earlier today. Haven't really had an opportunity to kind of absorb and take everything in. But I know that Tony Busby is being very challenging with the Austin PD.
Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Gomez, spokesperson for the Gomez Law Firm. I want to start off by thanking
Cindy
you
says
all for being
3,
here
I'm
today.
not sure yet.
Now, this case demands strength, experience, and an unwavering commitment to justice. And that's why the Gomez Law Firm has partnered with Tony Busby and his team. Mr. Tony Busby's reputation is one of tenacity, results, and an unwavering commitment to justice. Moments of tragedy like this, you need a fearless team that won't back down. And for 50 years, my father, Joe Gomez, has fought for families during crisis. and stood beside them. And today, alongside of Mr. Busby and his team, we stand by Brianna Aguilera's family for answers and to seek justice. Now I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Tony Busby.
Marissa, I was saying that earlier, right? That it sounds like, I don't know, there's a possibility that there could be a cover-up and maybe one of the friends or somebody that's involved has some family that's high up in law enforcement, but we don't know, right? But Tony Busby's going to challenge all of it, so we're going to see.
I want to introduce you all to Stephanie Rodriguez and Manuel Aguilera. Now, I saw on social media some comments about the lawyers that are involved here. One recurring comment was, he gets paid either way. I want to make sure we're clear on something. We don't get paid either way.
Okay.
We're doing this for reasons more than money. This family lost their daughter the day after Thanksgiving, mere weeks before Christmas.
Oh yeah, that was right after Thanksgiving.
Brianna was a
Friday
girl
night,
that had the
Saturday
world at her
morning.
feet. Her whole life was in front of her. She was a girl with big plans and big dreams. She was an honor student, a former cheerleader, a proud sophomore at my alma mater, Texas A&M. She was a political science major and wanted to be a future lawyer. I just found out from her mother that the last time I spoke to the Pre-Law Society at Texas A&M, Brianna was in the audience. We refuse to believe that this young woman committed suicide. Why? Because she was not suicidal. Contrary to what has been sloppily reported, in many cases by a lot of the people here, she did not engage in self-harm. She had never tried to hurt herself before. So why are these groups of lawyers engaged in this? Because this family wants the truth. They're entitled to the truth. We were asked by these parents who love their daughter to find the truth of what happened to her. They didn't feel like they were getting thorough information from the Austin Police Department. And despite what the detective said yesterday, or maybe implied yesterday, it's kind of hard to figure out what he was saying. This is very much an ongoing investigation.
Ongoing,
I've been around a
very
long
key,
time.
right?
Good investigations lead to conclusions. Bad investigations start with a conclusion, and then they try to support the conclusion through the investigation. It's clear to me, based on what this detective and the things that he said to Stephanie, it's clear to me that he had made a decision immediately about what his conclusion was and then went about trying to support it. The Austin Police Department formed a conclusion within hours of this tragedy that this was a suicide without any investigation. This family had a horrible tragedy, and the communication from the Austin Police Department was so bad that the family became concerned enough to engage me and my colleagues at Gamez Law. And they also asked the public for help. With proper communication, this matter would be treated like most investigations, where no information is shared until actually after the investigation is complete. But what did we see yesterday? What we saw yesterday was a hurried, rushed press conference. And I think we all can agree the reason they had a press conference yesterday is because they knew that we were going to have this conference today. They gave the family no notice of the press conference. They sent 2 emails, and then the detective went on camera in front of millions of people and told everybody that this young lady committed suicide. Ironically, the same thing he told Stephanie, the mother, within a few minutes of talking to her, without any investigation. That's not the way it's supposed to be done. The family had dared to ask questions about what was going on and what had been learned by the investigation, was then punished with leaks to millions of people from the Austin Police Department, to the detriment of their daughter and to their daughter's memory. So we were hired to assist this family in finding the truth, and we've been doing that. But everyone knows that investigations are supposed to remain confidential until the investigation is complete. And why is that? That's because you don't want to tamper with potential witnesses or scare off witnesses or create a false narrative or color witnesses' interpretation of the facts.
Sounds like something familiar.
That detective did yesterday. That's exactly what he did. Do you realize that the autopsy has not been completed? Now, I want you to let that soak in for a minute. The autopsy has not been completed. The medical examiner's office told us that it will not be completed for 60 to 90 days, yet you had the so-called lead detective, in front of millions of people saying that he had concluded that this was a suicide. Now, how unprofessional is that? The police department asked the medical examiner to do a toxicology report. We don't have the results of that toxicology report yet.
Results,
This investigator stood in front of all of you and said that he had concluded this was a suicide. Even though by law he doesn't have the authority to make that conclusion. Only the medical examiner has that authority. The police department...
Wait, hold on. Doesn't that sound familiar? Right? Doesn't it sound like there's a little bit of back and forth? Hold on. Let me rewind that really quick.
Even though by law he doesn't have the authority to make that conclusion.
They don't have the authority to make that conclusion. Kind of sounds like what we're dealing with out here in LA, right? A little back and forth between the ME and the LAPD. So it's not just an LA thing, huh? Well, I mean, that's good to know. But we need to start having some clear answers. And I think everybody just needs to kind of get on the same page, no?
The police department also asked for a rape kit to be done. They admitted to us yesterday in a Zoom call that, well, if they do the rape kit, we don't even know where they're going to send it to.
Catalina, good point, right? The attorney brought up very good points.
This is what we're dealing with, and that's the reason we're
Enjoyed
involved.
how he ripped reporters because
It's
it's
like the
true
Keystone Cops
time
over
to
there.
ask real questions.
It's
100%.
incredibly frustrating to this family. Why would the Austin Police Department hurriedly perform or set up a press conference and leak details of the investigation and suggest to you that there was a suicide note without the medical examiner ever even performing their job? Why would they do that? Now, what he told us, I'll tell you what the investigator told us. He said, oh, my goodness gracious, the witnesses are getting death threats.
I feel like it's been only a week and they were able to come to the conclusion that it was an S, right? She took her own self out. What's up, buddy?
Why?
What's up, buddy?
No answer, because it's foolishness. Absolute foolishness. And it's that kind of conduct that caused the family to try to find somebody separate from the Austin Police Department to investigate this. We don't have a toxicology report, we don't have a rape report, we don't have a cause of death, and none of those things, don't put that on top of that.
Oh.
None of those.
Damn, he said what?
Don't put that on top of that. None of those.
Okay, Tony Busby's in some kind of mood today.
Detective, a corporal, can make. He doesn't have the statutory authority to determine the cause of death. And I'm surprised that none of you even asked that question. He gave you an opportunity to ask questions. Not one of you said, hey, wait a minute, detective.
Yoshi wants a treat, so I gotta
When did the
keep,
state of
giving him a
Texas
treat.
give you the legislative authority to determine cause of death? I thought only either a JP, if there's no medical examiner, or a medical examiner could do that. Is that what the medical examiner has done? He would have said to you, no, actually, the medical examiner hasn't even completed his autopsy. But none of you asked that question.
Sorry, y'all, this dog is crazy.
You just bought everything that he said, hook, line, and sinker. And then you publish your most of the things that I saw on Instagram and the newspaper were cause of death determined. Young lady committed suicide. That's irresponsible. That's irresponsible. You should not do that. You should say, wait a minute, detective. How many times have you been written up and reprimanded? Detective. Wait a minute. When did you have the statutory authority, detective, to determine cause of death? Detective. That's your job. Now it's my job.
Damn.
The public dissemination of information by the Austin Police Department during an investigation, the way it was done yesterday, is unethical,
Really,
unprofessional,
really giving it to him, huh,
incredibly
Catalina?
damaging to an objective, unbiased investigation. And it's also damaging to the memory of this child. All this family is asking for is a thorough, complete, unbiased, open-minded investigation. That's all they're asking for. That's what any parent would ask for whose child went to college, went to a game, lost her for several hours, and then find out hours and hours later that she supposedly jumped off a balcony. And with just a few questions, a few pointed questions, quickly figure out that these investigators, this so-called investigator, did not know what he was talking about. We're going to get into that. You can't close a case before you even have the cause of death from the medical examiner. Period. Full stop. You don't have that right. You don't have that authority. We have to get this right. This is not just for this family. This is for any family. You have to get this right. You can't close a book in the middle of reading a chapter and say that that's closed and it's over. That's not how it works. You can't misclassify a death like this. When you misclassify a death, you're planting a lie in the soil where truth should grow. And as I said, to her credit, Stephanie Rodriguez was very close to her daughter, very close. Talked to her daily. Knew everything that she was up to, everything that she was doing. The very first interaction she had with the detective from the Austin Police Department, he told her your daughter committed suicide. The very first reaction, the very first interaction. At that point, he hadn't talked to one witness, he hadn't seen her phone, he hadn't done anything. That's sloppy and irresponsible. He claims she made suicidal comments. He told us in the Zoom call she made suicidal comments. You know what he was talking about? The other day, when I was talking to a friend the other day, I said, man, you're going to make me jump off a bridge. That's what he's talking about. Silliness like that. He later claimed she was making those kinds of statements on the day of the night that she died. If that's the case, why did her friends leave her out on the balcony by herself? If that's true, because it's not true. None of the things that we've been told by the Austin Police Department are consistent with the actual facts that we've learned. The detective was talking about suicide before he was ever given her phone. Then he gets into her phone, and he sees an essay that she wrote, and he calls it a suicide note. She took creative writing the semester before. Now, I don't know what the purpose of that. We'll never know what the purpose of what she wrote and deleted. But this is the suggestion was that she left a, quote, suicide note. Total malarkey. Total malarkey. It was something she wrote on the 25th. She talked to her mother on the 25th. She was with her boyfriend on the night of the 25th. She was talking to her mother every single day after that. We see pictures of her smiling. We see pictures of her having fun. We see pictures of her partying. Total baloney, what they're trying to sell to you. And why? Am I suggesting that there's some kind of conspiracy? No, I'm suggesting they're lazy and they're incompetent. Just so I'm clear. I'm not suggesting any sort of conspiracy. That there's some kind of somebody in power that wants this to go. No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that there's incompetence and laziness on the part of the detective. That's what I'm suggesting.
All right, so I want to ask you guys, right, really quick. So a lot of you guys typed in 2 in the chat earlier, and you guys believe that there's foul play, right? But since this case is closed and you guys do not agree that this was a suicide, what's one piece of evidence you think is still missing that would be useful to prove that it was foul play? What do you think's missing?
The suggestion they made is she wrote an essay, but it's not a note. She wrote an essay on the 25th that she deleted, and then she goes and kills herself 5 days later, 4 days later. This is their logic. It's really ridiculous. So, know, a few things they didn't bother to even explain. I don't even know what they did, honestly. I know what we've done. We sent someone to the apartment. We had someone take the dimensions of the apartment. We had somebody measure the railing and the height of the railing. We know how tall Brianna was. She was 5'2". The railing's 44 inches. You don't fall over it. There's no furniture out.
There has to be cameras
balcony.
around.
There's nothing to climb
Absolutely.
up on to jump off. Anyone that's on that little balcony, it's literally as big as this. It's a little bitty old balcony. And there's a window just like that you can see onto the balcony. The apartment is like a dorm. It's very small. There's no way you can be in that apartment and hide. If you're in the apartment, people know you're in the apartment. It's a little small apartment. No offense to the apartment complex, but that's what it is. It's like a little double-room dorm with a small balcony with no furniture. These are easy things to find out. Things that you would say, wait a minute, you're saying that this young lady was out on the balcony and she was 5'2", she had to somehow climb over the railing to try to kill herself? Then certainly you guys could see that. Certainly you knew that was happening. How could that possibly be? It doesn't make any sense because it didn't happen that way.
So is this one of those cases where, you know, we're not supposed to use logic? I mean, I don't know what's going on. I mean, it is a little suspicious that they immediately came out with a conclusion, right?
Pounds, 5'2". There's no way she could fall over that railing accidentally. There's no way to be on the balcony and you be inside and not know somebody's on the balcony. It's not possible. It's almost impossible to be inside the apartment and not know somebody's in the apartment with you, even though there's 2 little bedrooms. This is called common sense.
Hold on, you guys have to ask, and I'm gonna ask the chat to answer this for me because I don't know. The apartment that they were in, was this her apartment or was it not? Because I'm still lost about that.
I'll tell you what's most concerning. They didn't explore the fight that Brianna apparently had with somebody at the tailgate at the Austin Rugby Club.
She got into a fight with a friend.
What was the name of the tailgate that they had there? Some student organization. Latin Economic Business Development tailgate at the Austin Rugby Club. There was an altercation between her and another female. No investigation of that. Turns out that other female was in the apartment with her that night.
That's so weird.
There was a witness between 12:30 and 1 a.m. who posted on TikTok. Many of you have seen it. Young man posted on TikTok that he could hear up above at around the 17th floor in that general area fighting, screaming. Somebody saying, "Get off of me!" And then a muffled sound. He posted it, got many, many views. You can get on TikTok and look at it now. We talked to him this morning. Guess what? Here's the irony. Or maybe here's the tragedy. The police didn't bother to talk to him. Now, why wouldn't they talk to him? He had incredibly specific information about what he heard. He could hear it loud enough, he could hear the words that were spoken. "Get off of me!" and screaming. And then a muffled cry between 12:30 and 1 p.m. right next to the apartment.
And I'm assuming that they did not do any kind of fingerprints inside the apartment, right?
Expert to say, is it possible that he could actually hear that? The expert said, absolutely. Absolutely could hear that, and it makes a lot of sense. Never talked to by the police. We have a witness who was in the apartment across from the apartment where this apparently occurred, who could hear running back and forth and screaming.
Thanks, Darcy. Appreciate it.
And then she said,
so it wasn't
I
hers.
could tell something bad had happened. Did y'all know this?
Nope. I sure didn't.
Ridiculous. Her entire family was in the apartment. But the police could have talked to her and several other people. They failed to look into the anonymous message that was sent. There was an anonymous message that was posted that said, hey, I have specific information that this young lady was locked out on the balcony.
She was locked
Did you know that?
out?
It's not part of the investigation. Why is it not part of the investigation? Because they made their decision literally within minutes. Within minutes.
So do they just stop collecting evidence? I mean,
Now, here's where it gets a little dicey, and here's where I'm having it. And I want to be very careful because I don't want to be accusing anybody, because I'm not accusing anybody.
Catalina says we need photos of everyone's hands and arms. Was there a fight possible? Mom said she's afraid of heights, so
First,
she
we were
really.
told
I heard about that.
that she jumped from.
The mom was saying in a previous, I guess, an interview, and she was saying that they were supposed to go on a cruise or something like that, and she refused to go on the cruise because she was so afraid of heights. She didn't want to accidentally like stumble and fall into the water, right?
The balcony, and the three ladies, the three young women that were in the apartment, and we're talking about, as I said, a tiny little apartment, were asleep and didn't know where she was. That's what we were told first. That they were asleep. They didn't even know she was on the balcony. They didn't know where she was, and that's the reason why they didn't call the police until 12:15 the next day. That's what we were told. That's part of the cop's timeline. Okay? Put up the timeline, Ryan.
Here comes the infamous timeline.
They said, according to the we haven't talked to them.
What's going on here?
Who were in the apartment, three of them, one of which was the lessor or the lessee of the apartment, who vacated the apartment the very next day and never went back. Did you know that? This is the timeline that the police gave us yesterday.
All right, took off the chest. You guys can see the timeline.
And if you can't look at that timeline in 1 second, point out the problem of that timeline, then you're not doing your job.
All right, let's read that really quick. Austin police timeline. Witnesses told police Aguilera borrowed a friend's phone to call her out-of-town boyfriend, with whom she had heard arguing. Call logs confirmed the 1-minute call lasted from 12:43 a.m. to 12:44 a.m. Then at 12:46 a.m., officers responded to a 911 call and found Aguilera's body. 6 a.m., detectives contacted an employee at 6 a.m., contacted an employee at 21 Rio Grande apartment. Police say staff cooperated with the investigation. At 10 a.m., investigators accessed security footage showing the hallway of the apartment. 12:14 p.m., friends called 911 to report Aguilera missing, unaware of her death. 12:50 p.m., Aguilera's mother, Stephanie Rodriguez, contacted police to help locate her daughter. 2 p.m., Rodriguez informed police Aguilera's phone had been located. 3:30 p.m., officers found Aguilera's phone in a wooded area near Walnut Creek by the Austin Rugby Club.
We'll get to it. So at first we're told that the three women didn't know where she was and they were asleep. That's what we were told. And that they didn't know where she was, they were looking for her, and they were texting her mom, and it wasn't, and they decided about 12:14 the next day, 6 hours later almost.
6
that they
hours.
decided at that point they couldn't find her, so they were going to call the police. This is what we were told by the Austin Police Department. Lay aside what was heard happening at about 12:30 to 1 o'clock that night. Lay aside what the witness across the hall said. Lay aside what the man down on the street said. Just disregard all that. This is what the police say. It must be right, according to them, because they did such a thorough investigation. This is what they gave us. Not one of you asked a question about it. Not one of you. This is what they said. Her friends called the police at 12:14 the next day because they didn't know where she was. They hadn't seen her. They thought maybe she'd went out. That's what they said. Keep that in your mind. When I asked the police that, like, wait a minute, how is that possible? How is that possible? A whole group of 14 or so people came into the apartment that night after they had been out partying. They got there about 11 or so. Everybody left. Right? That's what they say. And it left just 4 girls there, 4 young women. Right? And the 4 young women, 3 of them didn't call the police till 12 o'clock the next day because they didn't know where she was. That's what the police say. Lay aside what the witnesses have said about that, and lay aside the fact that that's a really small apartment. It's hard to get lost in that little small apartment.
They said that she's
I want you to look
5'2".
very carefully. The first entry on the timeline. According to the police, let me walk over there.
That's 12:46 a.m. Oh, 12:43.
Brianna did not have her phone. She didn't have her phone, so she had to call to make a call. According to the police, she borrowed her friend's phone, meaning one of the three women that was in the apartment. Now look at this very carefully. According to the police, she borrowed her friend's phone and made a call from 12:43, and it lasted 1 minute. At 12:46, 2 minutes later, the police were responding to a 911 call because she was outside on the ground. Now,
Okay, so phone call lasted 1 minute from 12:43 a.m. to 12:44 a.m., right? And apparently she had made a call to her out-of-town boyfriend. So I'm wondering... Hold on. Witnesses told police Aguilera borrowed a friend's phone to call her out-of-town boyfriend, with whom she was heard arguing. Okay, so she was arguing with her ex-boyfriend over the phone. Call logs showed that the call lasted 1 minute, 12:43 to 12:44. I mean, how much can you get out in a whole minute, right? It takes about a whole minute to call somebody, and then for them not to answer and for it to go to the voicemail. So I'm curious what exactly was said in that whole 60 seconds. And then 2 minutes later, 911 gets a call that she jumped out. She fell off the balcony.
so you probably think, well, she must have, she hung up her friend's phone and she just jumped. She hung up the phone, she dropped it on the balcony, she jumped. First question you should have is, where's the phone? What did she do with the phone? I asked the police that 3 different times. 3 times. They sidestepped me every time until this morning. They sidestepped me because they hadn't thought about it, because they rushed to judgment. They finally answered the question this morning. And you know what they said to me this morning? And they said it, and they didn't even realize what they were telling me because they're so sloppy. I made them put it in writing. I have it here. I'll read it to you. Austin Police Department did not find the phone on Miss Aguilera. Miss Aguilera returned the phone to its owner before she was seen going onto the balcony. Now, how is that possible? That is 180 degrees different than what you told us previous. That is absolutely contrary to what you told us previous. Previous, you said the 3 women were asleep. You said they didn't know where she went. But then when I asked them one question over and over, and you had to answer it, then all of a sudden we realized, if she did in fact use her friend's phone, like they claim, if she did in fact use it for 1 minute and was found already 2 minutes later by a passerby and the police were already responding to a 911 call, think about that, what the ramifications of that are.
Hold on really quick. I just want to give a quick shout out to Catalina for the very generous donation and buying me a coffee. This is the channel's very first donation, so I really do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That means the world to me. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you guys haven't already, do me a favor, hit the like button. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything, right? Do me a favor, hit that like button. If you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button.
That whoever phone she was using was standing right next to her as she went over the balcony, if she went over the balcony.
That's if.
Now you're saying to yourselves, well shoot, there's got to be a reasonable explanation. We should talk to the witnesses. We should investigate. We should figure this out. That's what we're saying. Now you're getting it. You sat there, and with all due respect, you all, I watched it. You all sat there, and you had this corporal, whatever he is, lead detective, And Mrs. Rodriguez will tell you how he is and her interactions with him in just one moment. But you let him stand at a podium just like this.
Darcy, I didn't know that.
Total baloney.
Building management security.
And all you had to do is say,
Do you know if it was the management security from 21 Rio?
wait a minute, detective. Wait a minute. She borrowed somebody's phone. Where's that phone? Maybe she must have went over the railing with it. She had to give somebody. No, according to him, she returned it to its owner before she was seen walking back out to the balcony. Absolutely impossible.
Damn, it's,
Very suspicious.
none of it makes any sense at all.
We have a problem. And I shouldn't have to ask the detective 3 times the same question, should I? I shouldn't have to do that. But I did it, and I'm going to keep doing it. And another thing, why would you tell these kids, the boyfriend who Stephanie knows, who's been over to her house, who her daughter has been dating, they're in love, why would you, detective, tell him not to speak to Stephanie Rodriguez? Don't talk to her. What kind of foolishness is that? Just absolute insensitive
Malarkey.
and inhumane in my view.
It's malarkey, you guys. Malarkey.
Before I go any further, I'm getting a little incensed here. Let me introduce you Stephanie Rodriguez. She wants to read to you a statement. I hope you'll give her your full attention.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Rodriguez and I'm the mother of Brianna Aguilera. Brianna was a driven, disciplined, and caring person. She was beautiful. She was a loving daughter, a protective big sister, and a caring granddaughter. A second mom to her 2 younger brothers. Her baby was her little Yorkie, Ava. All of us were her best friends.
She had a little
She made
puppy.
everyone around her feel loved and supported. I considered her my best friend. Not just a mother-daughter relationship. We talked every day, and she would tell me everything. I miss her so much. Her brothers miss her too. Her father and grandmother miss her so much, and so do all her friends. Brianna grew up as an all-star cheerleader, an incredible athlete. She was an honor student and a member of the National Honor Society all throughout school. Christmas was her favorite time of year. She loved decorating, baking, and hiding the elf on the shelf for her little brother. Her brothers already miss her.
Damn, that's
so
tough.
Brianna graduated magna cum laude from high school. She was accepted to many colleges, but chose Texas A&M. She was studying political science.
She wanted to be a lawyer.
She was not like most young girls. She loved writing more than watching TV. Her favorite class at A&M were her creative writing classes.
Darcy said, what did Darcy say? Austin PD requested that the 3 girlfriends not speak to Brianna's mom after the incident, which is weird, right? I find that really weird. If this is unaliving herself, right, then why not? What's the purpose of telling them not to have any conversations?
She dreamed of attending law school in New York and wanted to become a criminal defense lawyer. She was so smart and had such a bright future. She dreamt of a life of where she could make a difference. My daughter was not suicidal. I know my daughter better than anyone. We spoke every day. I spoke to her on the 25th, the 26th, and the 27th. Even the morning of the 28th, she was not suicidal. To the Austin police, I can deal with you being annoyed each time I called or tried to talk to you. I can deal with how arrogantly you talked down to us each time we talked. I can deal with you telling my daughter's friends not to talk to me like I am some sort of criminal. But I cannot deal with you doing a news conference and saying false things about my child without a thorough investigation.
That's
I
right.
cannot deal with you jumping to conclusions and not performing an actual investigation. I cannot deal with your failure to do your job. Do your job.
Question for you guys, right? Because I keep asking myself this. If there are so many inconsistencies and, you know, this attorney, this lawyer can prove otherwise, does this automatically become a suspicious case? Are they going to change it and change the cause of death? Or do you think we're even going to... Do you think the toxicology report might have something different? Because obviously the toxicology report or the autopsy report hasn't been completed, right?
The police, as much as I've always been a supporter of the police, with all due respect to them, do not determine cause of death. That's not their job. Their job, that job, is specifically reserved for the medical examiner's office. There is no medical examiner in the county, then it's the JP in the county. In Austin, it's the job of the medical examiner to determine cause of death, not Detective Robert Marshall. The medical examiner told us that a rape kit was done and the autopsy will be performed. It'll take us 60 to 90 days.
60 to 90 days.
So that begs the
Wow.
question, why did
2 to 3
Detective
months.
Robert Marshall tell us that they had reached their conclusion and that the investigation was complete?
100%, Marissa. The
How is
COD
it
does
that
come
Robert
from medical
Marshall has
examiner.
determined the cause of this young
Alicia,
woman's death?
welcome.
He doesn't have that authority. His job is to question all the witnesses. We've already offered up several. We'll offer up several more for him to do his job. Hopefully a different investigator will be involved. There are many questions about what was done here, about what happened on that night. And it's already going to be incredibly difficult for the Austin Police Department to conduct an objective investigation at this point. And that's because the way that the Austin Police Department has handled this and jumped to conclusions within hours of this tragedy disqualifies the Austin Police Department from further investigation of this matter.
So who's gonna investigate next
I'm doing
then?
this today. I'm calling on the Austin Police Department to reopen the investigation with a different investigator, to reassign Robert Marshall and put this in the hands of a different investigator. Failing that, I will be calling on the governor to engage the Texas Rangers. We will submit a formal packet to them with all the evidence we have gathered so far, and we will gather. We intend to present 30 to 40 pages of information, statements, and other factual data that they need to do a proper investigation. And here are the questions I hope are answered. Austin Police Department, why would you close your investigation without having all the facts? Why not wait for the autopsy results? Why not wait for the rape kit result? And who would you send it to if you've already made up your mind? Why not question all the witnesses, the ones that we've questioned? The young man who was down on the ground, who heard somebody say, "Get off of me," or the young lady and her family across the hall, who heard
I'm trying to
running,
find that TikTok.
screaming, and, quote, something bad had happened. Why not question them? Why not examine all the phones of the friend group? We asked that question in the Zoom call. You know what we were told? We don't have the power to look at their phones. Hogwash. Hogwash. You have that power. And you need to do it.
Something smells fishy to me. We don't have the authority to do it. What about that 2-minute gap between the phone call and that person who owned the phone that she borrowed? There's absolutely no way that somebody can jump out of a building in that 120 seconds and then whoever else was in that apartment to exit the apartment without being seen by any of the cameras. Now, if the apartments don't have any cameras on the floor, which I think is bullshit, right? Because these apartments are, that looks like a fairly modern apartment. So the technology in that apartment definitely has to be up to date. And if they don't have cameras on that floor, that's some kind of bullshit. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if, maybe they just have it for shits and giggles, right? And they don't really work. But, I mean, I highly doubt that they don't have any kind of fucking camera footage to see anything that happened. And if the police department hasn't asked for it, though, like, isn't that more of a question? Why haven't they asked for it?
Hold a hasty press conference to announce that this young lady had killed herself without even talking to her mother to see what her affect was leading up to the 28th. You heard what she said. She knows her daughter. She knows her daughter more than anyone. Why not talk to the friends immediately? Why wait? Why wait to talk to her friend group? Why not talk to them immediately? Why did you let the owner of the apartment, that is the young woman who was leasing the apartment, vacate the apartment? Literally vacate the apartment and leave town. Why won't the boyfriend talk to us? The boyfriend that was a longtime boyfriend of this young lady and was very friendly with her mother. Why can't we see the texts? Why can't we see the phones?
Didn't she have a wallet that was missing too? I could have sworn I thought I heard that there was some sort of wallet that was missing. And it like suddenly appeared. If I'm
Where's her
wrong,
wallet?
please there you go.
Where's Brianna's wallet? It's missing. They didn't tell you that, did they? I see you writing. They didn't tell you that, did you? If you had asked the question, they would have told you that. They told you what they wanted you to hear. They didn't tell you the complete facts. Her wallet is missing. Why did her friends wait until 12:14 the next day to report her missing? If she had borrowed the phone and returned it the night of.
So if her wallet is missing, right? And we know that she was with a bunch of girlfriends. I mean, who do you guys think has it? Do you think the person who lent her the phone has it?
2 minutes before she jumped her death.
That's so odd.
Why didn't they examine the balcony? Why didn't they examine the railing? Why didn't they see if there was some sort of table there, a chair there that somebody who's 5'2" would have to step on to get over the railing? Why didn't they look for scuff marks? Why didn't they do anything? They didn't even bother to look to whether somebody did in fact jump off the balcony, whether they would end up in the tree that's 30 some odd foot forward of the apartment. Y'all didn't ask that question either. The laws of physics aren't different in the city of Austin. You realize.
They are not. No, they aren't.
If, when the phone call came in at 12:46 and the officers responded to the 911 call, if it was so obvious,
I'll tell you, it wasn't me, Deladank. It wasn't me.
Why wasn't it till 6 o'clock, 5 hours later, that they ever went into the apartment complex? If it was so obvious that that's how she had died. These are the questions you should be asking. At the press conference, you didn't ask any questions. You didn't ask any questions. You just lapped it up like it was cool water and you were very thirsty. Very disappointing to me. So, we've given you a lot of information. We're going to submit a packet. I'm going to call on the governor to. I don't expect, based on the conduct I saw from the police chief of Austin, her defensive manner that she approached the podium yesterday, I don't expect any relief from her. I don't expect she's going to say, King's X, oh, you're right, this was sloppy, it was not thorough, it was kind of embarrassing, we're going to get a different detective to start over. I don't expect that to happen. I expect what's going to happen is I'm going to send a formal letter to the governor asking for the Texas Rangers to be engaged. And I'm going to submit a detailed packet to the governor's office and ultimately to the Texas Rangers to actually do an investigation and figure out what actually happened, because we still don't know. Notice I haven't suggested to you what happened, because I don't know. I'm starting to get a sneaking suspicion. So I've given you a lot of information. So what is your headline? Your headline is this: There are serious and disturbing questions raised with regard to the Austin Police Department's handling of the investigation surrounding the death of Brianna Aguilera. The Texas Rangers have now been called to intervene. Thank you very much. Let's go.
All right, someone's got to explain to me what the Texas Rangers are, because I'm unfamiliar with the law enforcement agencies and their tiers in Texas. Are they like the sheriffs or what? Somebody I know somebody in here is from Texas. Anybody in the chat from Texas? Help a brother out. I'm gonna look it up too. Somebody help me. That is insane, you guys. But you know what, though? This guy brought up a ton of good points, right? And if the Austin PD failed, this girl, then they have to do what's right. I mean, he's going to continue to pick this apart. Obviously, Austin PD, they have to come out with a public statement, another press conference to either reopen the investigation or let the Texas Rangers take over the case. Let me see. I had to ask Gemini because I don't know. Let's see. Texas Ranger is an elite state-level law enforcement officer and a division within the Texas Department of Public Safety. They are essentially Texas's State Bureau of Investigations, similar in function to the FBI, but operating within the state. Okay. Major crime investigations, public corruption, officer-involved shootings. They typically take the lead in investigating critical incidents where law enforcement officer has discharged a weapon. Special operations, statewide jurisdiction. Something tells me that, we need to start asking the boyfriend some questions too, right? I mean, that phone call was really quick. They're arguing. The boyfriend's out of town, right? So, I don't know, something really odd about the boyfriend. What do you guys think? Let me go and read some comments. Let me check in with all of you guys. Marissa said, I hate that this is happening in Texas because Abbott is horrific and racist, and who knows if he'll be willing to okay the resources to reopen and investigate. That's a good point. I don't know anything about Abbott, but yeah, that's a good point. If he's not willing to, what are they going to do next, right? Deladank said, with those kind of friends, who needs enemies? Yeah, exactly. I mean, if those were her own friends that did that to her, man, I feel really bad for her. I mean, you can tell it just by looking at Brianna, right? She was a beautiful 19-year-old. Probably, I don't know. I don't know. She's probably one of the prettier friends in her group. But also makes me wonder too, what happened at that bar, that club that they were at, because for her to wander off and end up by a creek, like, you don't just stumble out of nowhere and then also just take off and not tell your friends where you're going, right? I mean, that's kind of odd to me. I mean, I've had my fair share of partying back in the days. Used to be a club promoter for like 15 years out here in Hollywood. And we used to get trashed, I don't know, 4 or 5 times a week, but never to the point where it was like, I don't know how I'm getting home. Deladank said rugged. I don't know. I mean, it's possible, right? I mean, if you think about it, she's at a party. She's 19. She's drinking. So obviously she's doing things that she's not supposed to be doing, right? She's not 21 yet. Or she's not the legal. And I'm assuming that Texas, the legal age for alcohol out there is 21 anyways. who knows? I mean, this younger generation, just like my generation too, when I was that age, people were partying and doing drugs all the time. It didn't matter what school you went to, or, if it was a private school or public school, like everybody was doing drugs. So, could she have been under the influence? Could somebody have spiked the drink that she had? They were saying that she was so intoxicated to the point where they kicked her out, right? The choice of words they used was kicked her out. They didn't ask her to leave. They kicked her out. And then on her way out, she got into a fight with one of her friends, and one of her friends, I think, was punched by her, right? So, I don't know. I think we're just going to have to kind of wait and see. Teresa says that it's worse now. Oh, I don't know what it is with this generation. This generation, youngsters, they're heartless. They don't give a damn about anything. What else? Real friends wouldn't leave you like that. No, absolutely. And then they were saying earlier that the friends had thought that she had left with some other friends. I don't know. I mean, I have a big group of friends that I hang out with out here back at home, and if we're all hanging out at a party and one person leaves, we normally know who they're leaving with, right? And that other person would definitely let us know, like, hey, I'm taking this person home. But yeah, this is so weird. I don't know. These young people, these youngsters out here, they are a different breed. Felicia said, so sus. I agree with you 100%. Darcy said, good friends all drinking do not leave their friends, right? Do not leave their friend or the club alone. No, 100%. Melanie, welcome. Australia's in the house. Cindy, never trash to the point if I don't know how I'm getting home. I plead the fifth several times. Hey, it's happened to the best of us, right? Yeah, no, I've definitely had my fair share of partying, and I can't do it anymore. I just feel like too old. Della Dank said desensitized is a real thing, especially for the minds of these young kids who don't understand what reality is like. Not quite, huh? I mean, do you think they'll ever understand what it's like? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. What was that quote? I'll have to look up this quote, but it reminds me of like the repetitive generations. Which is it? You kicked her out or you saw her leave with other people, right? So messy. I just feel like in today's age, on social media and TikTok, everything's documented. So how is this incident not on anybody's radar? Nobody recorded it. I'm surprised nobody was yelling world star when she so happened to just jump out the window, right? Was it true that they released her phone to her friends? That's what the mom was saying yesterday on Nancy Grace. You know what? I kind of want to go back. I want to watch that because I want to be able to identify some of the facts that we know that came out from the press conference yesterday and the differences in what the mom had told Nancy Grace. So hey, we're not gonna watch the entire thing, you guys. I just kind of want to. Where is it? Is it this one? Which one was the interview? All right, we're just gonna kind of skip ahead. This one I didn't watch. Where's her mom at? Okay, if I can't find this link, someone's got to send it to me.
Clam up. They go radio silent. They won't answer phone calls. They won't speak to her mother. They vanish to the four corners of the earth. Why? what
Why, Nancy
happened
Grace?
to
Why?
Brianna. That night, that day, her mother, Stephanie, had a premonition that Brianna should not go to the tailgate party with these friends. But it was a huge party, and Brianna had been home for Thanksgiving with her family. Just that little girl happy.
Sorry,
She was already heading to law school. At this young age, she was so smart she had taken classes ahead and had advanced quickly through Texas A&M. She was an Aggie. She was looking forward to taking the LSAT. She was ordering her Aggie
You
ring
can? I
with
gotta
her
figure out how to
mom.
fix this then.
And suddenly, she's dead. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us tonight. Tonight is important because the Austin PD are telling me that there's nothing suspicious about this case.
Hold on.
And I call BS. Joining us tonight is a very special guest, a woman I've looked forward to speaking to. It's Brianna Aguilera's mother, Stephanie Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez, thank you for being with us.
Hello, thank you.
I do not believe your daughter, your beautiful girl,
Jazzy,
committed suicide.
I am not dressing up as Nancy
We'll
Grace,
start
okay?
At the
No,
beginning.
thank you. Not gonna happen.
She came home for Thanksgiving. She had a wonderful time. She was happy, and she wanted to go to this big Longhorn showdown, big rivalry football game. What happened?
So she came home for Thanksgiving. We enjoyed it. You know, she was a great big sister. She took her little brothers to the movies. She liked being happy. She was the life of the party.
Damn it, none of you guys said
Entertained my
anything?
fiance and I a whole night singing Phantom of the Opera.
All right, hold on, you guys. I do have to apologize, you guys. I have no idea what I'm doing. Can you guys still hear the echo? If you guys can still hear the echo, press 1. If it's better, type 2. I don't know what I'm doing, but I know for damn sure after this stream, I'm gonna fix everything. I just don't know how. I gotta talk to my producer.
Singing Wicked, you know, it was nothing out of the ordinary for me. This was the last thing that I was ever
Dang,
expecting
no,
to
you're just
happen
high. Okay,
to
you're just
my
high.
daughter. And so she left the early morning hours of Friday to the tailgate party. And she texted me when she got there. We had a rule. You get there, you text me, you call me, you don't put your phone on Do Not Disturb, and you don't turn off your location, especially because it's Austin. I was very weary about it.
You. Thank you.
My fiance and I
I'll
were
take
actually
all the
going to
feedback.
travel
You
up
guys
there
can
with
sit here
her
and tell me I
to
suck,
watch the game because
and I'll still take
we're
it.
big, huge football fans, as so is Brianna. And A&M has been undefeated up until that game. And, you know,
Damn, y'all
something
tearing me
just
a new
said,
one, huh?
like, we need to go with her. But we were
It's all good. I
exhausted.
love you guys.
I'm a travel nurse, and he works out of town, too, traveling also. So we
Okay, so the mom's a travel nurse. Okay. Then what does the dad do? And
just
you know
didn't
what? Actually, I didn't even know that the dad was in the picture until the press conference came up.
said, like, we need to go with her. But we were exhausted. I'm a travel nurse, and he works out of town too, traveling also. So we just didn't make it. You know, we said, okay, well, no, we'll watch her from home, but please be safe. You know, text us if anything. Text us if anything. Don't trust anyone. And she said, yes, Mom, I know.
Down.
So shortly, one
You guys
thing
can
led
hear
to
me?
the other. You know, she
I don't know what the hell I
FaceTimed
do.
me the way that we had rules, showed me her outfit, was excited, was happy to be in Austin with her friends. But then shortly after 4 p.m., which was the last conversation I had with her, at 6 p.m., her phone went on Do Not Disturb, which to me was skeptical because that was one of our rules. But, you know, I had her on location, so I knew her whereabouts. Around 11 p.m., once the game was done, and she still didn't reply, she still didn't answer, that's when I started to grow more suspicion of what's going on. her phone was still pinging in the same area, but it was pinging closer towards the woods. Because where the Rugby Complex Center is, the creek is right next to it. And of course, everyone's heard of the Ladybird like murder in Austin, and so I of course I'm scared. My daughter's little, she doesn't know how to defend herself, and I just said something's not right. So I made a call to Austin PD and I said, look, I'm looking for my daughter. She's not answering. She's not picking up. Can you please send someone to go and check the property, like whatever's going on, just to make sure that she's okay, or that she didn't lose her phone, or that she's not, passed out by a creek. And so they told me that I had to wait 24 hours before I could file a missing persons report. I said, you all cannot even do a welfare check? And they said, no. I said, well, I have the location where she's at. So they said, no, she's probably intoxicated, and she'll wake up and she'll call you in the morning.
Whoa, Stephanie, wait a minute. So Austin PD tells you she's probably drunk?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then she'll probably turn up in the morning.
Lying on the PD steps, screaming. You see your daughter's phone pinging near a creek? She's not supposed to be near a creek.
Yeah, no, that's
No,
really weird.
no.
Wasn't the phone found in one of the friends' purse?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Because I gave them the coordinates. And I gave them the location.
Why would Brianna give her phone to a friend? I mean, you can't pry the phone out of my twin's hands. That would not happen.
Exactly. She never did. And that's what, to me, was very, very skeptical. And I didn't believe it when they told me the following day that I still prompted Austin PD to go and try to look for my daughter, because this had already happened. By the time that I was calling in again, my daughter had already been deceased for hours and I was not notified.
6 hours.
When did you find out
Took 6 hours.
that your daughter had passed?
I found out Saturday, that same Saturday at 4 p.m. in the afternoon.
Oh, 4 p.m.?
After they had already done a search in that area, found my daughter's phone in her friend's purse.
In her friend's purse.
After they instructed me to call all the jails in Austin. I'm not familiar with the area. To begin with, I don't like that city. And I had already called all the hospitals to make sure that she hadn't been, sent in or was injured or whatnot.
So wait a minute. Let me understand, Mrs. Rodriguez, that the PD had you calling jails looking for your honor student grad that was on an accelerated program to get through undergrad to get to law school. They told you to call the jails and the hospitals, and all the time your daughter is in the morgue?
Exactly. Yes.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
I don't know whether to scream or to cry right now. So, okay. When did they finally call you? What did you say?
When I got the news, that's exactly what I did. I yelled. I said, it's not true. You have the wrong person. How come no one has come to tell me? How come no one has notified me? I mean, how can a person be deceased? She had been pronounced dead around 12:56 to 1 a.m. in the morning, and this is already 4 p.m. that same day in the afternoon. How come? And the friends already knew, yet he instructed all the friends not to talk to me. And I was calling them like crazy. I was calling all of the
Who instructed
people.
the friends not to talk to you?
The detectives instructed the group of friends that he supposedly interviewed. He instructed them not to answer my phone calls.
How did you learn that, Ms. Rodriguez?
He told us in the interview that we had on Monday.
Why? What is his reasoning for the friends not speaking to you?
He just said that it was an ongoing investigation and he didn't want me to portray anything other than, I guess, to think what I'm actually thinking is that one of them shoved my daughter off that balcony.
Isn't it true, Miss Rodriguez, that your daughter was texting you and telling you just before her death, where she is hurled off 17 floors? By the way, she's so afraid of heights. There's no way she'd get out on that balcony. She would not even
Never.
ride the roller coaster at Disney.
Never.
She would not. All
Not
her
even the
friends went
house of
over and
terror.
over and over, and she waited down on the ground because she's afraid of heights.
Yes.
Isn't that true?
Yes, it is. She never got on roller coasters. She wouldn't even go on a cruise. We had actually planned a cruise for this Thanksgiving, and I had to cancel it because she absolutely said, "I'm not gonna go. Like, what if I fall off?" She was very involved, like, and she was always on TikTok, and she knew a lot about everything, especially studying law. And she was at the Bush School in Texas A&M, and she was like, "No, Mom, I'm not going to. Have you not seen those videos of people that fall over the rail and they drown?" And she was just, no, she wouldn't have it. And that's why I have a very hard time believing why this detective says, well, she accidentally fell. If you see the rail, Miss Nancy Grace, my daughter was a short person and she was a small frame girl. There's no way. She took a picture of herself with the other girls and the rail is up to her shoulder. Someone had to have picked her up and pushed her over.
Listen.
Austin PD recovers Brianna's phone, though they haven't said where, returning the device to her grieving mother. Stephanie says her daughter's texts indicate she got into a fight with one of the other girls staying at Rio 21 Friday night. When she highlights the texts to an officer, he tells her they are not investigating Brianna's death as a homicide.
I just want them to stop saying that they're not treating this as a homicide case. Someone did something to my daughter.
That from.
Oh, hold on really quick. I got to give another shout out to some of my supporters. Let me see. Who do we have over here? So, Catalina, again, thank you for the $10 donation on buymeacoffee.com. Felicia, thank you for the donation, $10 donation. And Jazzy, thank you for the $5 donation on buymeacoffee.com. I really appreciate you guys. Y'all are awesome. This is cool. That's really dope. You guys definitely do not have to spend a single penny, but I do appreciate you guys on any donation that you guys give. Again, any donation that I do receive from this show is going to go right back into the channel so I can fix my fucking audio, right? So I can sound good for you guys. I guarantee you, my next live is not going to sound like shit. I'm literally currently texting my producer right now and sending out the SOS. So it's probably watching right now too. Like, sound like crap. But anyways, thank you guys for your donations on Buy Me a Coffee. Let's keep going.
WOAI. I'm very curious, Ms. Rodriguez. Your daughter's phone was found in the purse of one of her friends. Where was the purse?
The purse was by the creek next to the complex center where the tailgate party was at.
So someone put the phone in the purse and threw it down toward the creek.
Someone took the phone from my daughter, put it on Do Not Disturb, and somehow ended up by a creek. Yes.
Also, there was a fight between Brianna Aguilera and friends just before her death.
Yes, there was a fight between Brianna and her friend, well, what I thought was her friend, and it's clear in day and night because her boyfriend was the one saying, that there had been an altercation between her and Brianna because she kept sending videos to Brianna's boyfriend, Aldo, of Brianna being around other guys. But, I mean, it's a tailgate party. it's not going to be all women, you know. And I think at this point it was just consistently jealousy. You know, they were jealous of my daughter. I had already told Brianna I never liked those two girls that she was hanging out with. Her boyfriend didn't like them either, you know, and a lot of people in Brianna's friend group didn't like them, which prompted a lot of people not to even go to that tailgate party with my daughter because they just didn't have a good feeling about those two girls. They took her phone away, and one thing led to the other.
Now, there was a fight that happened between my daughter and another girl, and they were all staying in the same apartment that I have actual text messages of, and the detective he disregarded them.
Brianna's friends are questioned for the first time at 1 p.m. Saturday, more than 12 hours after she was found dead. The friends were allowed to come and go from the apartment as they pleased and had plenty of time to get their story straight. Stephanie says the group of 14 refuses to speak to her, and the person who lives there has now vacated the apartment.
That from KSAT 12. With me is Brianna's mother, Stephanie Rodriguez.
So far, what do you think some of the inconsistencies are between what the mother has told us about everything and everything that we've learned so far between the Austin PD, right? We talked about the phone, right? She didn't have her phone, and that blows my mind, right? Because people today, and I hate when you text somebody and then they come back and they tell you, "Oh, I didn't see it." Right? Because we all know that's bullshit, right? I love all of you that are in the chat, but we all know that we live on this, right? Because I see a lot of familiar faces on here. We're constantly on our phones, right? So it's hard to say that I don't have my phone on me. And then for her to have her phone go missing, and that's not a dig on anybody because I live on my phone too, right? But in today's day and age, like it's so hard for somebody to go on without having their phone in their hand, without constantly checking their notifications or responding to a text message. So, and it's not often that people lose their phones either, right? So I don't know. This whole thing is just weird.
Miss Rodriguez, isn't it true that there was a physical altercation between this so-called friend who's so jealous of your daughter and Brianna?
According to the text messages that her boyfriend showed me, and we actually have photos of them, Brianna slapped one of her friends because she
probably deserved it.
Her boyfriend video footage of my daughter being at the tailgate party around other guys. From there on, I don't know what happened. According to the text messages, she just said, "I'm done with her. I'm not going to do this." And, you know, it leads on to, it's more of like, I'm not going to deal with her anymore. And one thing led to the other.
After the altercation that this friend had with Brianna, what happened?
They still take my daughter back to the apartment because the detective said that he has video surveillance of my daughter, you know, walking in to the apartment.
I didn't get that, Gold Digger. I don't know if I heard that.
She wasn't being carried or anything. Yeah, she was being held a little bit by the shoulder, but not more than 20 minutes passed by and 14 people walk into that apartment, and within like 20 minutes or less, they all walk out, and my daughter is dead 10 minutes later.
Type a 1 in the chat if you guys have had a night where you guys just stumbled off, drunk off your ass, and ended up by a creek. I'm curious. Because in my many years of partying, it's never happened to me. I mean, I don't live by a creek, but I've never ended up in an alley, right? Here in Los Angeles, you probably end up in an alley, right? I don't know. It's never happened to me. I don't know.
I want you to
Doesn't
listen
sit well with me.
to a newly discovered witness.
From what I heard, it sounded like
Ms. Dizzle?
somebody was being taken advantage of.
Uh-oh.
And there was
Party
a
animal.
party going on around her, and like nobody cared. I walk around the corner, I get on Rio Grande. I hear a girl saying, "Get the f off me."
Master Dad said, sounds like the friends did it, but sounds like the boyfriend might have been talking to one of those other girls. Got to be a love triangle somewhere. You know, I don't doubt it. That, to me, sounds really possible.
Get the fuck out of me. And then it was
here's a video of the guy on TikTok and what he heard, I guess through the walls of the apartment. Hold on, let's go back.
I want you to listen to a newly discovered witness.
From what I heard, it sounded like somebody was being taken advantage of, and
So it sounded like they were being taken advantage of, right?
there was a party going on around her, and like nobody cared. I walk around the corner, I get on Rio Grande. I hear a girl saying, "Get the fuck off me! Get the fuck off of me!" And then it was like a muffled like scream at the top of her lungs. It was like almost as if, like, you know that sound when like somebody put a pillow or something over your mouth? That's what I heard.
That from Jay Pizzle on TikTok.
That's a very distinct sound, right? I mean, putting a pillow over somebody's head to muffle the sound and somebody screaming at the top of their lungs. I mean, that's a very distinct type of sound, you know, and you probably tell if something was going on.
You heard that witness testimony, Ms. Rodriguez.
I actually heard that last night, and so my fiance and I, obviously this has been a very tragic loss for me. I just finished planning my daughter's funeral yesterday, making arrangements, and we actually Googled, and he actually searched up the person, the owner of that apartment. And what's funny is that he says that like,
in the
she
bathroom?
was being covered with a pillow.
How long were you out
and
for?
Those are my daughter's words. Like when she was upset, and she never cursed, but yes, I believe that was her yelling, because we found a picture of the owner of the apartment, and in one of the photos that she has, she does have a patio set, and there's 3 pillows on that couch.
A lot of people are not buying the claim of suicide along with Ms. Rodriguez. What will it take for Austin PD to come to their senses?
It was
No, Marissa, I don't think he
suicide.
said anything about
There's
that.
a lot of people that are obviously asking a lot of questions about what could have happened here, right? I mean, she was there for the game in town, and then all of a sudden, that's the ruling on this. Now, there's a lot of people who have different opinions on what happened. That's one of the reasons why we're doing this story, because we want to know what you think, because it is strange, right? Of course, we don't know for sure, but according to those initial reports, this is what happened. So Aguilera's mom has said on social media she didn't think that her daughter was suicidal or anything like that. So she is very suspicious as well.
That's from Robbie C _TV on Instagram. That's just one of hundreds of citizens speaking out that something stinks. Yet Austin
And
PD
it smells
is
like
digging
shit.
in that there's nothing odd at all here. Ms. Rodriguez, is it true that not only are none of the friends answering your calls or trying to comfort you, did any of them come to her funeral? And is it true that the person living in the apartment left?
Yeah, I have two of the two friends that I believe were involved in this altercation with my daughter and might have had the power of shoving her body out that balcony floor. They tried to contact me Sunday
Is that the balcony?
in the afternoon, but by that time,
No, this
I
can't be
need
the
to
balcony.
talk to them. Ms. Nancy Grace, what for? They should have called me. In those messages, the boyfriend keeps telling them, call her mom, call her mom, call her mom. I did not receive not one call. Still, Saturday morning, he's still asking, where's Brianna? And they're like, we don't know. And then it goes further on to detailed messages saying that the girl's parents were aware that my daughter was missing, and they said, well,
So the
it's not
friend's
our
parents knew.
responsibility, you know,
The
to
the friends, the parents of her friends knew way before the mom, and not even the parents had the audacity to tell their kids that it was probably a good thing to tell her mom.
make the call to 911. So finally, I guess someone cracks down and they call 911 and they learn about the death of my daughter. Before me, this is around like 10 a.m. No one calls me. No one says anything. I learn about it until 4 p.m. when
Y'all still getting the video? Hold on. Why did it just go out? Can you guys still see the screen?
clearly,
Oh,
you
hell
know,
no.
they knew. They already knew. And the detective had instructed them not to answer my calls, not to call me, not to notify me. So when I questioned him on Monday, he said, well, it's protocol. We tell, especially young people like that. And I said, well, what do you explain? How can you explain to me why the person that was living in that apartment vacated? And he said, how do you know that? And I said, because one of the friends tried to reach out to me to tell me that, you know, my daughter's things were in her car. They had given the keys to some random stranger, and that person didn't even want to show his face when my sister showed up to pick up my daughter's keys, to pick up the car. Austin PD did a horrible job. They released my daughter's phone to her friends, and we actually voluntarily gave it back to them so they could search it for evidence. And you know, all
Sorry,
of this
y'all. I don't know
doesn't
what
make
happened.
sense.
This is weird.
It doesn't
Just
make
kind of
sense.
like went out.
And when I asked them, how is it that so then the person that was living in the apartment, why did she leave? Because in the message I have from the friend, it says clearly the apartment
I am a mess today,
was
y'all.
emptied
Forgive me.
out. She left. She moved out. Yet I have the father on Monday trying to call me to give me an explanation why his daughter moved out.
What was his explanation?
I didn't talk to him. At that point, I was like, I'm going to lawyer up. I'm not going to hear any more of these stories. I'm not going to deal with this. There's so many inconsistencies, you know, and Austin PD and that detective Marshall would.
All right, you guys, I'm gonna have to put this one on hold. You know, this case it's annoying, and it's really sad that, you know, and Felicia, you said it right, that they want to close this case without a cause of death. That just grinds my gears. I mean, imagine you guys, all of you guys that are in here, imagine if they tried to do that with Celeste. They tried to close this case without a cause of death, or at least without revealing the cause of death to the public. Or just imagine if, you know, nobody gets charged in the death of Celeste Rivas. And the longer this case goes unsolved, I feel like that's probably something that we might have to accept. And that shit sucks, right? This is from how long? 2 days ago, right? So I mean, it's not a current interview. Obviously, the police department had their press conference afterwards, and then Tony Busby had his little press conference today. But I think, you know, what's going to have to happen is that we're just going to kind of have to wait to see what happens. Is the Texas Rangers going to step in and take over? Are they going to replace Robert Marshall, the detective that's currently on the case? I think, you know, every day it's going to be something new, right? Felicia said that's a definite no for me. All right, you guys, we're going to move on, right? Because I want to make sure that we talk about this. And I want to talk about the January 2nd with Celeste Rivas and David. If you guys were in Mark's live earlier, he kind of talked about this, and God bless his soul, he was able to go down to Altadena and visit the Millard Canyon. Unfortunately, it was closed right? But I kind of want to circle back around this whole January 2nd theory, because this is the theory that I've kind of ran with ever since January 2nd became a thing. And I kind of want to talk about it with you guys and see what your guys' thoughts are. We'll kind of go through all the pictures here and we'll talk about it and see, what you guys have to say. And actually, I seen this article or this Reddit post come out last night. Last night. This came out last night. Ginny the Ween posted it on Reddit. And I'll be honest with you, I actually haven't read any of this. I probably read maybe like the first 2 or 3 sentences. And then Mark and I took a look at this last night to kind of break it down. And then all of you guys who kind of joined our test live last night, you guys, you guys heard us kind of talking about it. But I want to read it with you guys and get your thoughts on it, because January 2nd to me is definitely a date that I strongly feel that Celeste was taken from us, right? So Jenny the Ween posted last night that on January 2nd, 2025, David and Celeste were at Millard Canyon Falls, Angeles National Forest, not in Santa Barbara County. Now, we know that Santa Barbara County is very significant, not only to TMZ because they reported it, but the LAPD also came out and said that Santa Barbara played a huge significance in this case, right? However, that was in the springtime. So that was later on in 2025. But January 2nd seems to be like a date that, we keep kind of circling back around. And the reason why January 2nd is such a important date to this case is because private investigator Steve Fisher came out and said that the last known proof of life of Celeste Rivas Hernandez was on January 2nd. So let's go ahead and read this article together, and we'll take a look at some of these photos. It says, this date and time frame are very significant. I'm going to play my little detective music too, okay? So y'all are just going to have to enjoy this. My little eerie music. Is it playing, or did I turn it down? It's probably too low. I probably ain't going to hear none of it. Okay. Pay attention, you guys. This date and time frame are very significant. David created a second account on January 2nd, 2025 and began posting pictures there. The account was named David's Gallery, but now known as Extra David, and featured a Hello Kitty holding a digital camera. According to Steve Fisher, he shared what he says is the last known picture of Celeste during this period, which sparked a lot of conversations and discussions. People began questioning whether D4VD took a trip to Santa Barbara and whether he and Celeste might have traveled there during those days, leading some to wonder what might have happened during that time. LAPD confirmed that the Santa Barbara trip took place sometime in the spring, which raised more questions about whether something could have occurred earlier in the year. After searching for a few weeks, I finally found the location, and it appears that they were at Millard Canyon Falls in Angeles National Forest and not in Santa Barbara. Looking at the pictures D4VD posted, each one is tagged with a song and a caption written in Japanese. And if you were on either Mark's live or my live, we've kind of circled back around this this topic a handful of times, right? A song used was Yume Utsutsu, Between Dream and Reality by the artist Lamp. The song is about a heartfelt goodbye after a deep love connection, a reflection on how beautiful yet temporary relationships can be. The ending lyrics say, "The end of days I spent with you." Interestingly, there was a deleted photo of David showing him standing in a landscape while someone was taking pictures behind him. I'm assuming this is the photo right here, right? This is the first indication that it may have been Celeste with him. Another post he shared shows a rocky stream surrounded by forest and a big rock. The details that caught my attention was the big rock and the black writing on it, and the song was tagged Next Time by May Ihara. The song is about two people sharing a deep connection that eventually fades, a bittersweet goodbye after something meaningful. The lyrics repeat the words hello and goodbye at the end. Let me catch up on some of these comments. Let me see. I believe Mama's timeline. Ooh, we aren't letting go of anything. Okay. Darcy said, moms always know. Moms always know. They do. They definitely do. Marissa said, we can hear it. Your crime music, you can hear it, Gold Digger? All right. Let's play a different one. The Hello Kitty with the camera with the bloody T like the alter ego. Yeah, we'll talk about that because I think there's some other things that I want to show you guys too. I think I still have it. I don't know. I think I might have restarted my computer since Mark's live, so might have to go look for it again. It says, at first glance, you might see the rock that says hi, but when you look closer, there's something more to it. The left part of the letter H seems to have a small gap, which could mean it's meant to be something else. When viewing the writing from the other side and rotating the picture, it actually looks more like the number 14. Number 14 is significant, right? Because we believe that Celeste died when she was 14, right? To add to that, the caption on this post is written in Japanese and translate, my sight is beautiful, followed by an inverted Spanish punctuation mark, an inverted exclamation mark. Ah. Is this a coincidence or not? To include Celeste's age and a caption with a Spanish symbol? I'm leaning towards him putting her age there. Another picture David posted was taken at a beach, so this might not be very accurate since LA beaches are huge and pinpointing the exact location is very hard. So I left my guess that he was at Zuma Beach and Point Doom area. We see him in the promotional cover for the Withered Deluxe album, and he also posted a couple of pictures on his Extra David account at the same beach. Let me pull up that Instagram really quick. It's already on my history here. All right, so this is the account that they're talking about. This is the Extra David on Instagram. And this is the photo that they're talking about at the beach. So you see here, it says death from smoking, right? And this is where they are assuming that they are at the beach. Let's see. Jazzy said, Flo, this is off topic, but I listen to some of your music. I know why you are Flo Joe now. Did you join us last night for the test? For the test that me and Mark did together? I played one song. But yeah, that is absolutely the reason why they call me Flo Joe. I used to make music back in the days. Actually, I started making music when I was 12. And that was the name that kind of stuck with me. And here we are. Many, many, many years later, I still haven't let go of it. So that's why they call me Flo Joe. But enough about me. Back to the case, right? Death from smoking. I don't know. There's the whole theory that, January 2nd happened. His alter ego, Tommy, is the one that's responsible for it. Hence the reason why he's posting his captions in Japanese. What this billboard has anything to do or holds any significance, I have no idea. No idea. Smoking deaths this year. And obviously this is like a very popular billboard. I thought it was in Century City, but somebody said it was on Santa Monica. Let me see really quick. I want to look this up. What does it say? Okay, that's what we're going to look up. Veteran Avenue. Where is it? Midvale Avenue and Kelton Avenue. Oh, is it part of the Midvale Kelton Apartments Historic District? Let me see this really quick. How do we take a look? Jazzy, thank you. I have some music on my channel, but a lot of it is just yearly wrap ups. Mark says it's 10/9/48 Santa Monica. Appreciate you, Mark. Thank you. Let's go look that up really quick. 10/9/48 Santa Monica Boulevard. All right, let me get down there first, and then we will. Okay, and then we'll bring this over right over here. All right, so it appears that he was walking by this area right over here. Let's kind of go back a bit. And this is what they were looking at. So, I don't know. I feel like David is such a calculated person that every public move that he makes, whether it's on social media or a post, that there's always a symbolic meaning behind it. So I'm curious what this has to do. Smoking deaths this year. Now I'm wondering if there's a potential that he's hinting that maybe Celeste died from smoking. I don't know. Obviously, these are just speculations. But you know, with all of his tweets and all of it, not tweets, but all of his posts on Instagram, they're very subliminal, and you kind of have to pick them apart, right? And then you have, is this a different? No, this is the one. Then you have this one right over here, right? This is the one that translate to my site is beautiful. And this is the one that displays the rock with the word hi. Unless you look at it upside down, and then it should read 14, right? So let's see. Let's take a look at the photos that she posted. What's behind the billboard? In the Instagram post or in the Google Maps? Black phone 2 billboard. Oh, so this was taken not too long ago. So they've updated the maps recently, it looks like. Is this a... Hold on. I feel like this might be a different billboard, no? I think this might be a different billboard because this one right over here. But that's a good eye, Mark. Thank you for pointing this address out. This one is on Veteran Avenue. Oh, let me see. Maybe we have to back up a little bit more. Midvale and Kelton. What street is this? Oh, unless they were in this lane right over here. Then I can see how. Hold on. I have to do it like this. This is Santa Monica Boulevard, though. Am I tripping? Or does it look like this is a different location? Let me see something really quick. Hold on. I'm going to take this off really quick. Something didn't look right. Let me see. Oh, y'all didn't tell me the music turned off. So it sounds pretty scary. Okay. Midvale. Midvale and Kelton. Let me go back down here really quick. I'll bring this over. Alright, just FYI, guys, I'm really horrible with directions, okay? I know this is Google Maps, but... Levering... No, this doesn't look like it. It's a spot you see the sign as well, Midvale and Kelton. That sign is iconic in LA. Yeah, I'm trying to find the actual location on Google Maps, Mark. Let me see. Veteran Avenue. What was it? Midvale? Anyways, forget about it. I don't know what importance this sign holds, but to me, it's not about the sign. It's about what the sign actually says, which is smoking death. Smoking deaths, right? And here it says death from smoking. So I don't know. To me, that sounds so suspicious. The rocks here. Let's actually just go back to the Reddit post. It says David's second Instagram, January 2nd, 2025, right? So this is posted on January 3rd. Not actually January 2nd. Well, these posts are from January 2nd. What else do we have? These are the photos from Millard, is it Millard's Trail? Millard Canyon Falls. And they're saying that this is the location where the photo was taken. It looks like this is the same rock that this is. And I would think so, just by the looks of this little tree branch that's kind of coming out in the angle. It looks like maybe David's standing like right here. Or whoever took the photo is standing right here. And they're facing like this way, right? And you can just kind of see like right here how this kind of tree is kind of growing off of the rock. And that's what it kind of looks like right here, right? What's up? What's up, Yoshi? What's up, buddy? Here, you want another treat? Come here. Pause, you guys, 1 second. I got to give my dog a little treat. Come here. Let's see. Teresa said, what about Kelton? Let's try Veteran Avenue and Kelton. Are there cross streets there? Kelton Avenue? I don't even know where to go. Nope. If any of you guys can find the Google link, email it to me so then that way we can pull it up. It's weird because I found it before, but I don't know what I typed in. But this appears to be the area that he was in, right? And you can tell by the looks of it, it looks very similar. And then we'll go to a next photo. I think there's another photo. But if you guys pay attention to this little area right over here, it looks like there's pieces of wood that kind of connects two of the rocks. Let's see. You're pausing for the pause. Yep, I sure am. All right, so this right here is a close-up screenshot of the actual entire photo. And this, I don't know what this is, but it looks like some sort of like wooden little step bridge to go across this little creek right here. And then you can also see that right over here. So that would be the same area. In many of David's songs, he gives many ways she could have died, from strangled to frozen, girls stabbed in the stomach, smoking, and blood on the new car seats. It has one of them or a combination of a few. I mean, his music is very explicit, right? I don't know if this is... Oh, yeah, this is the same photo. Well, I mean, it's a different photo of the same area right here. You can tell by the big rock. I'm trying to see. You can't zoom in anymore. But you can see right here, this is where that little tree kind of grows out of the stone or the big old rock. But yeah, this is right here in Altadena. So the part of the Los Angeles forest that this Millard Canyons Falls is located right here in Altadena, literally the epicenter of where the Eaton fires took place. Yeah, and maybe the next time this thing opens up, you know, Mark's probably going to be out there, boots on the ground. What do you guys think this is? Do you guys really think that this is the number 14, or do you think it says high? I don't know. Mark and I were talking about this last night, and he thinks that it could potentially be like spray paint. I don't know. After looking at it, it kind of looks like I don't know, maybe like some sort of like charcoal or something. Obviously, I don't know, but something to mark this tree. And the crazy part is, if he actually took this on January 2nd, right? And that whole trail caught fire, that rock is probably like scorched and burnt. So that high will probably not even be there. Jazzy, you sent me an email. Hold on, let me check that out. You guys think that the word is still there? Let me see. Oh yeah, Jessica, I just opened up the link that you sent me for Google. It was the same one that we were on earlier. This one right over here. What's up, buddy? I think this one's a little different though, because if you go back, hey, stop right here. You can see that there's the cross streets that say Midvale and Kelton Avenue on Veteran Avenue. This is a business almost at the corner of that light David drove through. Okay, hold on. Let me see. So if you're saying... Yoshi wrapped himself... Sorry, guys, hold on. Yoshi wrapped himself up in my headphone cords. Hold up. Come here, buddy. There you go. Try to destroy my headphones cord. You want to come hang out here? You want to come hang out with them? All right. You're going to have to talk to them, though. All right, let's go back. We said that we were going to go all the way back through here. Let me just kind of turn around. Okay, so this is exactly where it is then. Right here. So that light before on Veteran and Midvale and Kelton Avenue. So you can see it right over here. He probably had his zoom on his phone, just zoomed in really close as he was driving through that light. So, oops. There is the area. Or this was after the fires. It could have been done with burnt wood. That's a good point. That's a really good point. You know what? I mean, I could believe that. The only thing that I would be doubtful or skeptical about is that Altadena, Pasadena, they have that whole canyon pretty much on lockdown. And I know that if you get caught up there, you know, they'll definitely cite you. And the police department out here in Pasadena, these guys don't play. When were the fires? The fires took place January 7th, and I don't think they were out for, I want to say maybe 17 days, maybe? I'd have to look it up and see exactly like how long those fires were. But when the Eaton fire when it took place, that whole mountain literally was on fire in less than like 10 hours. Now, mind you, you guys have to remember too that on January 7th we had those strong winds. We had the Santa Ana winds, and for anybody that lives out here in SoCal, this area, like during those winds were hella strong. They were super crazy. It's probably one of the strongest winds that I've ever experienced out here in my many years of living in Los Angeles. Come on, buddy. You can have another one. You better say thank you to your supporters. Your supporters just donated for more treats. Nah, Jazzy, you're good. What's up, Dubs? Welcome. Della Dank from Santa Ana. Okay, Cindy from South Florida. What makes you think he respects the law? That's a great question. Knowing him, and if he is, responsible for all of this, we know that he probably doesn't, right? Jazzy started around January 8th. Yeah. Yep. When he's with her breaking the law all the time, he said, that he did say that, right? We all could feel and smell the smoke. Yeah. Los Angeles, I don't know. Los Angeles was just in hell for, I don't know, almost a month. I don't know if Mark, if for all of you guys that were in the in Mark's live earlier, I sent him some photos that I took during the fire, and yeah, that fire actually got like really close. I'll show you. Let me see if I can show you guys a photo without like doxing myself. Hold on. I don't know if it's a good idea to put it out there because the internet is the internet. Hold on. Actually, I sent them to Mark on Discord, so I can just pull them up from here. Okay. Let me save. All right, let me just show you one photo as to how close the fire was to us out here, or at least to me out here. All right, hold on. I'm going to have to add this as an image overlay. Let me do that really quick. Actually, I'll close this. Let me just add this image. Hold up. Where is it? Oh, here it is. All right, you guys ready? Oh, that's huge. Hold on. Damn, this photo is huge. What's going on here? Oh, now I don't want to play fair. Hold on, I just gotta make this smaller and smaller and smaller. I don't know what I'm doing, you guys. Hold up. There it is. No. No. You're killing me, Larry. Okay, here it is, right here. All right, can you guys see this? So this is literally how close the fires were. Sorry about that, you guys. It took me forever. That's literally like behind the apartments across the street from my place. So that's how close the Eaton Canyon fires were. But yeah, let's get back to this post, right? So what are you guys guessing? Is this a 14 or is this a high? Remember his post on Instagram said, "My site is beautiful." Do you think that this could be a way for him to mark his area for everybody to know that this is where it took place? Let's go back. Let's see. So there's the H gap that she mentions, the goodbye song. Yoshi, come here. Come here. Come here. It's probably just a hi, but mark the spot. Cindy says hi. Means great minds think alike. You posted burnt sticks at the same time I did. Do me a favor, guys. If you guys haven't already, hit the like button and subscribe. Helps me with the algorithm, and it's free. But yeah, Spanish punctuation mark, or is it an upside down 14? You guys be the judge, and you guys decide. Miller Canyon Falls. I'd be surprised if there's still a flowing creek out there, unless the recent rains that we had has brought the creek back to life. And then they said that these are the photos that were taken at the beach, which is at Zuma Beach. And I believe this is the cover for David's Withered Deluxe album. Now, how ironic that there's 3 people, right? Obviously, this would be David. I'm assuming that person with the hat is Neo, and then we have what looks like 2 females. Now, could one of these females be Asia and Celeste? Or could it possibly be Asia and another female friend? And if you don't think that this is Celeste in the cover, then who do you guys think it could be? Because I don't know. I have no idea who this 4th person could be if it's not Celeste. That I found really weird. And I believe this is Celeste right here holding what looks like the Louis bag, I'm assuming. This could be her holding the Louis bag. Hold on. 1 second. I need to look at this really carefully. Hold on. I need to... Oh, no fucking way. All right, you guys, I need you guys to tell me, what kind of shoes are these? What kind of shoes are these people wearing in the photos from what you guys can see? Somebody help identify what these shoes look like to you, at least, because I know what they look like to me, but I just need a second set of eyes to help me identify these shoes. Somebody let me know in the chat. Anybody get it yet? I think he cut her up by that creek and washed the blood downstream and washed his hands. Okay. That cover, he the Pied Piper, the story, the guy who used music to lead kids to the cave where he kills them. Did I miss out on anything new during the beginning of the pod? No, we talked about Brianna Aguilera. And the cool part about it is during the live, you can actually rewind if you kind of came in late. But yeah, feel free to skip all the way back to the beginning and start from the beginning. But no, Dubs, nothing new has actually come out, at least nothing official from law enforcement or the medical examiner's office, nor has TMZ, LA Times, or the bigger media outlets. They haven't released anything. So right now, this is all just pure, Reddit sleuths, the RIA, who's putting some information out there. Yeah, Darcy, what does it look like? Because to me, and that's if you ask me, but my opinion doesn't matter, these look like a pair of Chuck Taylors. They look like Chucks to me. And the reason why, I'm shitting right now is because of the One More Dance music video. Let me see. I actually might have a photo of it. Hold on. Might just have to send it to myself, though. Where did I find right here. Mark, I'm just going to use your Discord to send you a message so I can pull it up on my phone. Let's see. This image right here, you guys. Right here. Let me see. Let me add this image right over here. Let me add another image really quick. Where's my snippet tool? I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. Am I tripping? I could be tripping. Sometimes I do be tripping. All right, let me add this image right over here. And then we have, I don't know if this is going to be any better. Can you guys see it? So Darcy said Converse, right? So you're seeing it too? I don't know. I just feel like there are just so many coincidences with his music and everything that he does. I feel like he does everything for a reason. I've voiced before that I believe that he's documenting his entire relationship, through his songs and through his music videos. And, if you just pay attention to just some of the small little details, he tells you everything, right? Is this his hand? I don't think that this is his. I don't think that's her hand. Actually, what I think it is David's hand. And here, let's actually just go back to this really quick. Let me turn this image off. Well, me blocking the way don't do any justice either. Here, let me turn off my camera. I think that Celeste is holding her bag in one hand and she's taking the photo. And then David's doing the heart hands. That's just what I think. But also, yeah, I just realized that this is another photo of her purse, which I don't think I've ever identified, nor have I heard anybody identify that this was her purse in the photo. I know that the only 2 times that I've ever heard her purse talked about was when the purse was seen on the couch, and then the photo where she's covering her face with the purse. So I don't know. Has anybody realized that her purse is in this photo too? I mean, this is my first time, but yeah, that's her black bag by his feet. Della Dank said, really, that's probably the same day the other picture was taken where she's hiding behind the purse. Yeah, probably. I don't know if I have that image either. Let me see. Let me pull it up. I'm sure we can find it quickly. Okay. Let me just open image in the new tab. Okay, so this is the other photo that I was talking about, right? Where you can clearly see her, you can see her bag on the couch and then her hiding, which is weird, right? So he's wearing this black jacket. Could this be the day that they took this photo right here? She's wearing a black sweater. Oh, you can't really see what she's wearing. Anna Banana, welcome. How's it going? She had the same bag by her face. Yeah. This is the one. This is that photo right here. I don't need to identify. It's no longer a coincidence. I'm telling you, Della Dank. I'm telling you. How many coincidences are we going to need? Or how many? You know what really worries me is that, is there a possibility that the LAPD has no idea which direction to go? It's crazy. I want to pull up a video really quick because let me see where she taught. It's a video from Kadisha Lynn. Which one is it though? Because she talks about. Okay, let me pull this up really quick. I want to rewatch this video with you guys. This is Kadisha Lynn. She talks about how her body may have been frozen or where it was kept the entire time. There was something that she talked about that I want to kind of review and then show you guys a little video about afterwards, because after she had mentioned this, I realized that what she's saying in here could have been very possible.
Have been very confused when it comes to details about how Celeste was decomposed, but yet the medical examiner could still figure out the tattoo on her finger that read "Shh,
This is where we heard a lot of speculation about Celeste possibly being frozen at one point in time, but the LAPD kind of kicking that theory to the ground. And I now want to give my own speculation theory of what this could be if Celeste was not frozen. Now, yet again, this is not confirmed. This is only speculation based off things that I've read on and tried to understand. Information is also going with me editing the photo that is out there in the public for everybody to see to try to get a clearer picture. And it seems like this theory is very possible based off what I've seen of the photo of Celeste in the front of that Tesla. And before we go any further, I do want to say that I am going to try to keep this video easy digestible, but for most people, this video might be a lot, so if it's something that might trigger you, please go ahead and swipe away now. Now, I'm not going to show the edited version of this photo. If this is something that you guys are interested in seeing, you guys are going to have to do this yourself, because I do want to respect the photo not being out there because this is a child. Based off things that I have seen, it does appear that her head is attached to her torso. Now, as far as other limbs, I cannot be so sure. What's going to play a big role in what I talk about today is this big black bag that Celeste was reported to be wrapped in. Celeste being placed in a bag will slow decomposition by restricting oxygen from her being in that bag and insects not being able to get inside. And another huge thing to note, the breaking down of Celeste could have been even slower due to her not being fully intact. Now, like I said, I don't think that her head, like the LAPD is saying, was not attached, but the other limbs, like the legs and arms, might not have been. If this bag was actually sealed well and it created a low oxygen environment, there's also something else that could have happened to Celeste during this time. And I do want to say, now there is multiple LAPD sources telling multiple different media outlets that they believe that Celeste passed away in the spring of 2025, and this could answer some questions about where Celeste could have been this whole entire time. And the truth is, with this theory, there is a huge possibility that Celeste could have been in the trunk pretty much the whole entire time. They wouldn't have had to hide her anywhere. Could have happened to Celeste during being in this bag is adipose formation. And this is
shout out to Kadisha Lynn. She does an amazing job.
That forms over the body, but it's important to note that this process typically takes weeks or months, not days. Now, as you can see, encasing the body in a bag creates an airtight environment, blocking oxygen and slowing regular decomp. Moisture trapped inside the bag combined with the environment provides ideal conditions for this process to take hold. It's also accelerated by warmth. It can preserve some things like facial features, wounds for a long time, which is significant in forensics. Which could potentially be a reason why the medical examiner, though saying she was badly decomped at the time, he was still able to read the tattoo on her finger. Because in a sense, she would have been decomposed, but certain parts might have been preserved. Now, even if this formation didn't occur, there is still ways that the medical examiner could have figured out Celeste's tattoos without her even having this occurring. There is infrared photography. This method can penetrate the skin and reveal tattoos that are invisible to the human eye. Hydrogen peroxide is a solution that has been used to temporarily remove dark decomp pigments, allowing the underlying tattoo to be photographed. 3% hydrogen peroxide solution has been used to temporarily remove dark decomp pigments, allowing the underlying tattoos to be photographed. So photographic enhancement, special photographing techniques and lighting.
So when I heard about this, I was reminded that a couple of years ago, and I don't know if we can watch the whole entire thing, and to be honest with you, I don't know if I can even play this on a live because this video was, oh yeah, no. Damn, I really wanted to watch it with you guys, but this is pretty graphic. I'm not going to play the video due to, you know, YouTube being crazy like that, but I will put a link in the chat for you guys so you guys can kind of watch. And this is basically a video that a channel called Motherboard posted, and it's basically a doctor who basically revives the dead with DIY forensics. And basically what they do is they take decomposed bodies and they place them in a solution for a certain amount of time. And these body parts have been so severely decomposed. When he leaves them in a solution for an extended period of time, the decomposition kind of it reverses, and it's really weird because the specific patient that he's reversing decomposition in has tattoos that they weren't able to identify. But after they placed the person's remains in this solution, the person's tattoos became visible. So I'm gonna put the link in the chat. You guys can watch it at your own risk. I'm gonna see if there's another video. I don't know. Let me see. Maybe like more of a PG version that we can watch, but I don't think it's there. But yeah, Deladang, I've been talking to you about this video for a long time. Again, watch it at your own risk. Viewer discretion is advised. Trigger warning as well, because you will probably see some very sensitive graphic videos. And you might have to verify your age when watching it because it is age restricted. But it was such an amazing documentary. I had no idea that technology was even possible. But yeah, I highly doubt that they've done any of this to the remains of Celeste. But if they wanted to determine or identify to see if her body actually even had a tattoo, they could use that process that I put that's in the link that I provided in the chat. I think it's really great for somebody to watch for educational purposes. Yeah, Deladank. I mean, yeah, I watched it. This came out 11 years ago, maybe, or 7 years ago. But regardless, I mean, knowing that they had the ability to do so made me realize that they can identify people crazy.
Can
Let's
also
get back
be
to the
used to
video.
bring out details of a tattoo on somebody. Important to know, even if this process did happen from Celeste being in this bag, it would still give off a very unpleasant smell. And like I said, it would still take time for this formation to happen. It is up to weeks to months for this formation to happen.
Deladang, no, I do not believe that this process is practiced here in the U.S. However, if they're doing it in other countries and they're successful, I don't understand why they don't adopt the process. Now, I don't understand the ethics behind it. But watch the documentary and let me know your thoughts.
And in the early stages, it can emit a rancid, foul, or sweetish, offensive smell. And later stages are described as rancid smells associated with the fatty acids. So I know this is questions that a lot of people have been wondering how Celeste, even from the end of July to September, even lasted in this hot Tesla trunk where the medical examiner was able to figure out her tattoo. This is where a lot of the speculations about the frozen theory came into play. But like I said, we do have the LAPD debunking that theory because it wouldn't absolutely make sense for her to arrive to the medical examiner frozen after spending at least 5 weeks in that Tesla. So I did want to go ahead and talk about the other scientific theories which could have happened to Celeste being preserved in the trunk of this Tesla without the frozen theory going around. Like I said, this theory.
Another thing too, right? So this whole January 2nd date is really important. And for those of you guys that are still in the chat, if you guys were on watching lives earlier this morning and caught, another bigger content creator who was live, in their live, they did mention that they did get in contact with the private investigator, Steve Fisher, and that person did say they reached out to Steve Fisher and they asked questions about the whole January 2nd, and they said that Steve Fisher is confirming that Celeste's last known proof of life photo was taken at the Los Angeles National Forest. So these are reports that came in this morning. Obviously, this is not out on like major media, but that was mentioned earlier today, this morning, in a report from Rabbit. So if you guys watch, Down the Rabbit Hole, she mentioned that she reached out to Steve Fisher. She spoke with him, I don't know, emailed, text, whatever. And he did confirm that the last known proof of life that he has on January 2nd did take place at Los Angeles National Forest. So that's huge, right? Because that information is information that we have not heard at all from anybody. So, take that with a grain of salt, right? I do believe that, Rabbit does her due diligence. But I mean, it's Steve Fisher too, so I mean, he's one of the only people that has been giving us information to the public. So that tells us a lot. The last known proof of life was on January 2nd, and it did take place at the Los Angeles National Forest. So we are left to kind of draw our own conclusions from this. And I was trying to catch a case and go. Mollywood, welcome. How many of you guys were there this morning? Right? You guys were there. I'm sure you guys heard it. Mark said from SF, but LAPD might have more evidence of proof of life. Very true. 100% absolutely true and very possible. But I think, besides the whole correcting himself and clarifying some of a few tweets that he's put out, SF Investigates has come out with, a lot of accurate information. So, I mean, if you guys can give me a reason why not to believe, what he said, then let me know in the comments. I'm open. I want to hear it. Let me know. But yeah, no, 100%, Mark. And it's hard, right? If it's not coming from an official source like the LAPD or the ME's office, it's hard to narrow down when it actually took place. But I think the day that SF Investigates mentioned it, this was probably like a month and a half, maybe 2 months ago, right? None of us have known like where that actual photo was taken. We do know that on December 30th, they were together in downtown, and that's what we talked about in Mark's Live not too long ago. But yeah, that's crazy. So they went from downtown on the 30th. The 31st was New Year's Eve. Who knows if they were together? Obviously, I'm sure they were, right? Because where else would she have gone? Especially if she was living with them. Now, another thing, too, that SF Investigates said was he never said that she was never at the mansion, although we don't have any footage or photos of that time. But he never said that she was never at the mansion. Does that make sense? SF did say he had many photos from a camera. Yeah. Let me go back because I wanted to bring that photo up too. Let me find this photo. Let me find it. This one right here. You guys remember this photo right here? So this is my speculation, right? This was a tour that they went on July 29th. I don't know where was this tour at, you guys? Let me know in the chat. That's one thing that I just can't remember are like the dates. I can remember events, but I can just never remember the exact specific dates. I do remember they did go on tour, right? And SF Investigate said that there were 3 other people on the bus. So that would be the driver, Neo, David, and Asia. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that Neo wasn't able to stay on the whole leg of the tour. And so after a few days, Neo had to come home. And I'm under the assumption or the belief that Neo was living at David's house, which could have been that other person that he saw living in the house, or, when the lights were on. Could be an explanation as to why they were seeing lights on at the house. I don't know if it's confirmed or not. This is in Japan? No, I think this might have been on their tour, like right after July 29th. Where does it say Japan? Girl, there ain't nothing here in Japanese. Am I tripping? I could be tripping, you guys. This says Sunday date in June. Something cooperation. Deladank, yes, this year. I'm assuming this was during their tour. Because remember, David didn't have his transformation, right? He's wearing the contacts here. And it looks like he's got his light brown braids. No, that's the trio leaving for tour from LA. Yeah. So I'm assuming this is post moving the Tesla into its final destination. Right? A few days into their tour. And then my assumption is that Neo had to come home. Neo wasn't able to stay, right? He comes home, comes to the mansion, and he leaves this camera that he brought. I don't know who it belongs to. And I think that, July 29th is the day that they left for the tour. Right? That's the day that SF Investigate says the Tesla was parked for the last time, and then immediately after they left and went on tour. So I'm thinking this was taken somewhere backstage during the tour. But I want to say this is the camera that they had, and I believe this is a Kodak camera. Let me see. Let me turn this off. I want to say this is the camera that he has. I could be wrong, though. You guys tell me. That camera looks similar? Does it look close? I mean, these two little signs right here and the 2 buttons back there, they kind of look like this. Right here. I don't know. I could be tripping. Am I tripping? Could be. This is another image of it right here. 42 megapixel. Is this a 20 megapixel camera? Neo had a red shirt on with a 22 on it. Yeah. No, I'm not saying that this photo was taken on the 29th. No, that's not what I'm saying. Let me clarify. I believe that this photo was taken while they were on tour, so post July 29th, right? So if any of you guys can find the dates that he performed and let me know when they were wearing these outfits, that would help. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Deladank said Del Mar August 5th in Dallas. And Del Mar August 5th. That's where, close to San Diego. And then Dallas on August 8th. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I think that Neo could only do the shows that were in California. Can somebody check? Because I read somewhere that the first 3 shows that David had were canceled. Is that confirmed anywhere? Because I heard that, and I don't know if it's true. Wow, I can't believe they LAPD left that camera behind and David left it behind too, or whoever was moving their stuff out. Yeah, Gold Digger, it blows my mind too. Did they not? Well, it makes me wonder, right, that if the search warrant was served on September 18th, where and David was still on tour. Now, I don't know if Neo was still with him, because I think the show that was canceled right before he came home was his show in Seattle. I think that was the show that got canceled first. So I think Neo may have came home at the time. So I think that Neo may have still had that camera after they served that search warrant. And so after the search warrant, no, that doesn't make any sense though, because when did they move? When did they move everything out of the house? The 16th was in Tennessee and the 22nd was in Pennsylvania. This is all August. Sorry, y'all. Let me grab something to drink really quick. All right, y'all, my bad. I'm back. Mark said, I would hope not. Do they even need the phone? They have the number. Mark said, I would hope not. I to be honest with you, I don't know. I think, they would just have to subpoena the phone company, right? And they can get all that information. I don't know if there's anything that's stored on the local drive of that phone that would deem it necessary for them to have. 28th was his last concert in the US. All of August. Okay. One of the phone records prove where it pinged from last. Which phone are we talking about? David's phone or Celeste's? Why would he not tell his movers to not to get it because he wanted it found. Neo planted that night you saw the lights in the window. I really wonder what night that was, right? I mean, do we still think that Rob, the manager, was still with him on tour? And do me a favor, you guys, hit that like button, smash the subscribe button, and then if you want, you can turn on all notifications, so then that way you can get notified anytime that I go live. Y'all can like the video. It's free, right? Doesn't cost you guys a single penny. Canceled shows September 17th in Seattle. Okay, yes. So that was the show that I was thinking of. September 19th, San Francisco. September 20th in Los Angeles. Damn, goal with the quickness. I love that. That's what I'm talking about. This Shark family, that chat is on fire, right? As Mark would say, the chat is on fire. To the chat. So I don't know. Do you guys think that Neo was home and he planted that camera in the house? Gold Digger with the quickness. Boom. He broke down in the Austin show. That was this year, right? When he was crying when he was performing Afterlife. August 27th, he cries. Felicia said, "Gold Digger." That Shark fam. Shout out to all the Shark fam that's in here tonight. Y'all are hanging out with us all on a Friday evening. Anybody think that we're gonna get any news over the weekend? You think that we're gonna get any kind of shocking news, or do you think that we're still gonna have to wait till after Christmas or New Year's? No wonder Neo had no color. Yeah, you know what? I really found it weird though that this photo. So, Della Dank, you're saying that in the photo that's showing right now, that you think that this was taken on Valentine's Day? This photo right over here. Wait, hold on. What is it? It's just medicine. Oh, I didn't even realize it said that. It's just medicine. What, did they take something? Could it have been the same day that this photo was taken right over here? What are you guys' thoughts? Because this is the first time that I'm looking at this photo, like actually paying attention to it, and I didn't realize. I'll be honest with you. When I first saw this photo right over here, I thought this was Celeste's hand, this was David's hand, and they were making heart hands together. But then I realized that there's a bag in this photo, and then her arm, or what appears to be her arm, is clutching that purse. I don't know. Or is that David? I mean, it looks like it's the same jacket. I don't know what that jacket is. Can anybody find that jacket? Let's do a reverse search. All right, y'all, running a reverse search on this. Let's put our detective music on. ChatGPT does a better job looking up images. Justice for Celeste. Yes, everybody do me a favor. Drop a heart in the chat if you guys want justice for Celeste. Alright, we're still looking up that. We're doing a reverse image search. No, I think that jacket might... Is it the same one from the bathroom? Hold on, we're gonna have to look. I know the one from the bathroom had these weird little white little ridges down the arm. But I don't know. Let me see. D4VD. Okay, hold on. Let me open this one. Open image in a new tab. Then we have this. See, this one you can't even tell what's actually on the sweater. Is that a key around her neck? Where? I know this for sure is a key around the purse. This is a Louis Vuitton bag, if I'm not mistaken. Y'all ladies out there, let me know. This is a Louis, right? No key to the purse. Oh, on the phone it is tiny. Is that the same ring from the photo in the bathroom? Oh, hold on. Wait. This is a ring on the index finger. So, let's go to... Where is it? It's right here. This one you can't even see it. Hold on. Hold on. Hey, Mark, you have that that photo of the bathroom that we recreated and added color to? Let me see if I can find it. Mansion. Mark, I need to sit down and clean up all of my files too, because I have so many images. She's wearing the same sweater too. So you think this is the same sweater? Someone's got to know what sweater that is. Deladank said that she had posted a pic of her with LV store bag. Did anyone else see that pic? Ooh, I haven't seen it. So Deladank, if you do see it, let me know, because I want to see it. Look at her nails too. Here, I don't know if you can see her nails. Let me see. Maybe we have a bigger No, we changed it. Oh, Cindy, you're out. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. It's almost near 1 o'clock. Have a good evening or good morning. We'll catch you next time. Thanks for hanging out, Cindy. Appreciate you. Love you. Miss Dizzle said it was so weird that nothing was reported this week about her case. Not a peep. Yeah, exactly. Not a single thing has come out. I feel like the media is letting this thing run dry. I know that where is it at? Here you can see that she has her nails done, and I think they're white. I don't know if they're... Let me see. Tree side by side. All right. So I know it's getting pretty late, and I'm still going to stay on. However, I do want to... I found this it's a quite long documentary on D4VD regarding the whole thing. I watched this last night, and after I watched it, this video had so much information on here that I had either never heard of before or that I never considered. So I'm gonna play it with you guys. Let me just open it really quick.
Gus was.
Shout out to Actually Evil, because he put this video together, and it's not one of those... I'm sure you guys have gone online and you've seen a shit ton of videos put together on this whole case, and it's done by AI, and you can hear like AI voice in the background. This video is actually put together by an actual real person. But I want to play it with you guys and kind of get your reactions to it, because again, there were a lot of things on here that I learned that I didn't know happened, and then it kind of touched on a lot of old things that I feel like people have kind of forgot about. So let me go ahead and pull this up. Shout out to the content creator Actually Evil. You guys should give him a follow. He did an amazing job with this storytelling. Let's take a listen, you guys.
David has some of the most disgusting and repulsive allegations I have seen in a long time. But unfortunately, there's a lot of misinformation surrounding this case. I have went through every thread, every screenshot. I got into the original Discord where things went down. This is the most wild thing I have ever covered on this channel. Claims of extortion, Celeste allegedly lying about her age, claims that he not only messed with this girl, but other underage as well. David allegedly using 2 doppelgangers to get away with murder.
Maybe 3 actually.
And frankly, a lot more. This is part 1 of a 2-part series, and today we're covering his PDF file allegations. Please keep in mind that everything in this video is an allegation, and this is not a court of law. Also, any memes used are just to progress the story, not to disrespect the alleged victims in any way. Okay, so I have a cold sore, and I don't want you guys to see it, so no face cam this video. David, stylized as D4VD, is an American singer from Queens, New York that was later discovered in Houston, Texas. Growing up, he actually only listened to gospel music until he basically got inspired to explore more music after hearing Gucci Gang by Lil Pump, which is pretty ironic. From there, he discovered indie music, started making his own sound to avoid copyright claims on his gaming videos, and then he blew the up. He's a very successful singer. He's damn near a pro Fortnite player. He's been on tour with SZA in 2024. He won an award for his record Feel It. He's been nominated for a number of other awards. You get the idea. He's a big deal, but according to these allegations,
he's also a big PDF file. A lot of you already know about Celeste, so instead of going the obvious route, let's talk about Kiera first. And notice how David is actually still following this girl. This is something that will be repeated with several people of interest. Prayers to her family. I used to be close friends with David and we dated when I was 16 and he was 18. We've seen each other in real life 2 times max. And there's so much more, but he introduced me to religion and whatnot, so I'm so shaken up by the fact that he could have done this. I remember as Celeste and have a picture of them together that I've seen in the past. Now, if this is true, then David actually was preying on multiple under 18s, which would make this guy's claims legitimate. This is Anglisi, and in 2023, he exposed David for talking to people he has no business talking to. He only adds under girls. I know, right? I'm not joking either. David only talks to women from the server. Oh, bro, a simp. Ha 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 ha. Yes, for real. Wow. They're also usually 15 to 16 too. WTF? David is a PDF. Nah, bro. Now he only adding females. Facts. They're all too. PDF David. He talks to redacted all the time, and she's 15.
Did the label scrap any of the old snippets? Why'd you block at Anglisi? That dude a troll, but I assume it's about unreleased.
I love trolls. That kid is unhinged.
Any book recommendations? I need to learn these words.
The dictionary, my man. Is the stuff people told me about you true? Nope. Just some dudes trying to get clout, spreading false information. Wallahi, he's finished. I knew what he leaked already. What you mean? We're literally preparing to sue him. Ha 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 ha. Lamp is about to owe me $30,000. Legal team going bonkers right now. Now this screenshot is about Lamp, a well-known leaker of music and the bane of David's existence. Apparently Lamp leaked some of his music, and he knows exactly what David has been up to during his free time.
Allegedly.
Keep in mind, David's birthday is March 28th, 2005, and on March 4th, 2023, he was 17. So at least there's some sort of argument to be had here that he was still not an adult yet, and bada 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 ba. But here is Celeste. You remember her? If we look over here, the date is October 23rd, 2022. That would mean David was exactly 17 years old here as well, and Celeste would be
12.
Let's go back to Anglisi for a moment. You may be into music, and you may know that Anglisi has music with David. This music came out after he exposed David, but he knew he was a PDF file, so what gives? Here's his explanation.
So obviously y'all have seen the current David situation. In this video, I just want to address some stuff. Now, a lot of people on Twitter are mad at me because in 2023, I tried to expose David for what he was doing at the time. And I just want to clear up that the stuff from 2023 was not about the Celeste girl that was obviously recently in the news. It's nothing to do with her. I didn't know about her. I didn't know she was 13. I maybe heard her name once or twice. These were other girls, under girls, that had claimed David had messaged them or had, you know, relationships with them, or, you know, doing inappropriate things with them. And I want people to know that in 2023, I did try and bring the situation to light. And a lot of people remember, you know, I was having a lot of for it. It got so bad that David's legal team had got in contact with me to remove everything. I've attached an email here that I received from his team in 2023. And basically they removed my song with David from, you know, streaming services because apparently I was spreading misinformation. The thing is, after that, I got in touch with David and I was like, yo, are the claims true and all of this? And he was like, he literally said, I've got it here. He said, no, it's just some people trying to get clout. You know, there's no evidence and stuff. After that, everything was shut down. Everything, you know, no one else came out after that. So from my point of view, you guys need to understand that it did look like they were just claims. Not just that, but in 2023, when I made the claims, David's legal team did not want anyone to know that David was doing this type of stuff. So basically they blamed me and said that I was leaking music, but I wasn't leaking any music. They blamed me for leaking music. I was leaking the facts. So they just said that they're gonna blame me for leaking music. That's my punishment. My song is off. That's it. And you guys need to understand that I felt terrible. I felt like I was gonna ruin his career out. You know, I felt like I was spreading misinformation for him. I felt disgusting, bro. I was like, I gave him claims that weren't true because from what it looked like to me, they weren't true.
I could go over the inner workings of this, but it really doesn't matter all that much. The key takeaway is that David's label went after both Lamp and Anglisi. Now Lamp I get, but Anglisi, a new girl David had quote unquote dated in 20.
Hold on 1 second. He said that they went
2023, but David's label went after both Lamp and Anglisi. Now
Lamp is the same. Hold Hold on, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, there's a song that plays on these images. Guess you can't hear them. But I believe Lamp is one of the artists. What do they say here? Or is... No, where is it? Where the... Where does she say? The artist Lamp. This was one of the artists on that song that he put on that track. Little odd.
I get, but Anglezi? A new girl David had quote-unquote dated in 2023 while she was younger has gotten in touch with me, and she has multiple screenshots of everything that happened between them. Just know that there could be even more people comfortably enough to come out. Please do. We will do our best to help. Hola. Okay, so I've been up all night thinking logically about you, work, life, relationships, and realized something that you'd agree with. You see it the way I do. Straight from my heart, I really, really, really love you. But I've been checking my schedule for the rest of this year and next year, and I'm barely in Texas. I believe long distance relationships work under the right conditions, like you being able to travel with me, etc., but you're still in school. With that also being said, I don't like hiding anything from anyone. I would love to have a public relationship with someone, but the way that this is going, we have to have a secret or something. I want you to be happy, but you still have so much left to do in these last 2 years of high school, and it may change your view on this stuff entirely, and I would gladly wait for you if we are both in the right headspace when that time comes. I want to still be here for you though at Talk like we did before it got complicated. I love and care about you and need to make sure you're not alone. We are still interlinked. Please express yourself thoroughly. No okay or KK. I want to know everything going through your head. I know I butchered that a little bit, but yeah, so that's a new victim just popped up. New Pokemon. I said Celeste was 12, but there's actually reason to believe David knew her a year before this when she was 11, or even possibly when she was 10. This theory comes from an alleged friend of David from his Fortnite days, who claims David met Celeste on the game back in the day. Yo, I'm watching the live right now, but I just want to say this because me and my friend is trying to recall everything. We were all in Fortnite team called Chronic, which is where I met him. He met her in like 2021 through Fortnite, I'm pretty sure, and then he made her get Discord. Everyone in the team knew about her, and he would joke about it and brush it off every time it got mentioned. That's all I personally know, but my friend Pistol knows more because they talked way more. She would literally say he explicit her, but then he followed it up with a joke, so I don't know if she was being for real or not. He was also just a weirdo, to be honest. He used to send gore in group chats, but I'm not surprised considering he... Now what's interesting about this is that David allegedly met her on Fortnite. As I said before, David was and still is an excellent Fortnite player, so it's not surprising he would gain the attention of people on the game, especially because he hit 6 figures in subs just off of his clips. Speaking of subs, here's a sandwich. David also wrote a interesting song back in 2022 with the lyrics, "Can't we just take our time? We don't have to get attached. I know what the problem is. Save your tears. 7 years. I know life is complicated. You don't have to say no more. Don't know if I'm going to make it. We both have to find a way to work it out. My head is aching. You're the one that started this." This last line is very interesting because of the whole claim that Celeste actually lied about her age to David and said she was 16. I don't know who in their right mind would actually believe this considering what she looks like, but here's the story. Psych! Hold that thought. Let's go over the other alleged girls real quick because there's 2 more PDF file allegations to get through. This allegation comes from Heidi Ferrero. Took this screenshot a while ago to show my friend before anyone says anything. I strongly believe that he deserves so much accountability. I wasn't going to say anything, but after hearing all the news, it's so disgusting to even think about how I even liked or talked to this man back in 2024 when I was in high school. During this time, I didn't even know how old he was or even who he was, but after hearing about the case of Celeste, it's so overwhelming to even think about how he can do this to that poor girl. I'm so lucky to even be here today. Wow. I'm still so in shock about all of this. Justice for Celeste. Honestly, we can't read anything on the screenshot, so there's not much to analyze, but the point she's making here is that he was texting people who was young and still in high school, which this might be controversial, but on its own, it's not that big of a deal. As long as it doesn't get personal in any way, then in my opinion, it's fine. You should interact with your fans in an appropriate fashion. He, on the other hand, with his alleged relationship with Celeste Rivas Hernandez was not being a responsible adult around these younger fans. He was actually allegedly preying on
chat,
them,
you guys.
which
You guys
is
should
such
definitely
an
give him a
egregious
follow. He's
abuse
done his
of
due
power.
diligence
It's
to kind of put this
revolting to
video
even
together.
think about. This next one comes from under Adventurous Pool 320. When's your next stream? LMAO, I swear you're shorter than me. Nah, you mad because I guess you're real height. No, you didn't. Let me find out you're like a dwarf for real. WTF you be wearing these days? It's giving Lil Uzi Vert. Stop. You sang with an accent. Always have. LOL. I really noticed it when you released your It For Me remix thingy. I thought someone else was singing it. Ha ha ha. That's so real. I don't even know how I developed it. It just stuck now. LMAO. I can't wait to see you perform in late June. You're coming? W. You're literally on my phone case. It's a must to go. As I said before, this is inappropriate. There's a way to speak to younger fans, and this is not it. Responding to stories, excessive emojis, etc. It's giving interested beyond the normal fan interaction, which, given the age discrepancy, is fucking gross. I could see if y'all were similar ages, but Jesus, dude. He followed me in 2023 when I was well under the age of 18, and these are our texts. I also remember one of his friends saying in a group chat I was in, saying, all David follows is teen girls. Something along the lines of that. So there must be other victims. I figure I should prove that Celeste and David actually had a relationship before I cover this.
Allegedly.
So here's a boatload of information. You see the comment here about 10 bands? This is actually a reference to this text message. How many racks can I have? Give me.
Really quick. So this part right here is something new that I actually had never known about. And I was always referencing or considering the fact that maybe David was potentially sending payments to the family of Celeste. But I think that maybe he was sending it directly to her. And I don't know if this is a screenshot of Celeste maybe asking him for 10 bands. And he sent her 9.
10 bands right now. He sends $9,000.
I can't stop falling for her. I'm $1,000 short, but who cares?
My parents are so annoying. They won't let me go see you perform. Don't worry, I'll fix it. At David's girlfriend. Why are you adding me? Jokes. Ha 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 ha.
I'm finna tell Celeste.
As you guys can clearly see in this photo here, this is Celeste hiding behind her bag. That's that same bag on his couch in this TikTok. So just more proof that they were hanging out at his house, in his home, in his private residence. I mean, honestly, I can pretty much say he's one of these guys just off of this. But you know, legally, he hasn't been charged. So instead, I'll just show you much
more evidence.
like this video of Celeste on stream with him.
I media trained you.
No, you didn't.
That's controversial.
It's controversial of kids.
Really good.
Okay,
It's been a good one. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my. Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes.
Delete this VOD? Now, why would anyone want to do that, David?
Well, if you think that was bad.
This other video of her on stream with him. To be clear, this actually isn't Celeste. Or it is Celeste, but it's not our Celeste. This is a entirely different girl named Celeste Herrera.
I can't forget.
Hi,
Good to
how are
see
you? Celeste.
I've been chilling, just bobbing.
I want.
At first, I thought this was just his type. I mean, both these girls look exactly alike, and Celeste Herrera is even seen wearing some of Celeste Riva's clothes in certain videos, which is also pretty weird now that I think about it. Why would David want us thinking this girl is our Celeste? And here's something else that's kind of weird. I found out there's an entirely different girl that looks similar to our Celeste that David also follows as well. And this girl's name is Vanessa. You can see her in this stream here with Herrera. And also, Jesus Christ, I feel like I'm a broken record right now. There's yet another girl, but we'll cover her a little bit later. Let's get this straight. There was at least 4 girls around him that look like each other. 3 of them are over 21, but only one of them ended up in pieces inside of a Tesla trunk. And only one of them had to hide their face everywhere they went. And only one of them was 14. It's actually... probably just a coincidence. To be clear, this is a major issue. This is Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and this is Celeste Herrera. Herrera has a butterfly tattoo on her neck and is commonly seen with these geeky ass glasses. Now this is one of her defining features, okay? This is how we know which one is which in certain situations. Keep that in mind because I'm going to cover that a little bit more later in this video. This video is Herrera and people think this video is Rivas. Read what the chat is saying. There's no escaping this, bro. Caught you with 4K. Don't get canceled, dog. Caught. GG's. Pray for his career, chat. Nah, he dead for real. You done for, bro. This entire story is full of twists and turns, so let me direct you to subscribing to this channel and watching this video from a guy who recognized our Celeste.
That's her in my classroom in front of this poster right here. Okay, hold up. I got another one because I got a picture on TMZ of this other kid exchanging stuff with the rapper who we alleged did this stuff. Hold on a second, because he's also in my classroom.
Wait, what?
He's also in my classroom.
That's fucked up. How's that even possible?
How long ago was this?
We all just found out yesterday who it was, but she's been missing since I taught her. So when I taught her, she met this dude on social media. He was a rapper in LA. He came and got her. She ran away from home. She was gone for like a month. The cops found her in Hollywood, brought her back to our school. She came back to our school, kind of told people this story. She disappeared again in May of that year, May of 2024. That's when her friends told me what happened, that it was this rapper, that they were like blackmailing him, all of this stuff. And then I found out yesterday that she's now dead in that rapper's car, cut into pieces.
As many of you may know, a body was recently found dismembered in a Tesla belonging to David, a popular singer. Today, the body was identified as 15-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Right when the picture went public of Celeste, I instantly recognized her from 2024 in April when her and David came together to a jewelry shop I used to work at. I remember this moment so vividly because when they came in, there was something off about Celeste. She was very high, and she was with David, who I recognized because he's a popular singer, but she was very obviously younger than him, and she was very out of it. I was helping her out with jewelry, and she was all over the place. So that situation really stuck in my brain, and I really remembered her face. So when her picture was released to the public, I instantly recognized her as the girl that was with David. And the fact that she was found in his trunk, dismembered, is just unbelievably sad and horrific. And my heart just goes out to the family and her friends and everybody who was affected by her death. But there is a lot of questions around this and a lot of unanswered questions. So please find answers.
How many of you guys heard about this whole jewelry store story? Because this was one that I never actually heard of. So this was new to me.
We will definitely find answers, Liam, but I do have to remind everyone, this video isn't about the murder part of the story. It's only about David allegedly dating under 18s. And with that being said, let's go over the claim that Celeste lied. This claim comes from Chandler. Not even a year ago, my homie told me that David owes someone in Lake Elsinore. Now this girl is dead missing from Elsinore? Weird. He told me he gave someone in Elsinore money because he was with a younger and showed me a picture of it too. I didn't even know if I believed it at the time, but now I'm tweaking. Now this photo was taken on the corner of Laguna Avenue and Riverside Drive in Lake Elsinore, California. As you can clearly see, this is the same place. This is also the Tesla that was impounded with Celeste's body, shown here.
My homie showed me that pic a long time ago. I had no idea who the people were. I didn't even really ask much questions. I was just like, damn, that's crazy if that's true. Fast forward, bruh, there's a missing girl. Like I said, man, my homie sent me this 6 months ago. Something like that. I didn't even think about it at the time, bruh. Fast forward to now, bruh. It's crazy, bruh. It's crazy to say something, bruh. The news came out about the girl. I put 2 and 2 together, and now we got this pic, bro. Here we are with this pic, bruh. I got in contact with the homie who showed me this picture in the first place, and he messaged this kid, and I'm about to show you those messages right now.
So we're gonna read this ourselves. If you really tried to ruin your life, I will help you, bud. Dude, please. Actually, Ethan, you don't know how bad this is. Explain how bad it is, then. Bro, this was a secret. That wasn't supposed to get out. David didn't know how old the girl was. She was lying and saying she was 19 when he was 20. And the second he found out, he took her home. And since we were dumbass kids, we tried to blackmail him. And we really messed up. And if you keep that video up, You could ruin his life for doing nothing over a girl lying, and then you could ruin my life because he would know I leaked it, and I could go to jail for, like, slandering him, bro. Pay me. Who the fuck is talking to this guy here? I will help you, bud. Pay me? This doesn't make any sense. He claims Celeste was saying she was 19 when he was 20, but this is bullshit because he's 20 right now. And he met Celeste when he was 16 years old? So wait. Let me get this straight. There's a 4-year discrepancy in this entire allegation.
Bro's tweaking. What's done in the dark always comes to light. Dude, you're weird. Why would you do that? Why would you blackmail?
Yo, is this the girl that you blackmailed him with? Bro, answer this. Serious.
And bro, guess what happens next, bro? Dude just blocked him on everything, bro. And then he sent me his Instagram too. And I can't find his Instagram, but he sent me that he blocked him on Instagram too. This is the screenshot he sent me. So yeah, he blocked him on Instagram and TikTok right after.
Unfortunately, we never got confirmation from this guy, but anyone with 2 functioning brain cells can see that this claim...
It doesn't make any sense. Any fucking sense.
Then I found this guy's Discord and it has the same @ as his TikTok. So this is clearly from the same person. I want to tell everyone about how David is a PDF file. Did y'all know David likes... You aren't giving any proof, so that's all I'm gonna think. This the girl. She came back home in March, then went missing again in April. This was sent back in August 16, 2024, which would make David 18 at the time this expose was sent. 2 years too early for any of this to line up. But then again, if we go back to this slide, this all happened not even a year ago, so...
Unfortunately, he discovered too late.
But at least according to this message, Gonzalo actually knew David was connected to Celeste. And according to this message, David and Celeste were at least acquainted in late 2022, with some people even saying they were dating in 2024 and 2025. This was pretty upfront the entire time, much earlier than both these screenshots leave you to believe. We've all seen this, but in case you haven't, this guy is a PDF file from what I've heard. My sister, who is now in 9th grade, told me that he was dating an 8th grader, let's call her C. She would go on trips with him to LA. They're all in 9th grade now, and it turns out C's friends knew, and he would pay them to keep their mouth shut. C has been missing for over a month now, and no one knows her whereabouts. Definitely something strange going on. Have you been able to talk to anyone about this? The truth will definitely come out, but I feel like you and your sister could provide more information to the police to figure out who was being paid. And of course, this other Reddit post talking about her and David allegedly messing around when she was in 7th grade. This guy is a weirdo. A close friend's little sister from the IE ran away last year, and this is who she was with. We think her sister was pimping her out. She was in 7th grade at the time. LAPD sweeped this place in the hills. I'm terrified that's who's in the car. Nobody has heard from her in months. I won't release names as she's still a minor, but she was from Lake Elsinore. Whoa, hope this is not the case. Keep in mind, this is saying that LAPD swept this place in the hills. Now this comment is actually from like 7 days ago, and we got the news that LAPD swept this house 6 days ago. So I'm wondering if there was 2 sweeps or maybe 2 different houses that was searched. I'm not sure. Let's keep reading.
I strongly doubt this is true. He has a very public social media presence, and there's no one under and his road crew. I have only heard good things about David from tour and venue staff. Don't post stuff like this with all this speculation going around. You're going to feed witch hunts like that.
It isn't speculation. It literally happened. I don't really care if you heard nice things about him that has no impact on my personal negative experience. Now please keep in mind the average 7th grader is 12 to 13. Also note that there was a rumor that her older sister pimped her out. Now, read this. When I was writing this, I got a notification from you as you were talking about wanting to be with your mom and your sister again. Take me where I belong, but our circumstances won't allow us to be in our ideal situations. We gotta push through it, bro. Check the date, May 10th, 2022. Celeste's birthday is September 7th, 2010. She was 11 when this tweet was made. Also, the idea that she was asking to go home to her mother and sister, but he, for some reason, wouldn't allow it is fucking despicable. This is...
That's another thing too that was new to, well, I don't know if it was new, but it wasn't so much that I don't know if I believed it or not, but I mean, after watching this video, I really think that she wanted to go home and he didn't let her. What do you guys think?
Very obviously an alleged grooming situation, and even David's family knew he was doing this. This video is from June of last year. Celeste was 14. Boy next to her is David's younger brother, Caleb. Here he is with David freestyling together.
British are coming. The British are coming. The British are coming. The British are coming. The British are coming.
And here they are, chilling together after a show. This is quite literally his younger brother. There's no doubt about it. Also, here's more proof a bunch of people on Discord knew her and David were together as well. Who the fuck is David's ex? The one girl. The yay, woohoo girl. I just remember her commenting on my TikTok, cutie patootie. Girl, hey, I want you. His girlfriend here? It's at deleted user. And this person even followed her on Instagram. This is her account, by the way. We know this because this account is following her brother. And David is following her brother, which, by the way, someone confronted her brother about the situation, and this is what he said. Dude, why does David follow you? All respect to your sister, and I hate how shitty people are being. Was it really him? Jesus, all love, man. Yes, it was him, because he found my account out of nowhere and followed me. Fuck. Well, he has it coming. That's wild, just randomly. Did you even ever talk to him? I met him once in person. Did you and your family know of your sister being with him? Like she was living with him? All of this stuff is so confusing and disgusting. I knew and went to the police about it, but lack of evidence. So it was waved off. Bullshit. Now that there's 1,000 people backing you up, that won't happen again. But if they had listened, even then they don't do anything. They haven't even done anything towards him. That's how it is with celebrities. Just look at fucking Diddy. They don't do shit. I know. It really sucks. Effing crazy people suffer for it. How long has she been gone? Dead? 2 weeks. Damn, that soon? People have been saying like a month. The dude's a weirdo. His songs all have weird messages and imagery. What do you think happened? Like he didn't want her to expose him being with her? I don't know. Damn. Was your sister like in love with him and choosing to stay? I'm guessing it was all just him manipulating her. Yeah, she was always saying that he was waiting till she was 18 to get married and stuff like that. I feel like he wouldn't know this without at least knowing something about David, but whatever. Really sick. What's crazy is all those people in his circle who knew and didn't say anything. I saw one guy did get sued by him. I'm sure you would have too if you kept pushing. To be clear, Lamp was sued for leaking music, not exposing David. And Gleazy got a takedown notice of a song with David after trying to expose David. Nobody was sued for defamation. Dog, what? I never knew that. My sister wouldn't say anything. Ever. Dude, there's so much stuff in that Discord he has. WTF? There's a Discord? Yeah, it was just his fan Discord and stuff. I wasn't in it obviously, but from what I know, he was decently active in it. And some screenshots and screen recordings were posted today and yesterday after the news showed one guy saying this. At everyone, I'm in a song crisis right now. Do the one with the missing girl Celeste Rivas Hernandez. 95% sure it's legit. Someone who was in the server before it was locked, screen recorded, then looking up the message and it wasn't edited or anything. WTF. No effing way, dude. Please send me more if you know, dude. I got you, bro. Let me find everything that's been posted for you. That's why I said so many people were after David now after this. They have found so much evidence to back this stuff up. Dude, I never knew this stuff. Only a small number of people were aware until today. I wish I would have known. I could have used this. You didn't have your sister added on Discord, right? I don't even have Discord. Yeah, I was just seeing because someone took a screenshot of her account.
This was another conversation that I wasn't really familiar of, or not really familiar that it took place actually.
Supposedly. This is what I got. Are those photos her? And that song was an unreleased David song apparently. Here's the video just proving those messages are real and stuff. Yes. Did you know of any of your sister's Instagram accounts? There were some messages people said were her messaging friends, but not really confirmed yet. That's my sister, dog. Fuck it is. You think this real? Yes, I do. I know who Gus is. He's dead. What happened? He got shot up. Dead. You think by David or just some other stuff? Other stuff. Ah, okay. Now, from what we know, her brother was pretty clueless about what was going on with his sister. Why the F are people lying saying that I knew more? I didn't, so I don't know why the F people are lying trying to make me look bad. Celeste did nothing but love me. I was one of the only people she loved, bro. I never knew information about anything up until the last time she left. I'd even wager his older siblings and mother kept the more disturbing details away from him so he wouldn't have to worry. Although I'm confused as to why his mother didn't go after David. Grown man with a 12-year-old would be enough to get most people behind bars. But I digress. Now, these screenshots are important because it proves there was actual sexual relations between David and Celeste.
Allegedly.
I'm just gonna check up on you. I don't want to talk to anyone.
That's it. Okay, yes, of course. But you have to swear you're gonna stay safe. With his sister. What the F are
My bad. I have to do like a couple switches so I can turn on my microphone. But which picture was it? Of the
people
old
lying?
body
No,
bag?
it's his sister. Where her messaging
Oh,
is.
this one right here.
That's my sister, dog. Fuck it is. You think this real? Yes, I do. I know that's my.
This one right here. So this is when she received that the Louis bag from David, huh?
That's my sister, dog. Fuck it is. You think this real? Yes, I do. I know who Gus is. He's dead. What happened? He got shot up. Dead. You think by David or just some other stuff? Other stuff. Ah, okay. Now, from what we know, her brother was pretty clueless about what was going on with his sister. Why the F are people lying saying that I knew more? I didn't, so I don't know why the F people are lying trying to make me look bad. Celeste did nothing but love me. I was one of the only people she loved, bro. I never knew information about anything up until the last time she left. I'd even wager his older siblings and mother kept the more disturbing details away from him so he wouldn't have to worry. Although I'm confused as to why his mother didn't go after David. Grown man with a 12-year-old would be enough to get most people behind bars. But I digress. Now, these screenshots are important because it proves there was actual sexual relations between David and Celeste.
Allegedly.
I'm just gonna check up on you. I don't want to talk to anyone. That's it. Okay, yes, of course. But you have to swear you're gonna stay safe. Are you still gonna talk to David or go back with him? Because I don't want you to get into any more trouble with him. I'm safe. No, I'm not. Okay. I love you. I'll text you in about a week. Don't delete Insta. Love you too. I won't get into any more trouble with him. What happened? We know they somehow broke up. Was this before or after the alleged pregnancy? Oh yeah, there's a pregnancy involved. I'm sure some of you guys already knew this, and I have some exclusive details on this.
She wasn't.
But let's finish these DMs first. I made it. It can bleed and not bleed during, because you probably did it when you were younger. You don't have to bleed the first time. I didn't because I wasn't
interested.
You said you bled. What? I thought I did, but I just got my period. I only bled with David. With Gus, I was just drunk and did it because he got mad at me the first time for not having relations with him. If this is true, then both David and Gus violated Celeste. At the very least, it confirms how allegedly serious David was with Celeste. An on and off relationship, a deep commitment with deadly consequences. According to Celeste's brother, Gus met a well-deserved end by gun violence for some reason, although I'm still looking into exactly who Gus was. The important thing to note is that two different people took advantage of Celeste before she was even a teenager. Remember how I said there was multiple versions of Celeste around David? Well, a new allegation just popped up today, and I want to talk about that some more, but first, let's go over the baby allegations. Are you happily married or single? Me and @DeletedUser got a kid on the way. What should I name my kids, guys? I'll join the group chat with wifey and give y'all the story time. Also, this screenshot is making rounds, but I checked the logs and it's not really about weird relationships. It's more about BBL baddies and people cheating in modern day relationships. Not supporting anything David does because Jesus Christ, there's so much evidence against him. I like to be transparent about everything I find out. Wowzers. Yeah, David's pregnant. Just so you know, March next year. Haha. I'm still actively confirming some things about this, but this account is thought to be Celeste. And this photo of Celeste and David chilling backstage together allegedly proves it.
Not so fast.
To be clear, Celeste's death certificate came back, and according to the medical examiner, Celeste was not pregnant at the time of her death, which means one of three things happened. Either she had a miscarriage, which is likely if you believe all of the reports of her partying with a variety of substances, or she had the baby in private, which is not as likely as she was not showing in any media, or this instance of @DeletedUser actually wasn't Celeste. Everybody assumes it was her at the time because of the picture that followed later in the conversation, but it's also possible it could have been an entirely different deleted user, but only time will tell. Unfortunately, it's super hard to find some information because people like Xerxify is active
actively deleting logs in this Discord. I want to remind everyone that if this was anything illegal that can be seen as evidence, then this is quite literally obstructing or specifically tampering with evidence and can be used to prosecute the offender up to 20 years in prison. Actually, an extremely stupid thing to do during an active investigation. If you think the police aren't going to get a warrant within 30 days, then you are dead wrong. And speaking of dead wrong, if you aren't subscribed, you should really feel bad right now. This wall of text here is an allegation of extreme proportions.
This is also another one that I haven't seen before. I don't know. I just feel like this video deserves a lot more views than it has, because he's dropping a lot of knowledge here.
Something in here that may be able to prove that David was using the other versions of Celeste as a fallback in case our Celeste was discovered. This is the lookalike I alluded to earlier. She should look familiar. She's yet another Celeste lookalike that was even used in a very strange music video that alludes to David being in love with a girl who died that looks just like our Celeste. So I have a friend who was friends with David, and I was around David because of him. Heads up, it's a long read. My friend and I found out about the car September 8th, and my friend contacted David after, and he just responded with, I can't say anything about that because I don't know what's going on. My car was stolen, and I'm talking to the police. That was the last thing David said. As things started to come out online and the ID of the victim, we realized that the body that was found was his girlfriend Celeste, the 19-year-old we met a few times after his shows, kickbacks, and parties. One thing I can talk about that I am 100% sure is the two Celestes, because I've met them both and spoken to them both. One thing about that, looking back, that I find weird is that when they were both in the same room, the older one calls herself Cece. If one was there and the other one wasn't, then she would call herself Celeste. Now, I wasn't too close to David, but my friend was. He was always invited to events or kickbacks at his place or his shows at hotels, and he would bring me with him. He was always surrounded by other streamers and TikTokers, Mark's Fat and this guy Ben. Now, when he would stream with other people at his place, he would pull Celeste, the younger, to the side and tell her he was going to stream and she can watch him in the room, so the girl would go hide out. I would specifically remember this because this happened during a tattoo party he threw, and there was a female artist, Jay, who came from the IE San Bernardino, I believe, and she actually refused to tattoo younger Celeste because she needed an actual copy of her consent forms.
Hold on, I had to come back for that, you guys, because this is this part right here answers a question that we've been asking for a long time. Who is the person that was supposed to tattoo Celeste, or who is the one that refused it? So there's our answer.
The younger female artist, Jay, who came from the IE San Bernardino, I believe, and she actually refused to tattoo younger Celeste because she needed an actual copy of her consent forms. And the younger Celeste was asking for a butterfly behind her neck like Cece. And I remember the artist kept saying no, and David started to get annoyed and told the artist that she lost out on the clientele he was going to bring her, and said that she was fine. She just has a policy like his NDA that she likes to follow. He tried to tell the artist, Jay, that Celeste already had tattoos and she shouldn't worry about it because she is 19. And she told David, dude, I'm not gonna lie, she looks 13, I need the ID. I respect your NDA, please respect my policy. He just said, okay, and pulled Celeste to the side and told her he was going to call his other artist later and that he was going to go stream and she should go to the room. She can come out when he's done. He kissed her on the forehead, came back to Jay and apologized to her and gave her a side hug. By the way, I was getting tattooed. Cherry blossoms on the inside of my wrist, posted on her Instagram with purple nails, and my friend didn't get anything that day, but he did get a Princess Mononoke tattoo on his back by her the last tattoo event David had in May of last year. When this back and forth was happening and when he left, I asked her if this was the first time she's tattooed him, and she said no, and that was her second time there because last party this fat guy named Mark told her Celeste was a younger, but she wasn't sure if it was true or not. But if so, Jay wanted nothing to do with that stuff, and she didn't understand why the last party she came and that CC girl was getting called a different name. She couldn't remember what, but it wasn't Celeste. I tried reaching out to the artist Jay on Instagram to see what happened after the last party. I seen her where my friend got tattooed by her around May of 2024. It was before David's My House Is Not a Home tour, but no reply. And I tried again recently, but noticed she hasn't posted since November of last year, which is scary. I believe the last time David contacted my friend was when he played a show in San Diego, August the 5th. Also, I'm hearing that the older Celeste is claiming she never knew or met Celeste, and that's a damn lie because this is Celeste in the back, and that's her looking annoyed and miserable as usual. Now, to be clear, we're going to go over this exact claim later in this video, but this is technically not true, but I'm going to continue on. When I spoke to her, she always seemed bothered when David's girlfriend was around, and she wasn't getting his attention. I don't know, it always seemed like a love triangle, so I thought. Also, I find it weird that there's no information on David's whereabouts now, and he blocked my friend because he sent him a text and there was a green bubble. trouble. He does have a family in Texas, and I know he's from NYC, so maybe he's out there hiding, but let's hope Celeste gets justice. And the older Celeste needs to be questioned because it is crazy odd that she was seen wearing a dead girl's clothes. She always gave me bad vibes. Okay, so let's unpack this. Number 1, David reported the car stolen.
That was a lie.
Number 2, Celeste was really being touted as 19 years old, which after 3 years of knowing each other, let's say that it did actually start when he was, 16 going on 17, maybe 17, then yeah, I guess it could maybe technically work, but I really highly doubt that, and that's kind of absurd to even think about. Number 3, if you remember, other Celeste, or in this case Cece, has a very identifiable butterfly tattoo on her neck. Apparently our Celeste wanted the exact same tattoo on her neck. Why? Well, neck. Think back to everything you've seen about this case. That tattoo has been the easiest way to tell the two apart this entire time. Not to mention the other 2 girls that look similar enough to make things weird. He quite literally has a harem of Celeste, and there has been a consistent effort to make them indistinguishable from each other. Number 4, this is the picture that they thought Celeste was in, but that's actually not Celeste, that's Vanessa in the back. Notice what she's wearing on her head though. Yep, Celeste scarf. The same scarf from this photo. Why is Vanessa wearing a dead girl's clothes? We have no idea, but moving on, right? Number 5, David has a guilty conscience about Celeste enough to actively hide her. We already knew this, but this takes it a step further. He was directing her out of live streams. He was telling her not to come out after finishing. Yeah, that's not looking good. Mark was allegedly David's ex-bodyguard, although he denies ever being his bodyguard. These texts were circulating for a bit, but it seems they are all fake. Again, I'll cover a lot of the fake stuff at the end of this video, but Mark did actually claim he was David's bodyguard.
You and David talking to the bands. I used to be bodyguard for him, bro. I was bodyguarding for him in 2022.
But the key thing to note is that he later walked that back, claiming it was all a joke.
So he did that shit with Jason.
Okay, so why were you guys typing in the Discord?
He didn't. Those aren't real messages.
Either way, the person from the story is claiming not only did Mark know Celeste's age, but even tipped the tattoo artist off to her real age at this first event. If this is believed to be true, then it's not looking good for Mark, especially because he's the streaming guy, and this was all specifically called out to be an event with streaming.
Listen, did you hear about the David case? The singer.
David with the slat in the background.
He was a bodyguard for him.
I helped him bury her. It's crazy.
There's actual reason to believe Mark would be involved in some way if all of this lines up. If not as a bodyguard, but as a helper or main focus. Mark has been adamant about not being involved in any way, so I won't push it any further. Certainly not like Mark here in this video. I'm feeling like we need a speed round, so here's everything weird I've noticed. These weird videos that David reposted talking about harming your partner for whatever reason. Remember when I said this was an open secret? Waiting for LAPD to get your ass for messing with a 13 girl? David says, "I'm so weird, man." The mannequin. "I am a mannequin. I have no heart, no bones, no expression, but I do have eyes. These eyes don't tell the story of a human, but rather tell a human story. The women walk by, they touch my clothes, admire my figure, they take pictures of me, but I'm unable to smile. On the 3rd day of every week, one woman takes me to a dark room and tears me apart, piece by piece, limb by limb. I see her lips moving, but cannot hear her words. Neither can I scream, for my mouth is manufactured shut. I despise this woman, for she knows not the feelings of pain and anguish she causes me. The repetition drives me mad, but I shall not express myself, for this is the way I was made. Not made to move, not made to speak, not made to love, not made to hate, but I have these feelings still. Why, if I was manufactured as a shell, does my hollow body begin to feel? I wish I could tell this woman who I hate, the thoughts on my mind. But I have no mind, for it is not my place to think, rather to stand and simply watch. Now this is a very unsettling poem. I imagine it has something to do with fame, the fact that you become a product in of itself, But yeah, I'll let you guys think about it in the comments. And the Here With Me music video, this video deals with death of a partner and dreaming about growing old with them. David has abruptly moved out of his LA home that cops raided. This is the same home that they took some material out of. This is the same home that they speculate Celeste may have actually gotten murdered in, allegedly, of course. So yeah, that's kind of whatever. There was some people walking around that actual property because I guess it was public knowledge that he was there, or at least they kind of put 2 and 2 together. So it does kind of make sense that he moved out. His parents also got swatted, so I can't really blame him.
He speed through the night in the outskirts of Houston, responding to a 911 call about a deadly shooting.
Yeah, Waller County Sheriff's Office.
I heard some gunshots, and I think someone's dead.
When they arrive at the home in question, guns are drawn. But after talking with the people who answered the front door, they quickly learn the call was fake. A case of swatting, someone reportedly using a device that alters voices, calling in a false report. In this case, the people living in the house were the parents of David.
Still, police hasn't said anything about if they found anything, which is concerning, but it is what it is. The narrative here is that they're trying to stack up as much evidence as possible. But from what I can tell, the current theory is that she may have overdosed in some way, and David, or a co-conspirator, simply hid her body out of fear. Celeste is known as Hello Kitty Girl because she basically loves Hello Kitty. David, he has Hello Kitty trinkets. He has on Hello Kitty shirts. He changed his profile picture to Hello Kitty. He has a Hello Kitty mug in this photo here. He does a lot of things that allude to Hello Kitty. People were just thinking that he was just fun and bubbly and stuff. Now it seems a little bit more sinister. And when we look at this picture, David's TikTok profile picture, it's literally of a black Hello Kitty doll with blood splattered all over its shirt. He had that blood splattered merch as well that he was selling that was recently pulled from his merch website, understandably. Now, people have speculated that this TikTok that was posted on February 7th, 2024 was the same day Celeste was wearing Hello Kitty Crocs, okay? She was 11 in 2021. That would make him 16 at the time. Now, if we look in this picture to the right here, it says boyfriend's Kitty. You can clearly see her Crocs on. He even has the little Hello Kitty attached to his pants, all right? But if you look at the TikTok, okay, now I know it was posted in 2024, but as you read it, when your card declines at therapy and they bring in that one Hello Kitty girl you met in 2021. Now, 2021 is kind of a specific year. It's kind of weird. There's big speculation that it was around that time, around the time she was 11 or 12, and that would coincide with the timeline that people basically got down. To be clear, the last time Celeste was seen alive was January the 2nd. This is confirmed by private investigator Steve Fisher that's actually on this case. Now, someone by the name of Exile's Funeral says, last time me and Celeste called, she was drunk and spam calling David. They have matching tattoos from when they dated. David used to have pictures of her up on his Instagram, but after they broke up, he took it off. Only thing throwing me off is the age, but I'm just going to assume she lied about her age to everyone in our friend group back then because they did date, and then 2 days after that call with me and her, she deleted her whole account. Pictures too also looks just like her. No way it's another Hispanic Celeste with the same curls, same face, that just don't make sense. Wow. Gets to a point with coincidences. Celeste face reveal, LMFAO, here's a face reveal, at peace, and that definitely looks like Celeste in this picture. Was getting too many messages, hate being in this type of stuff, but the body that was found in David's car was ID'd as my friend and a friend of my old friend group. It was known that she was dating David. To me, at least, screenshots I'm showing is first me explaining my story with everything in her a bit, showing proof that it's the same girl by name and face from stuff she sent me back then. It's hard to prove some of the screenshots because Instagram deleted her messages when she deleted her new account, but I have old screenshots from her older account that shows her messages, so that's what we just saw. About to add more proof that I knew her. I added a screenshot at the end of us being in the same group chats, matching same name and profile picture as the screenshots of her in the David server, and then another screenshot of a picture of them together and got posted online. David also used to have pictures with her on his post, but later took them off when they broke up from what I could depict. The last time me and Celeste spoke, I believe, was around, definitely December around 2024. She drunkenly called me after asking the call, as you can see in one of the screenshots, where I'm telling telling her I can call in a minute, and she was crying, throwing up, and sharing her screen, showing me that she was spam calling David and spam texting him to pick back up the phone, and how she misses him. I probably have a screenshot of his phone number somewhere, but I couldn't find it. I'll look again when I can. But then a few days after that, called me, and she deleted her account again and went ghost off everything, and I no longer had contact with her, which I didn't see as anything wrong because it wouldn't be the first time she went off the internet. Had no idea she had went missing. To people saying that I'm lying about all this, I genuinely don't understand how I benefit. If anything, I'm cutting certain connections off from myself by speaking out on this, because I'm also a music artist. I was this girl's friend, we were decently close enough for her to talk to me about her relationship, and I am not using her name for anything. I was genuinely distraught when I connected everything together, especially when the last time we heard from her was our call. #David. And here's some of the messages from the account he was mentioning that got deleted. So it does say that the account was disabled. He says, I know. Celeste morning, that was December 5th, presumably 2024. About to play Minecraft, what you doing? Hold on, I'm in the kitchen, give me a minute. I'm gonna just call you later, phone gonna die. I mean, this is pretty... as far as allegations go, this is probably one of the more credible allegations because there's a lot of proof that's backing everything up, and everything seems to be very consistent. So let me know what you guys think in the comments. In this TikTok here, he's cleaning a bunch of shoes, and this shoe right here, we look at this other picture here. This is Celeste. She's on the school bus. She has on the same shoes. He's literally cleaning her shoes here. It could be for nefarious reasons. Some people think so, but yeah, no, that doesn't, it's just not a good look. If we look over here, this lady here, Esmeralda, her aunt, she also actually set up the GoFundMe originally at a total of $24,013 raised. Thank you guys so much for actually donating. Now, this came from the original Facebook post where the missing persons report came from. It says, we still don't know anything about my niece, and I won't get tired of begging God for her to appear safe and sound. I love you, and you know it. May God's mercy accompany you wherever you are. I have faith that you will return to our arms. So this is from a little bit before the GoFundMe reached its goal. Hey everyone, I've been reading through the comments and I just want to clear a few things up. First, we are absolutely not trying to scam anyone. Every single donation is going directly where it's supposed to. Adding on to this, we want to be clear that we did not know where Celeste was, and we also didn't know who David was. The police haven't shared any information about him with us either. The GoFundMe was originally created by Celestia, aka her aunt herself. She did post it, but later had to take it down because people were digging into her account and finding personal information about the family. Out of respect for their privacy and to protect them during this really painful time, we've decided to share it here instead. Her funeral will likely be in 2 to 3 weeks once everything has...
This was also another thing that I didn't know about. Said... Hey everyone, I've been reading through the comments and I just want to clear a few things up. First, we are absolutely not trying to scam anyone. Every single donation is going directly where it's supposed to. And I think we talked about that earlier today in Mark's live. So I'm curious. I don't know. I don't know if the money's been released yet. I think the GoFundMe is still open, if I'm not mistaken.
Been finalized. When this is all over, we'll be deactivating this account. We are not clout chasing and we are not scamming anyone. We're simply trying to honor Celeste and support her family through this. This fundraiser is simply about helping the family through an incredibly hard moment. We really appreciate everyone's support, kindness, and prayers. Gracias for almost helping us reach the goal. Yes, I do have access to her archive, but nothing from this account should go public. Police told us not to share any evidence since nothing has been finalized, and we're not even being updated on what's happening. For now, everything will stay private. Also, thank you all for blah 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 blah. I mean, we already reached the goal, guys. We already reached the goal, so that I don't think I need to read that. Should I read that? I don't think I need to read that. Although it was like some strange messages on Discord where a deleted user, it was around the time Celeste was on the actual Discord, so we don't know if this was actually her, but they're like saying stuff like, my family in Mexico is involved with the cartel. They hook us up with money when we go to Mexico.
Like we know it's drug money.
Which is just pretty funny if that was actually true. Not saying it is. It's just a funny fact, funny thing I wanted to share because you know what? This is a very depressing video all in all. There's just a lot to get through. Now, David actually does enjoy gore and has mentioned it several times. I used to be addicted to watching gore videos. Death scares the hell out of me. It's such a strange concept.
Live leak. Andre, don't start with type shit. Really? Live leak was bookmarked LMAO. I use it to desensitize myself. Not gonna lie, some gore videos are funny. When's the first time you watched gore, David? I saw a cartel execution on Reddit when I was 14. I like writing gory psychological drama, romantic quotes, and a lot of death. You're so effing real for that. I love gore. Got to the point where I don't even cringe when I see it no more. I remember laughing at it at one point. It got bad, man. Yeah, so that's just a thing. I mean, liking gore, I don't think liking gore would lead you to killing people. In my personal opinion, I think that it does desensitize you to the idea of killing people, or at least a gory aspect of it. But yeah, it's kind of weird. Now, people thought that this was Celeste. That looks nothing like Celeste in my opinion. I don't know who that is supposed to be.
The fuck is that?
Now, the girl from the romantic homicide video is named Cassidy Clark. Some users even said that she kind of looks a bit different from how she looks in the video. This is kind of interesting to unpack because when you look at all the music videos, they tell similar kind of stories. They all kind of end up in gore, but it's not a very linear story. Like, there's just kind of different gory aspects in each song, if you will. So when we put that together with the fact that the girls seem to look all similar, that's just very off-putting, because why is that the one consistent factor in all these gory scenarios? Somebody had their own interesting recount. I live in Lake Elsinore, 5 to 10 minutes away. There was so much going on. Her family knew he was with her since she was 11. They didn't care. All they cared for was the money given to them.
Allegedly.
Not just the people that was extorting David. Literally her family as well, which is kind of absurd to think about. But then when you think about that one claim that her sister, quote unquote, pimped her out, which is egregious if true. I'm not saying it is. That whole claim, these people in this community, they're saying stuff like this, doesn't look good either way. But there's a whole other discussion that her family didn't care, her family knew, and I'm not going to cover too much on that actual front. I'm going to let you guys battle it out in the comment section. Let me know what you guys think of the entire possibility of her running away twice and basically being out and about with David for such a long time. That's 4 years with a random, well, almost 4 years with a random dude, with a random older man. He was 16 at the time that they met, or around 16 allegedly at the time that they met. Now, Celeste's brother, Matthew, actually did say stuff about this. Hi guys, thanks for all the messages. I can't say anything, but I'm grateful for the love that's coming my way. I just asked for respect in this devastating moment. I don't think I'll be accepting any more requests. I'm only using this account to work with the investigators. Peace. And to all journalists, please don't write to me. I can't say anything at all. Let the investigation run its course and let justice be served. Yeah, unfortunately, she was reported missing in 2024, but they all knew where she was. Even her quote-unquote friends extorted David with money so they wouldn't say where she was staying. I think the mom should be responsible too for allowing a child move in with a boyfriend at that age. It's too many things, just like a rabbit hole. There's a lot more than what is being said. Here in Elsinore, all her friends are talking about it because she was in communication with them. So sad. Somebody says, but then why did they even report her missing? I think because she didn't go to school, which is, yes, that's true. She was actually skipping school. Carmen goes on to say, she would sneak out at age 11. Her neighborhood is horrible. I'm an adult and wouldn't get caught dead walking in the middle of the night there. Then they saw he had money and they became more dependent and sold, cause what else can you call that quote unquote mother that lets her 13-year-old leave her house with someone who's 18 and not care? Now, I'm actually surprised she can even type all of this on TikTok. Okay, I say one thing. If I type in dead, bro, that comment is getting taken down like immediately. You knew and you didn't say anything? What I know is what I was told when it happened and what could have. I've done when her mom knew, her family knew, they practically sold her.
I just had a stroke.
Now, this person says something that I agree with. So just because you were told something doesn't make it true. How dare you slander her family? You have no idea what that family is going through. A lot of Mexican families do allow their daughters to grow up faster than needed because of how poor our families are, which is a good point. They have been awfully quiet because they knew what they did. If that was my child, I would have raised all hell on earth since that day that she was reported missing. But how could they always know where she was and with who?
The friends being paid off was false.
That's a lie.
Nope, the friends are friends in my son's group of friends, and they thought it was funny. What is not funny is how, as parents, they see their kids with money they didn't give them. Girl distracts from the IE. That area is known for parents just letting their little girls run around with older men. It's also a hot spot for trafficking. What? Ooh. Jesus, that's a big claim. Just like I said, there's more to this story, but it's not much I can say about it. Just that the mom should be responsible along with the rest of her family that allowed this to happen. The mother also apparently isn't here, quote, legally, and David kept threatening to turn her in and have her deported if she told anyone or went to... That is actually true. Jesus, I can't even finish that comment without saying anything. If that's actually true, that is fucked up. Let me get your daughter, or I'm literally gonna get your ass deported. That is evil. If he actually did that, I'm not saying he did. Obviously, this is all allegations. But if he actually did that, that is 100% undeniably evil.
There's actually a lot more.
Read on your own time.
Don't take all of that as 100% factual information. Please take it with a grain of salt, okay? These are just people that they may have actually knew. They may be telling 100% the truth, but it could be hearsay like, oh, my friend's sister's cousin's brother said that they lived right next to this family and they saw David coming in and out, and they even seen that Celeste was pregnant, da-da-da-da-da. Like, anybody can say that. I can literally say that right now. You couldn't verify it for jack shit. So just make sure that you're taking everything with a grain of salt. But we are going to talk about it. We are going to cover it and stuff. Again, these are allegations. I'm never going to give you something and be like, okay, here it is 100%. And then just don't even question it, because that would be absurd. Now, I do want to say, yeah, the family hasn't said anything. It seems as if David in the family's eyes is 100% cleared. I haven't seen any of them condemn David. That's all I'm saying. Okay. So yeah, it is kind of strange because of all of this information, because of these allegations, and because we actually knew David and her were hanging out. At least definitively, they had some type of physical connection. Not saying that they had sex, okay? You know, I'm not trying to get legally held responsible for my actions, okay? My words. Jesus Christ. Now, in this picture, Jonkler00 says, please adopt me. I need it. Then he adds Celeste confirm TikTok at 0907. Should we? Now, I actually was on TikTok today at 0907. Now, that's her birthday as well, September the 7th. This TikTok was actually confirmed to be Celeste, just so you guys know. Also, Jonkler, I'm pretty sure, was also inside the... I've seen messages about being quote-unquote adopted by them as well, and even calling Celeste mommy. It's really fucking weird, but yeah, I don't know. I don't want to find the fucking messages right now, but there was some TikTok stuff as well. Like, he was on TikTok too. Like, here it is.
Me and David never actually talked. It was just me and David's girl that was talking. You know, I can explain, like, how we started talking and stuff if y'all want. I'm gonna just explain what happened while me and David's girl was talking. At first, like, we was talking about shoegaze and stuff, bro. Like, we was talking about music. Her favorite song by David was Dirty Secrets. She really liked that one. That's what she had told me. Like, this proved that I really, like, was talking to her, you know? Like, the last couple of days that we was talking, she had got, like, really dry. Yeah, then her account, like, got deactivated, you know? So, I don't know, but yeah, that's basically all, because we didn't really talk for long.
Now, this person is Sophia, David's mod on his Discord. She has been doing a lot of back and forth weird stuff, and I just wanted to call it out. It says, David's mod Sophia, who had a parasocial relationship with Celeste and David, but now claims she didn't know her, reposted a TikTok that mocked Celeste death. So apparently there was some feelings against Celeste in regards to Sophia. I have no idea what went down with them. Now somebody says, bro, I don't want to say too much her, but he did. Like, I gotta watch out for what I say. It's just crazy because me and David had been friends for a while, man. Which this implies that they actually know a lot more and don't want to incriminate themselves, just to be clear. How the F did no one ever say anything about it? I was never in here often. I barely knew her existence. And then Sophia chimes in and says, me too. Now this is very interesting because Sophia actually knows who Celeste is and has been a part of this Discord for a very long time. Since Celeste was actually posting and stuff and interacting with members in this Discord. Now, even in the live stream with Celeste Rivas that I showed earlier, Sophia is actually in the comment section. This is a user, Sophia4. They have the mod badge and everything, and they say something it's kind of hard to read. But in another comment, they literally say, "Oh no," and has the same badges. So she 100% knew. It's really weird that she's acting as if she didn't know. There's a lot of people in the Discord that are trying really hard not to incriminate themselves, which is coming off as very weird and almost very evil. This is some older messages from back in 2024. If we see Sophia, she says, "And I realized he got a new girlfriend." Someone says, "We've known for weeks, bruh." Then a deleted user chimes in, "You know what she looks like? All I saw was she was white with red hair." And then Sophia goes, "No, I thought he's still dating his previous girlfriend. Yep, red hair. Who was his previous? I'm so slow. She was in his stream before," Sophia says. "Oh, when he was making 2016 and leave her. I'm going to search it up. Like Twitch? Yep. Okay, thank you. He have that stream deleted. LOL. And Skylar even chimed in and said, "Yeah, she just said something so crazy he had to end the stream and delete the VOD." Sophia saying she barely knew of Celeste's existence is kind of crazy because she was the same mod who was explaining to someone that Celeste and Yay Woohoo 7 were different people, which we now know is not true. I saw a message that Sophia left after all the news initially came out, saying that she warned David about potentially getting in trouble in the future. Not sure why she's backtracking all of this now. Because she's trying not to get arrested. Like, this is the Discord message. Celeste is the girl he show in stream. Yay Woohoo 7 is the girl who spoiled him. So I assume my house is not my home is probably about Celeste. So she literally, I mean, like, what more can I say? What more can I show you? Actually, I'm going to cover some of the fake stuff right now, right, real quick. Okay, so there's a rumor, stupid ass fucking rumor, that infant remains were discovered near David's residence. They confirmed Celeste was pregnant. This is not true. Don't know where this information came from, but it's not from a credible source at all. Moving on. Now, there was a car chase circulating around on Twitter of David running away from the police. This is fake. I mean, obviously this is fake, as we know now if you've been following the entire situation. But yeah, that's fake. Of course, all of the Celeste Herrera stuff and then the Celeste Rivas stuff caused a lot of misinformation. So I cleared up a lot of that in this video, but please be wary of any future evidence. XQC has been trying his best to cover stuff about this case, but some of his facts and information are not very factual or information-y, so please be wary of that. Please be cautious about that because it is unfortunately misinformation. The Marquis next door is actually implicated in a lot of different allegations right now. Specifically, the TwitchCon Emiru incident is being attributed to him. That was not him on stage sexually assaulting her. That was somebody else. The FBI also isn't investigating Marquis next door. That is not true. This picture is also AI. They did not find a dead baby in David's backyard. This is not true. The coffins that David was actually using for his stage performance, those are all props. They did not have actual human body parts in them. Now, we covered David's bloody merch before, but just to be clear, that's red paint. That is not Celeste's blood spattered all over those shirts. That was a custom-made red paint thing that he did.
But it definitely looks like, he's wearing a Band-Aid, and looks like something happened to his face there. So I'm curious, why the Band-Aid, David? Why the Band-Aid?
For his supporters and his fans, okay? There's so much misinformation. Like, this whole segment is getting way too long. This screenshot leaked by 1Eeks on Instagram. Now, 1Eeks is a misinformation spreader. They steal a bunch of allegations and information from other people. They slap their fucking @ on the actual screenshot, whatever they find. And that's how they built up, like, I think almost 20,000 followers on Instagram. They made this huge Discord. There was this whole thing about it. 1Eeks is not a good person. They're pretty shitty. This is a fake screenshot here, leaked by 1Eeks on Instagram. Crazy. They didn't even verify the information that they were spreading. Fucking disgusting. They're on my ass, bro. Like, F. Don't worry, dude. You're performing and stuff. Why would you be a suspect? I won't. They found it so quick, though. Was planning on being out the U.S. 4 stuff went down. You're good, gang. Again, this is fake. This is fake 1Eeks is not a reliable or credible source. Now, if we look here, this is supposedly court documents, but check the tag, leaked by 1Eeks on Instagram, so you know it's fake. It says Melissa Burke, mother, Ryan Burke, brother. To any authorized law enforcement officer, you are commanded to arrest and bring before the court David Anthony Burke. All fake. This is all fake. This entire warrant is fake. He never confirmed anything. This is what pisses me off the most, because it's like, you could actually look into this stuff. I would never just share some. It's just so scummy. It's so scummy. Do not believe everything you fucking see on the internet. This picture of Celeste and David posted on TikTok and stuff like that, this is an AI pic. This picture is also AI. This did not happen. There's another AI pic. Here it is. This also didn't happen. This is not real. And this video right here, it's David. He's on stage. He's performing. Now, if you see, they're zooming in on, they're looking up a little bit. This girl back here is not Celeste. Celeste was already like dead. So no, that's not her. Please be mindful of what you see on the internet. Try to fact check everything. I'm going to try my best to make sure you guys get the correct information. That's why this video's taken a little bit longer than everybody else's video. Everybody else has been able to pump out 2 or 3 videos. Now, just to be clear, we're going to be covering the actual murder part in another video, so click that subscribe button to stay informed and updated about any future updates in regard to this case. Now, I know that Steve Fisher actually did find some sadistic farm tools. Is that what he said? But yeah, some weird farm tools was found in David's residence or car, something like that, that would lead one to believe that he could easily dispose of a body. So yeah, I'll cover that in a later video. This is everything that I found in relation to them actually dating and being together, allegedly, of course. Now, in my personal opinion, okay, without any facts or anything, very subjective, not objective, okay, very subjective, I do believe that he and Celeste were dating. They definitely did do some weird stuff together. She probably did lie about her age a little bit, just from the stuff that I can find. I don't believe that he actually believed that she was the age that she was actually saying she was. I just don't think he cared. That's my personal opinion. Leave your personal opinions in the comments down below. If I
Damn. What do you guys think about that? 11/11, make a wish. That was wild. Watching that for like the second time though, I mean, still picked up on a lot of stuff. Whew. Shout out to Actually Evil. Let me go ahead and drop his
exposing Can made me realize something absolutely.
Whoa. Hold on. I gotta drop his page in the chat. He actually did an awesome job. I don't know. That was the most detailed. Looks like he does it a lot for a lot of on a lot of people. But anyways, go show his channel some love. Hopefully he drops his part 2 soon. Man, where were we with this? I don't even think we ever finished this, but there's just a lot to uncover. Zuma Beach. This song, you know what? It was like 2 o'clock in the morning last night, and I was listening to this song. Gold Digger said, there were so many minors in the Discord. He knew that. Oh, he knew that, and I think he loved it, allegedly. But yeah, I mean, that's crazy. But have you guys ever listened to the invisible string theory? I was listening to it, and yeah, for sure, you can definitely tell that that was Celeste on the interlude. But then you kind of look up like what the whole invisible string theory is about. Just, I don't know, it's just so weird. And then they talk about like where he was when he filmed the video. They were saying that this right here was filmed potentially in Santa Barbara, where he was doing, he was stargazing. I don't know. How ironic is that when you left me first? Or how ironic is that when you left me first? Why do you lie when there's no point in lying? So I'm assuming he's speaking to, oh, absolutely, Darcy, 100. I got y'all. But yeah, give Actually Evil a follow, because he puts together some really good content. I appreciated him just putting that whole entire timeline together. Takes a lot to edit videos. Shit. I just want to say I'm sorry. Right? Kind of reminds me of that Unsent project and what I did and how it's affecting like everything. Oh, what is this? This photo is not popping up. Hold on, I'm curious. I have it on my phone somewhere. Let me see. Which one is it? Oh, it's the 4 photos. Where's let me see. There Goes My Baby music video, where somebody's sitting on the swing. I'm gonna refresh it. Hopefully, let's see. Right here. There you go. David's Instagram, David's Gallery, Extra David, January 2nd. David, There Goes My Baby official lyric video, July 12th, 2024. Maybe potentially in the same area or same idea, scenery. I'm still by your side. I'll love you from the afterlife. So the interlude is Invisible String Theory, and then the song right after that is Afterlife. And then if you remember, I think it was in the Zach Sang interview. He was saying that all of his music kind of connects. David told the other underage girls that his Discord thing was the dark web and bad on there with the real name is suicide. Yep. Please, yeah, preacher, thank you. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Appreciate you guys. Dub said, I'm sure a majority of his fans were minors. I think, yeah, I think there's a high percentage of, younger children that were on his Discord. I think anybody who's gone over it has been able to kind of see that. Said we met because we were supposed to meet. All right, let me. Why don't you hold my hand? Can you take the 134 freeway? Oh, is that the same spot? Oh no, I don't know about that. This honestly right here looks like the 2 freeway. The 2 freeway going north on the way to like La Cañada with that little overpass over the York exit. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of it. Does Google Maps let you go on the freeway? Let me see. Let's see. No. Hold on. Let me see. No. Hold on. Oops. I gotta drive there on Google Maps. Hold on. see. I'll bring it over in a second, you guys. Let me just see if Google Maps will let me go on a freeway. Oh, so far, so far. Oh, wow, it's letting us go on the freeway. Hold on. All right, hold on. So, I want you guys to take a look at this photo right here. Right? This area looks like this photo. Let me see if I can bring like a side by side. Hold on. No, I can't. Hold on, let me see. So this area right here, in my opinion, right here, looks like this spot right here. Especially if you're going like fast at night. Unless that is the freeway overpass right here. But I don't know. This doesn't look like a freeway sign to me. To me, it looks more like this. Like a little bridge. And you can kind of see like the bend in it. Where is it at? Right here. But who knows? I mean, this area, I literally grew up in this area right here. This is like Eagle Rock, Glendale-ish. This is literally like the 134 in Glendale, passing the San Fernando exit, right before the San Fernando exit. So that's crazy. Crazy. That's what I'd done in messaging up. Everything is said by her in his songs, where you hear her voice. There was guys saying how hot Celeste was on his Discord and putting chickens with that code for those people use. So yes, there's bad people David talking to on there. Yeah, I probably wouldn't doubt it. Mark shared a crazy video with me the other day on another group. And I Mark, you know what's crazy? I think today I saw an article pop up on 764. There was an article that popped up on Reddit somewhere. I have to find what thread it was on. I don't remember. Damn, it's already 11? Y'all let me stay on for this long? Y'all are crazy. What is this? Hold on. Let's see.
Why there is so...
Oh, this is long. Bad info on Tesla body case. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys want to watch this video. Dilla Dank hooked it up and sent me this video. This was uploaded 7 hours ago, so this is probably new. You guys want to watch this? Or maybe skim through it? I'm curious. Cops called out bad information circling on the investigation. All right. Let's do it.
So much bad information floating around about Celeste Rivas, the young woman whose body was found in a Tesla that belonged to the pop singer David, and why the lawsuits filed over the Palisades fire may be taking a significant turn that could lead to some new revelations about how that fire really started. It's the Leonard Files podcast. I'm investigative reporter Eric Leonard from NBC Los Angeles. We're recording this on Friday, December 5th, so all the news sort of reflects where things stand today. If you're watching this later, maybe check to see if we have some updated reporting, because both of the stories we're going to talk about today have been changing what feels like every few days. There's always been new stuff to cover and new things to report. They don't always make it into news stories on TV over on Channel 4 because we try to wait until there's something really significant rather than bombard viewers with every little incremental update. But it seems like there's new stuff all the time about both of these. So first, I thought I would start with the Celeste Rivas case and why it seems like there has been so much bad information floating around, particularly in the last 2 weeks. But prior to that, there were all kinds of rumors going around, people floating various theories online that we sometimes had to look into and then debunk, and then other times completely ignored because they were outrageous. And there's also been a number of people that we have had contact with who seem like they are trying to inject themselves into certainly our news coverage, but maybe the story in general. And so far, none of them have had what we believe to be any kind of legitimate information about it. So that's part of what's sort of circulating around. Plus, there's been so much attention on this that any new development gets a lot of attention. And we've found ourselves in our newsroom spending a lot of time sort of batting down rumors and things that turn out not to be true. And part of what's contributing to all of this is that there is an unresolved mystery as to how this young woman died. Celeste Rivas, whose remains were found in the front trunk of that Tesla that was parked in the Hollywood Hills back in September, we now know, based on some of our own reporting in the last couple of weeks, may have died a much longer ago than we initially thought. We reported shortly after the remains were discovered that the car had been parked in that neighborhood for weeks, maybe a month, maybe even longer, and at least a week between the time the LA Department of Transportation parking enforcement had gone out and issued the first of several citations to the car. Then another week elapses, or more than a week, before the car was impounded. But prior to that, neighbors who live on this street up in the Hollywood Hills where the car was found said that it had been parked there for weeks and weeks and weeks, including one delivery driver who said he was going back and forth in the neighborhood for a long time and had noticed the car, he thought, since July. So July to August, the car is impounded the first week of September. That's when the body was found. Well, we reported a couple of weeks ago that there was some new information that the sense on the part of the detectives was that she had died last spring. And the reason that's significant is because the LA County Department of Medical Examiner, the coroner, has not released a cause of death or an estimated time of death in the case, and they've been looking at this for a couple of months now. And so that unanswered question, upon which a huge amount of this case is going to hinge on, is part of what's fueling all of the speculation about what is possibly going on and why could it be taking this long. Adding to that, of course, is that the LA County Coroner's Office was asked to seal the case by the LAPD detectives who were investigating it. And the Coroner's Office, the medical examiner, which is an independent law enforcement agency, they're not part of the police, initially refused. The coroner said, there's a lot of public interest in this case. The death of a human being that is a coroner case is presumptively public. You don't want a government where people can die and then, especially under mysterious circumstances, and then no one ever gets to know what happened or who was responsible or when it happened. And so the general standing of the law is that if somebody becomes a coroner case because of the circumstances of their death, that information is distinctly and very importantly public. And so there's a bar that has to be crossed before the coroner is going to withhold that information from the public. And in the past, and I say this as having spent some decades covering crime and law enforcement in the courts and trials, the coroner's office generally did whatever the law enforcement agency asked. If they wanted a case closed off, they call it putting it on a security hold, then the coroner just did it. If the police wanted something adjusted in an autopsy report, oftentimes that was done too. And the coroner said, well, the entire circumstances of somebody's death, especially criminal ones, might be considered in making a medical determination about how somebody died. Sometimes there just isn't enough information medically to make or from the investigation of the body itself to make a determination. So they'll use information from law enforcement, and sometimes the coroner's doctor, the pathologists, will reach a conclusion that the police don't like. And so the practice has been, whether right or wrong, the practice has always been that many times the coroner's office would defer to the law enforcement agency that was involved in a particular case. But recently, the coroner's office has been doing less of that. And in the Celeste Rivas case in particular, the LAPD went to the coroner's office and said, please remove all public information about this case from public viewing. And the coroner's office, the medical examiner, said no. So a couple of weeks ago, we learned that the LAPD went back to the court. I shouldn't say back, went to a judge with the assistance of the LA County District Attorney's Office and asked for the details to be removed from public view. So this we published back on November 25th. The LA County Medical Examiner removed that information about the Celeste Rivas Hernandez case, and they said they received a court order to put this on security hold. And the medical examiner said in a statement, no records or details, including the cause and manner of death, can be released or posted until further notice. On November 21st, there was a court order obtained at the request of the LAPD. The LA Times got the affidavit that was sworn out by an LAPD detective. This is somebody from the LAPD robbery homicide unit that's investigating the case. I'll play a little bit of what we had on television that day.
At 6 with some new details surrounding the death of Celeste Rivas. A judge has ordered certain information about this case to be sealed. Good evening once again, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Annabelle Sedano in for Michael Brownlee. This latest move comes while detectives continue to investigate how the teenager's body ended up in the front trunk of a Tesla owned by the pop singer David.
Our investigative reporter Eric Leonard's been following the story from the beginning. He joins us live from the newsroom with this update. Eric.
Right. This has to do with the examination of her remains and any new information that comes from testing and lab work at the LA County Coroner's Office. Keep in mind that office is independent of the police and until last week had kept some details of this case out in public in a database that anyone could search. So you get the gist of all of that, which is that the LAPD asks a judge to issue an order. It's essentially a sealing order for the coroner's case, so the public doesn't get to find out what's going on with the investigation until the LAPD does and has an opportunity to act on it. And at some point in the future, it will become public. And the big mystery here, how did she die and when did she die? What were the mechanisms of that death? And part of what's playing into the LAPD's decision to go to a judge and ask to have the information revealed could also be our reporting from a similar time, which is that we learned from some of our contacts at LAPD.
You know what? Master Death, you brought up a good point. Said it seems weird that people on his page said, don't talk about her tattoo. Is there something they need to hide going through this Discord? You know what? I was thinking about this whole tattoo, and we've seen photos of potentially Celeste. We don't see a face, but we see an image of her finger or a finger with red ink that says David on it. And then you can see the engagement ring. And then it had me wondering, if the anonymous tip that called TMZ and told them that she had a tattoo of the word "sh" on her index finger, why didn't they ever mention anything about a red tattoo on her index finger? So that was something that caught my attention, and I wonder if she actually had that tattoo, because if she did, don't you think that they would be able to identify the tattoo on her left ring finger as well? And then also, was she still wearing that ring? I mean, they didn't mention it. They said they found a gold bracelet on her wrist, which makes me wonder if that was the same little bangle. I don't know if it's like a Christian Dior bangle. Is it Dior? No, I'm tripping. I don't know what brand it is. But I'm wondering if it's like the same, the same one that he was wearing in some photos that have popped up. I don't know.
That they believe that Celeste Rivas died back in the spring, and they believe that the singer who owned the Tesla should now be considered a suspect in her death. Do keep in mind, by the way, that the death is still considered an unexplained death, a mystery. It has not been categorized as a crime of death like manslaughter or homicide or murder, anything like that. Here, I'll play a little bit of our reporting back from the 18th.
About the death of Celeste Rivas. She's the 15-year-old girl whose body was found in the front trunk of a Tesla that belongs to the pop singer David.
Yeah, you know, police say they now consider the singer a suspect in her death and say they have better information about when she may have died. Our investigative reporter Eric Linder joins us live from the newsroom with an update for us. Eric?
Hi, Michael and Colleen. Well, as we've been reporting, LAPD detectives from the Robbery Homicide Division have been working this case intensely ever since NBC4 broke the story that a body had been found by workers in a tow yard back in September. Well, now those detectives, we're told, are closer than ever to understanding what happened to this girl and when it happened and who may be responsible. A senior law enforcement source with direct knowledge of this case tells NBC4 Investigates they now believe 15-year-old Celeste Rivas died sometime in the spring. That happened. Okay, so I think that, by the way, was the most significant piece of new information that that we reported, which was not that the singer was considered a suspect. I think that was clear from the beginning. It's his car. It's unexplained. He did not cooperate with law enforcement, and so we probably could have said something similar to that a couple of months ago. But now they're kind of making it public, even though the LAPD did not come out and release a statement. We're saying, well, this person is a suspect. We got it from some of our contacts in the police department, but it was very clear that it was a shift in the approach from the LAPD's public relations relating to this case. So, number one, he's a suspect. Less news. More news at that time, which was on the 15th of November or so, was that they believe that Celeste Rivas died in the spring. Now, that's interesting also.
Darcy, that's weird, right? The doppelgangers and the girls with all the similar tattoos. In the documentary that we just watched, they were mentioning that Celeste Rivas, she wanted to get the same butterfly tattoo that Celeste Herrera had on the back of her neck, on her neck as well. Which was weird to hear because I always thought that maybe David may have wanted all the girls to get the same thing, but his video specifically mentioned that she also wanted to get the same tattoo that Celeste Herrera had. So that was crazy to hear.
Because we know the LA County coroner, which didn't seal its public case until a week after this, still had not determined the timing or the cause of Rivas's death at the time that the LAPD says it became confident she died in the spring, which, if you're making some probably fair deductions, might lead you to believe that there's some other information that the detectives now have that may point to the circumstances of her disappearance and death. Something that has a bit of a timestamp on it if they're saying back in the spring. Now, right after these stories came out, and not to pat ourselves on the back too much, but we had a bit of a scoop with some of this information. We reported it before other news outlets did. Soon thereafter, there were other stories that came out that said that some other stuff had happened in the Celeste Rivas case. Namely, I don't even want to repeat it because it's wrong. There was a description of the condition of her body, which turned out not to be true. And there was a description of things that had happened around the time of her death, which may or may not be true, that involve the singer David. And I should also point out, he has not, through his representatives, ever really responded to our inquiries about what's going on with the case and whether or not he wants to say anything about these revelations about the investigation, the things that have been confirmed that we know that have happened. Anyway, So outside of that, some other media outlets reported some things about the condition of her body and some things about the case and where the investigation was going, both of which, from our perspective over at Channel 4, were not confirmable and probably wrong. And we didn't report any of this. We were not hearing these things from our contacts that we believe have a very good sense of what's going on with the case. So the stuff is floating around. And again, going back to how I started all this, there's all kinds of speculation because there's so much that isn't known. In so many of the other crime cases that we cover, because there's a lot of public interest or there's something about them that's unusual, there is a lot more information that we know sooner than here. Right? Just huge amounts of uncertainty and mystery that are still floating around. So this prompts the LAPD to put out what I can only describe as a really unusual statement refuting some of the information that has gone out publicly about this case. The LAPD is aware of recent stories posted by various media outlets about the Celeste Rivas investigation and would like to dispel some misinformation. It's never good if a government agency is writing this. Doesn't mean they're always right, but they rarely go public to correct bad stuff that's floating around, so that's interesting. The body of Celeste Rivas was not frozen when it was discovered on September 8th, 2025. Just going back to what I would call simple logic, we knew the car was parked in the same spot for weeks, if not more than a month. The idea that remains that were found, and by the way, they were found in a very unique way that I think will come out as the case goes along. And it just doesn't stand to reason that anything that had been frozen, left in a car parked for more than a month, would still be frozen when it was discovered. Let alone the time between the impound and the discovery was days. It was hot. It just doesn't seem like that was possible. One possibility could be that the car was parked longer than the remains were left in the car. But so far, we don't have any indication that somebody was back and forth to it. The car was in a condition that looked like it had been there a while and had been untouched. And I think the investigators have some pretty good information about all of that. So back to their release. She had not been decapitated. Think about how awful this is, that there's stuff floating around that she had been dismembered or decapitated. We have not reported that. If it turns out to be the case, that will surprise me. There were, from the best information we have, somebody did try to do something to her remains, but not what other people have put out there in public. So again, pretty remarkable that the police department is putting out a statement like this. She had not been decapitated. We have evidence that David, the singer with his moniker, traveled to Santa Barbara area during the spring of 2025. The reason for that trip is still under investigation, and we've drawn no conclusions at this point about the relevance of the trip to this case. So that's another thing that's been going around, that perhaps Rivas's death had something to do with that trip to the Santa Barbara area. It could also be completely unrelated. We just don't know. And so, again, it's very unusual for the law enforcement agency involved in a criminal case like this to put out statements like this about how people got things wrong about their reporting on the case. We've been trying to be accurate and timely and put important stuff out as it gets out there and is confirmed and is significant. Again, we try not to bombard everybody with every single detail and every little thing that happens, but we're trying to be really careful about this, always mindful of the fact that we're talking about somebody's child and their untimely death, let alone their death under what could be pretty terrible circumstances. And so we always try to keep that in mind as we're covering. So that's about it on the Celeste Rivas case for now. We'll continue to follow any developments. Our sense over in the newsroom is that we may hear a lot more in the next few weeks than maybe we have in the last couple of months, but nothing verified. We just don't know for sure. All right, let's go back to the Palisades fire because there have been a number of big developments in.
And the Palisades fire happened the same night, January 7th. Same night as the Eaton Canyon fire. Man, those 2 weeks were crazy. It just kind of like threw us back into. I remember it felt like COVID all over again. That was pretty wild. Yeah, that was crazy. I work for a home health agency too, and a lot of the people that we service are from Altadena. So you can imagine like how crazy it was learning that there was a huge fire in that area, and then a lot of the patients were displaced, and then at the same time, not knowing where the hell your patients are and knowing that they're, you know, assigned to care under your agency must have made it, it just made it really difficult to kind of locate, and then just being there to support them all, pretty crazy. But yeah, 11:46. I don't really have much to talk about. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about? Or you guys want to review? Are there any things you guys want to see again? Native girl, welcome back. Welcome back. Or welcome back. Welcome. Either way, welcome anyways. Let's catch up on the chat. Master Dad said, I think Asia had a threesome with Celeste. Ooh. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I that crossed my mind too. And David, she posted wearing her clothes too and was looking for a female huzz with David in the middle of the night. I remember that. Posted it with some other guy. Your King said also the motel that they stopped at 12 a.m. in La Mesa. Yeah, that was a weird. Your King, if you ever see that video again, go back, rewatch the video, and I want you to listen to the lyrics of the song, and I want you to tell me if you can picture that song coming from Celeste's point of view. Because after hearing that song, it sounds like something that either David wrote for Celeste, or maybe Celeste even wrote it. Who knows? She spoke a lot about having songs with David, so I wouldn't be surprised if she was writing stuff. Crazy work to wear on a live girl's clothing, and David styling Celeste bead bracelet. Yeah, David's been rocking that bracelet too, apparently, right? Mark said, your truck doesn't have AC. Oh, it's burning up in the shade. Windows down. Can imagine in closed spaces, a closed area. Yeah, that's crazy. Celeste's mom said that David was wearing the Hello Kitty bracelet she got Celeste. Ah, that I did not know. Also, have they searched David's shed or storage unit? The one in Texas, the one that's on his parents' property. I don't know. I mean, I always thought, what was the point of SF Investigates posting those 4 specific photos, right? Because they have, there's dates and timestamps, and I'm pretty sure that they're obviously spaced out when they were taken, and I'm pretty sure there's other photos that were taken in between. But there has to be a reason why SF Investigates posted those 4 specific photos, as if he was trying to hint something to us. But the only one that we really paid attention to was the one that he was holding the knife, and the other one with Celeste in front of the tree. So I'm curious what the shed has anything to do, and then the music video shoot. All these news have their own sources. Yeah, Mark, we gotta set it up, establish like a actual like media team. Been wanting to do that. Your King said if you look at Celeste's bracelet in some pictures, then you're gonna see them on David. Yeah, I feel like I've seen like 1 or 2 photos of David wearing them at some point. Freaking wild. Oh, did I just skip everything? Where'd it go? There it is. Native girl, welcome. He also wears your earrings and hoodies. Speaking of the devil. I definitely think Asia was more involved. It isn't just sick and twisted. There's a slight vindictive feel to some of which reads more scorned woman to me a bit. Gold Digger said, Mark, oh my God, the heat is awful. Yes, in a closed up car for over a month. Yeah, and to think, right? She could not have crawled up into that frunk and placed herself in a bag and then close that front door, right? Absolutely 100% no way that was possible. So, yeah, I don't know if I believe that. But somebody is responsible for this is how I see it, right? If there is no murder that was committed, which I'm sure there is. There's just so much coincidences that point to a yes, but I'm not law enforcement, right? And I'm not the ME. But if there is no murder charge, then they definitely have to come up with something else, right? Harboring a minor, a runaway minor. I saw in a video that said that alone by itself, which could be a federal offense, right? That right there is like 15 years by itself. But you think about it, right? So right now they're dealing with it at a local level and potentially a state level. Do you think that if and when all of this kind of goes to trial, if it goes to trial, do you think the feds are going to kind of step in and throw some federal charges on them too? What do you guys think about that? Do you guys think that there's a possibility the feds are going to get involved? I mean, SF Investigates mentioned it. He said that in a response to somebody on X where somebody asked if he was if the FBI was involved, and he said they're definitely involved or something like that. I don't know. You think there's a potential that he might get hit with some federal charges? I'm really curious to see what they're gonna throw at him. I'm not familiar with all the laws and the charges that he can get hit with. But I swear there's got to be like a ton that they can drop on him. Mark says maybe. Yeah, I hope so. I really hope so. Let me see if there's anything else that I have. Let me see. I'm going to show you guys a picture, which I'm probably going to have to go back and blur out after the live. But this always had me questioning what it means, because damn, I hope I don't get in trouble for this. Okay, let me. Oops. Hold on, how do I? No, it's not working. Okay, hold on. I found it, you guys. I found it. So I found this post on Reddit. And so we know that David had a Tesla, right? And we know that he had a black Tesla. I'm trying to be really careful with this. Let me just make this a little smaller. Let me see. I'm trying to do this as carefully as possible. Okay. I'll just leave it at that right there. So this photo right here is a photo of a Model X. You guys notice anything about this Model X? What do you guys notice? I'm gonna wait for y'all to point it out. What do y'all see? Oh, actually, I can show this to you because I blurred it out. Cool, so this is safe. Here you go. So this was on David's TikTok. This is, I believe this was taken at his 804 Doheny property, which was the second house that is believed to be the place where Celeste was staying, which was not in, which was not at the mansion. But what do you guys notice about this Tesla besides it not looking banged up? What y'all notice? Anybody? California plates. California plates. Makes me wonder, is this the same car? Did David have another Tesla? How many black Teslas did he own? Or did he possibly change the plates? Or after buying the car, did he transfer no sticker? Doesn't look like there's a sticker on it either. 100%, right? So it makes me wonder, David, did you have two Teslas? I don't know. Something sounds fishy. Something sounds fishy. And I don't like it. Was anybody ever able to figure out what's it called? You don't think that's the same car, King? I mean, whose car could it be? Not many people were at that second house. Yeah, no, we definitely know that the Tesla, the original Tesla, or the one that was impounded, had Texas license plates. And we do know that the car was supposed to be registered, or the registration from the car was expired. Hold on. I gotta bring Yoshi up here. He wants attention. Hold on. Let me have you guys say what's up to Yoshi. I don't know if you guys, can you guys see him? There. I'll change the background so you guys can see my dog. What's up, buddy? Yeah, no dent. I like I know when that guy next door saw it was beat up. Yeah, no, I mean, this was this video was posted on his TikTok, and I think this was from 2023. So I don't know if this this Tesla could be, you know, registered to somebody else. I don't know if he had the plates changed. I don't know. Did he get a black Tesla for anyone in his family, or possibly Celeste's cousin? Shit, I have no idea. Jason the Ween also has a Tesla. I think we also just confirmed earlier in Mark's live too that the blue Tesla that we see on Google Maps, that blue Tesla belonged to Neo. You guys want to see Neo's Tesla? Hold on. Let's take a look at Neo's Tesla. Hold on. All right, you guys. So this right here. Oh, let me just kind of move this out of the way. This right here, and I don't know when this photo was taken. This image capture was May 2024, which is weird because look how beat up his Tesla is in 2024. Really makes me wonder like what he was doing with this car, right? But look, right over here off in the distance. Oops. When you get down here, you see the same exact Model X parked literally a few feet away from David's house. And look at car is all dirty. This car is also dirty. But earlier today we were in Mark's live and there was somebody close to the source that did confirm that this Tesla here belongs to none other than Neo the Asian. Yep. Mark, Stars confirmed it in your live earlier today. I was mentioning it and she was like, "Whoa, how did you know that he had a blue Tesla?" And I was like, "Well, you know." Oh, Kalohi, welcome, welcome, welcome. Late night crew in the house. What's going on, Kalohi? You're still awake. All right, buddy. Yeah, of course, of course. But yeah, one of the sources confirmed, one of our sources from the RIA confirmed that this was Neo's car. Isn't that weird? Neo's car parked literally, and look, I know we went over this a couple days ago, but the mansion on Vareo Drive blocked out. And then you go down here. You make a left. You go down to the right. And this is where the black Tesla was parked on Bluebird Avenue. For any of you guys that haven't seen this yet. Weird. But Mark told me that the last time that he was out there, see, look, you can see here that there was a Tesla. But Mark was saying the last time that he was out there, there were Teslas all over the place, right? So seeing a Tesla in that area was not an uncommon thing. Mark said that there were Teslas left and right. It's like the only cars that people drove out there. Yeah, I just found it a little weird that this property is blocked off on Google Maps. Let me see. Apple Maps. Let me see. You have to log in or what? I'm trying to check Apple Maps, but I don't know if I can log in on my PC. I guess I need my iPad for that or something. Oh well. Oh. What else do I have? Do I have anything? You guys have already seen this photo. Oh, it won't open. Let's see. Where can I open this? Why is it not working? Doesn't give me the option. Sorry, y'all. I'm just looking for some stuff to pull up. Anybody know if Steve Fisher's posted anything on X? He's been mighty quiet. You guys think that Steve Fisher's been called in as a witness? for that investigative grand jury. All right, let me catch up on these chats down. I'm so behind. Let's see, where am I? I think this was earlier before, and I truly believe he either changed plates. Did he get black Tesla for anyone in his family? That I don't know. Different Tesla here, no dents, Cali plates, no tags. Wait, that dude Jason drives Tesla? I didn't know that. Yoshi. Delete everything, even the Tesla, and just get a new one with Cali plates. Yeah, I'm really curious how the dents ended up on that Tesla. You know, I mean, I don't doubt that driving through the National Forest or maybe through Santa Barbara, you know, those all that dust out there. But I'm curious how that dent happened, because I mean, you don't just get that, you know, driving down the street. And I'm curious if you know, I'm curious if Celeste ever drove that car. I wonder if he ever let her drive. Yoshi has said too much. Delete everything. Yes, Yoshi. Where you at, Yoshi? They were friends. Oh. What you got? What you got there, buddy? Digging in the trash can, huh? You're funny. That's in Google. I saw that Google Earth. Is that confirmed to be Neo's? Yep. Drugs, man. Druggies do not take care of their... Chloe, you said it. I knew that blue one was related to the dwarf somehow. Yeah, right? They were like twin Teslas. Mark, did you get a nap and some good news on the truck? The blue one is Neo's, also banged up, right? What a surprise. The neighbor said that he asked David when he was going to fix his Tesla. Yeah, but SF said that the blue Tesla was owned by the front neighbor. Also, actually, SF Investigates also did say in one of his interviews that one of David's friends, not related to the Tesla that had Celeste's body in it, was parked outside of the mansion frequently, and it was also left there for upwards of about 2 months at a time. So I do remember him saying that either on Jesse Weber or with Lauren Conlon. Maybe Nancy Grace, could have been, but one of the three for sure. You think Neo will be so dumb to leave it like David's car? I mean, he's out of the country now. I mean, so I wouldn't put anything past them. Let me play devil's advocate for a minute, though. Right? Let's just say, I'm just playing devil's advocate, okay? Not that I believe it or agree with it. Let's just say David goes to trial and the verdict is he is found not guilty on all charges. Two possibilities. Either one, he's not guilty, right? Or he doesn't even go to trial. If either of the two happens, do you think that he has any possibility of rebounding his career? Do you think that David's career can recover from this? I'm curious to know what all of you guys think about that. Darcy, we've been speculating that Neo and David were romantic partners. Anyone else think that? I think everybody does. Teslas are so creepy. Why would anyone want a car spying on you? Yeah, I feel like you lose all privacy if you own a Tesla. Or am I at the job? So the blue Tesla is Neo's. I wonder if there's another body in the blue Tesla. Sure. I don't want to know. I don't want to know because I can barely even handle this one. So this is crazy for sure. They were riding the baloney pony for sure. Chloe, funny. Right? Check the frunk. Yes, I think 1000% they were romantic partners. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. Where's that shirt? Where's the shirt? Let me see if I can open it. It's so weird because I have an iPhone, but it's so hard to open these photos on my PC. I need to figure out a way to connect my MacBook to this. Nah, it's not gonna work. The inner circle has said and done real stupid stuff. Yep. I think this coming week it's gonna be epic. I hope so. Absolutely, SF will testify at the grand jury. I'm really behind on comments. Sorry if I skipped some of your comments, you guys. Just trying to catch up. Your king says it's coming. And also, do you guys remember that SF in a video said that you can see a black van following David's Tesla? Wait, when? He's going to be found guilty at least of having a relationship with a minor. I hope so. I mean, at least, right? I think Neo and David took cray trips in both Teslas. Soulmates doing stupid shit. Yup. Let me see. King, wait, what? Flo, yes, he could bounce back, in my opinion. Also playing devil's advocate. I don't know. I mean, if any of you... I mean, I'm constantly on Reddit. Just looking up all the new stuff and just kind of reading everything, right? And yeah, I definitely think that there's a possibility that he could bounce back. Just look at all the responses in some of the Reddit threads and some of these comments. There are some die-hard David fans who just kind of shit on every comment or every post out there. So I don't know. I definitely think so. Even yesterday I was going through something and I seen a lot of posts up that said, I'm no longer going to support him while this is being investigated. I'll make my decision when all things are over. So, I mean, to me, that sounds like, he's still got a chance to bounce back. Pretty wild to me, though. It's a no in my book. And it sucks, because I've listened to a few of his songs, and I'm not going to lie, some of his music is catchy. And as an artist myself, I can appreciate, the level of thought he's put into it, although I don't agree with the actions that he's taken, if he has actually done it. But his creativity is insane. Better question would be, does anyone believe they were not playing high? Whatever floats his boat. Whatever tickles his pickle. It's none of my business. Delete everything. I don't have a Tesla either. But I don't know. I wouldn't mind driving it. Or just it driving by itself. With the arrogance that he seems to have, I think that he'll go back out there and gain ground with his sick message about death through music. Yeah, but I just don't think it'll be the same. There's not... You think the Discord is going to be unlocked? He'll ever come back to Discord? Because I feel like people are just going to... Feds are going to be monitoring that crazy. Do you have David's or Neo's Tesla? At the beginning, I think he said it at Ashley Banfield. I think it's... Yeah. Oh, Ashley Banfield's another one, too. He could have said it then. Hell no. Hell no. I have this little Stream Deck and it has these little buttons on it that you can program to either do things or like play sounds. I don't know. I love this thing.
Stop the cap. She belongs to the streets.
You just program it to say like stupid sound effects. But I'm telling you, the day that somebody gets arrested, I can't wait to play this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
That's going to be me one day. The black van was at the crew moving out. No, his music sucks. It's horrid. Your music is actual music. Ah, thank you, Chloe. I appreciate it. So you were there during the test, huh? Test. Were you there last night during the test when me and Mark did a little test collab? I have no issues with where people want to put their keep coming up to your comments, Chloe. But closet cases who deceive women deserve a place in hell, in my opinion. Agree. Your king said don't want to support him, but delete everything. Mods everywhere. Everything, including my G-string at war while with Neo. Delete everything. Yes, delete everything. Can I play Ashley Banfield? Does she have a new one? Do you have a specific date on when it was? Yeah, I'll play it. Shit, it's Friday. I got shit to do. This is my longest live though, 5 hours. That's wild. Ashley Banfield. Drop Dead Serious. All right, you're king. You have to tell me which video it is. Is there a new one? Is it the one that that she recently came out with? The one 8 days ago?
Hey everyone.
Still running around, dude? You still running around? All right, you guys. I'm gonna play this really quick. Let me just go get this dog some food really quick. He might wanna step out really quick. So I'm just gonna play this. This was Ashley Banfield's interview that she, not interview, but her video that she put out 8 days ago. And she'll talk about the grand jury. So I'll be right back, y'all.
I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. There is yet another twist in the David and Celeste investigation, and it's one that caught my attention right away. The Los Angeles Times just broke the news that an LA County grand jury is now hearing evidence submitted by prosecutors related to the runaway's death. You heard me, a grand jury. And when I say the runaway's death, the LAPD is now actually calling it a murder. Yeah, finally, right? All of this broke in September. We have been wondering, where is this investigation? Why are you not calling it a murder? You know, this poor girl's remains were rotting in the back of a trunk of a singer that she was apparently dating when she was maybe 13, maybe 12. How is this not a murder? Where are the charges? That's the question that we've all had, right? The LA Times calls this grand jury investigative, right? This is something that's used to subpoena witnesses, subpoena evidence, because, you know, police come knocking and it's like, But when you get subpoenaed and you got to swear under oath, right? Whole different kettle of fish. But this is also the kind of grand jury that can recommend charges, but it can't actually do any of the indicting. So we asked the LA district attorney about it, right? Wow, what are you doing? Tell us more. And true to form, the DA isn't commenting. We got the whole non-statement, in accordance with long-standing official policy and California law, we are not at liberty to discuss or disclose any information about grand jury proceedings, end quote. I didn't expect anything more, honestly. But now it's official, right? The investigation into the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez is, in fact, a murder investigation. And how do we know that exactly? Well, we told you on Monday that police got a court order that banned the medical examiner from being allowed to make their autopsy findings public about Celeste, right? The LAPD went to the court, said, put the kibosh on the ME and tell the ME they can't talk out loud anymore about Celeste Rivas Hernandez and her autopsy. It's unusual. Yes. If you think it's weird, it is. And the LA Times now says that the LAPD's petition for that order cites, and I quote, an investigation into murder, end quote. Let me read it again. An investigation into murder. That's the cops saying that in their court documents, telling the court to stop the ME from, but gagging the ME, gagging them. So the court document from the LAPD says murder. And it goes further. The LAPD's documents also claim that disclosing death details could, and I quote, endanger the lives of witnesses and or compromise the investigation. Endangering lives. Something about her autopsy could endanger someone's life and or the investigation? This new reporting comes amid conflicting reports about the state of Celeste's remains. And I know you've been probably following every minute of this, but specifically, whether Celeste's body parts had been frozen for weeks or months or whatever, before ending up in the trunk of David's Tesla. Because that's where she was discovered September the 8th, which incidentally, I know you'll remember this because I can't forget it. It was one day after her 15th birthday. So that means Celeste was 14 when she died. 14. I had a chance to dig into all of this with the face and driving force of TMZ, my old friend Harvey Levin.
Right. You guys have all watched
and
this
I'm gonna
already?
Take you there in just a
Not
minute
something
because
that
he
we
has
need to go
some
over
things to
again.
say.
Sorry, y'all. I'm eating a little protein bar. It's like my first meal of the day. What else is there? Yeah, there's been absolutely nothing new. Kind of heartbroken. Kind of sad. Let's see what this one says. Okay.
You say that you were moving out of state, but your location, it don't ever change. I called your mother, father yesterday, and said that you've been going through some phases. But what did I do?
Okay, I don't care.
What?
I don't know. Let's see. David and the Zach Sang interview, deep dive on the interview, transcript plus summary. Is it just one? No, we talked about this the other day. TMZ has reported and doubled down that some of the body was frozen. LAPD says, no, I do not. I do believe police are protecting the integrity of the case. My question is, someone was staying in the house when they ticketed the car. No smell? Do you think maybe whoever was staying in the house moved her body while David was on tour? Could it have been Neo? That's crazy. That question right there was crazy. And that is not something that I ever considered. Do you think maybe whoever was staying in the house moved her body while David was on tour? I'm curious to see what they say about it. LAPD was slick. They said the body wasn't frozen, but they're talking about upon discovery, or while the body was in the trunk. They're not speaking to the possibility that her body was frozen at some point and then thawed. Cops can be ambiguous that way, or just flat out lie if they think it benefits the case. I can agree on that. Some people here have floated the theory that the car had one of these. I don't think it had any kind of freezer. That frunk was already 6.5 square cubic feet. There's absolutely no way that they could fit a freezer and then have her body in it. Maybe if she was dismembered, but I don't know. It's okay. I'm kind of glad they have grand jury to sort this mess out. I am not sure why people are so obsessed with her being frozen or not. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know what does it matter if she was frozen or not. That doesn't change the fact that she's still unalived. Um, and then the fact that she was dismembered. What I'm really curious to find out though is the forensic anthropology, the report on that, and then her autopsy. I want to see. I'm curious to know what the cause of death is. I'm also I'm also curious if maybe the results of her toxicology came back negative, right? Hear me out. Hear me out. Like, what if her toxicology report came back negative, right? And LAPD did not want the ME to release those results because if the results were released and her toxicology reports were negative, then that would give the defense to right away build a defense on those results. Now, I could be reaching here, right? But what if that's the reason? What if that's the reason why they put the hold on releasing all of her medical files, right? And because her toxicology report came back negative, they needed to figure out another, or they needed to really identify how she was killed or what the actual cause of death is, because drugs did not play a factor. That was just another theory that I was thinking about too. I've never heard this before, and it absolutely sounds like something an idiot would think would be a great way to hide the body. A teen, young adult, moron Googled it and was like, bam, got it. Then she didn't fit. They didn't seal it. It's meant to keep beer cold, not preserve a body. It may be have delayed the decomp, hid the smell, but eventually it wasn't what they thought. This was posted an hour ago. All right, y'all, strap in because this is going to be a long one. Oh, God. Let's see. I've been thinking about this for a while, and I feel like it needs to be said. So here's something subtle about the devil that's easy to miss. He tells jokes, twisted, dark, cruel jokes, not little harmless quips, jokes that land hard, that make you uncomfortable, and that demand a response. Eventually, the audience laughs, maybe forced, maybe bitter, maybe hollow, but they laugh. They have to. The laughter isn't optional. It's a way to absorb the harshness and keep moving. Now, here's the part that gets really interesting. This isn't just about some supernatural figure. It's also a metaphor for mental illness, for the human experience of carrying a gift or high power. Intelligence, creativity, charisma, insights, these things are wonderful, but they come with shadows. The higher the power, the darker the shadow. It's inescapable. And just like the devil's jokes, we often laugh to survive, to cope, to push the darkness aside for a moment. Okay? What's arrogant is thinking we're immune to it. Humans have this tendency to separate the good from the bad, to idolize gifts while ignoring the burden that comes with them. But that's naive. It's kind of like the devil hiding under an angel's skin. Brilliance, charm, skill, they can all mask a cruel, relentless shadow. The devil exaggerates this truth, but the reality is human too. Every one of us carries some version of it. And here's a distinction I want to make. There's a difference between the devil's work and the devil himself. The work's the joke. He tests the chaos, are what touches directly. They force us to confront discomfort, to laugh, survive, to endure. But the devil himself, the personification, the intelligence behind it, is separate. He's the pattern, the principle, the idea of the shadow that lives with every high gift. Understanding the works doesn't mean you're embracing the devil. It means you're seeing the truth of human nature mirrored in something extreme. I don't know, this is a little too deep for me. I don't know if I want to continue reading. Okay, too long, didn't read. The devil's twisted jokes reflect the universal truth. There you go. This is exactly what I needed. The devil's twisted jokes reflect the universal truth about humans. Gifts and high power carry unavoidable shadows. The laughter we force ourselves into is survival. The arrogance is thinking that we can separate light from dark, and the works of the devil are not the devil himself. They're a mirror of our own nature. Yeah, that one was a little too deep. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Native Girl, thank you for hanging out. Thank you. Have a good night. Your King, I think David, beside mimicking other serial killers, but he's showing exactly what he did to her. Oh, that's what I was saying earlier, Your King. I was saying that I feel like he documented his whole entire relationship with this girl through his music. And he displayed all of that through the music videos that he made, through the lyrics, his word choice, and just the stuff that he posted on social media. I don't know. I mean, on the outside looking in, I mean, it's brilliant. It's just so... It's so sad that it's a reality that he actually did that. So sad. So horrible. I don't mess with them. I respect them and I leave them alone. And other people don't do that, and this is what happens. Oh, I think David, besides mimicking other serial killers, but he's showing us exactly what he did to her. Showing us exactly what he did to her and what he has done to the victims. I also think that he made a pact with the dark forces. So are you saying like sacrificial stuff? He signed his name in blood? He wanted to dance with the devil? Okay. You're talking about the board. Yeah, no, I'm good. Fuck that. No way I'm gonna play that. Yep. Your King, did you ever find that link? Well, let me just kind of recap, because today we got our first donations for the channel. Shout outs to Catalina Wine Mixer for her $10 donation. Shout outs to Felicia for becoming a supporter with her $10 donation. And Jazzy Jazz, thank you for your $5 donation at Buy Me a Coffee. That was awesome. That's cool. That's a different feeling, you know? And all of you guys that are still here, all of you guys that are in the chat right now, just hanging out, it's midnight where I'm at. It's 12:33. I don't know what time it is wherever some of you guys are at, but I know it's super late. So I do want to thank you guys for hanging out. Oh, you posted it. Hold on. Where? I don't see it. You may not be able to post it in the chat though, because I think YouTube doesn't allow links to be posted. But let me turn this off really quick. If you want, you can email me the link. The email is flojo, FLOJOE TV @gmail.com. If you care to donate, it's definitely not something that you have to do. But I will put the link, buymeacoffee.com /FlojoTVQ. Buy our mods a coffee. Anything that you guys donate, again, will 100% go right back into the channel. Whether that's if we need to, throw a few tacos and a few 12 packs of Coke Zeros to Mark when he does his boots on the ground, we'll do that. But yeah, thank you guys for all hanging out. 12:30 isn't late. Oh, I know. No, it's definitely not late. I mean, I'm not tired. Definitely not tired. I just want to make sure that, we have some substance to talk. Jazzy 335, where are you at? Here, I'll put my email in the joetv@gmail.com. That should be my email right there. You guys can find it. Let's see. What else? I'm going to try to find this. There's a short on what I was talking about earlier, that doctor that does that reverses decomposition. I'd love to play it here, but I just don't know. What are you eating, buddy? Come here. What is that? What are you eating? All right. But yeah, there's a doctor that reverses decomposition, and what he did was crazy. He took a decomposing body, placed it in some sort of fluid mixture, some concoction, and when I tell you that body went from decomposed to like a freshly dead body, they were able to expose all of the tattoos that they had. Let me find it. Can't believe I didn't save it. Did I not save it?
Majority of these corpses are deemed.
All right, I'm gonna send this to you guys. 10 hours, y'all are tripping. So the only reason why is because I have my my work Christmas party tomorrow. I really thought it was gonna be tonight. I ended up calling out of work today because I was feeling like shit. But yeah, my thing's tomorrow, and I gotta find a suit to wear. But yeah, we'll hang out. We'll hang out for a bit. This dog is weird. He's like eating nothing. All right, let me see. What can we show? Using the vitreous humor liquid. No. So I sent you guys. Hold on. Let me just give you guys a little trigger warning and a little viewer discretion warning. That link that I sent you guys there is a video to a documentary on how this doctor revives the dead with forensics. Just watch it at your own risk, because yes, you will see some sensitive things on there. I mean, this video is on YouTube, but it is marked as sensitive, so you do have to like verify your age and stuff. But it's a crazy documentary. I remember watching this when it came out, and this was 11 years ago. But it's crazy the type of science, what science can do. All right, let's see. Let me check my emails. Your King, did you send it? Let me refresh. Nope, nothing yet. Oh, of course, Darcy. Thank you. Yeah, no, absolutely. If you click on that link, Kalohi, be very careful. Oh, I know, for reals. I'm trying not to. Yeah, no, I definitely don't want to get sick. But you know what? If I do, then I'll just call off again, Nah, I really can't. I called off 3 days this week, you guys. they're going to dock my paycheck crazy. Let's see. Let me see what we have. What can we... I mean, because right now, nothing has actually, like, happened. There's no news. There's no movement in this case. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, I think the public just kind of sees it as a bad thing. But, you know, I mean, I'm sure I'm hoping LAPD is working, you know, tirelessly around the clock, 24/7, just to make sure that, you know, that they find a resolution to this. No, they're definitely not mandatory, but it's because you know, you sit up there, and so there's, you know, you gotta show face. Plus, you know, I'm a videographer on the side too, so I kind of agreed to just shoot content for it. So I gotta show up. Plus, I get bored on the weekends. I got nothing else better to do. So I mean, now I do, right? Spend time with you guys. All right, you sent it. Let's see. All right, let's see.
Hey,
pull this up. All right, let's see. Is this the one? Let me turn this off. All right, Darcy, thank you for hanging out. Have a good rest of your evening, morning, whatever it is. All right. So you're king. You sent me this link and wanted to rewatch this. So this says new surveillance footage of David's Tesla blows the case wide open. I don't remember this. I mean, Ashley Banfield's come out with so many. Oh, I know, right? Well, this one is gonna be at a, you know, it's gonna be at a little, not a banquet hall. It's gonna be at one of the big hotels out here, and it's gonna be in the evening. The only thing I need to make sure I do is find a suit to wear. I feel like the suit that I wanted to wear is at my parents' house.
everyone,
Anyways, this says new surveillance footage of David's Tesla blows the case wide open. Celeste Rivas Hernandez case. So let's go ahead and watch it.
Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. If you have been following the story of David, the up-and-coming R&B singer, whose 14-year-old underage girlfriend Celeste Rivas Hernandez was found dead inside the trunk of his Tesla, you've probably noticed something. It's been quiet, like way too quiet. For weeks now, we have not heard a word from the police. No new statements, no new developments, not even a peep from David himself or his powerhouse attorney Blair Burke, who represents everyone from Harvey Weinstein to Kanye West. But that silence just broke. Because tonight, we are learning about brand new surveillance footage that could completely change this case. It captures the Tesla, David's Tesla, being driven for the last time before it was dumped on that Hollywood Hills street, the same street where it sat baking in the sun for weeks, with Celeste's body decomposing inside. And that footage? It did not come from the LAPD. It came from a private investigator who's been quietly working behind the scenes. Earlier today on my News Nation show, Banfield, shout out News Nation, I'm on Monday through Friday, 10 o'clock at night Eastern, I had a chance to talk to that private investigator. His name is Steve Fisher, and he told me what he found. He told me where he found it. And he told me why he thinks this surveillance video is the biggest break yet in the case. I'm going to play you our full conversation in just a second. But first, as always, I want to thank you so much for supporting this podcast. My little guy Atlas and I could not do this without you. Of course, I think you always know he gets the best little naps in our studio because the entire time I'm in a studio, even on my Banfield show live, he is having a sleep right before right below the desk that I'm sitting at, and
did not
and it's just
anticipate
his
that moment
happiest
for
little
me.
time. This is his happy place. I also couldn't do it without my sponsors, like Wild Grain. I got to tell you, I'm obsessed with Wild Grain, and if you haven't heard of it yet, you are seriously missing. Inside with soft worms, off the band. So yeah, the person driving was visible. Here's my conversation with Steve Fisher. Take a listen. How certain are you that this video of the car driving away from David's mansion is the last time it drove and ended up at the spot where it was abandoned, likely with that body inside?
I'm certain. Listen, I can't say 100% because there's not a camera trained on that Tesla once it's parked. Continuously that I've seen. I mean, there likely is a camera, but I've seen the car driven to that spot, and with the dates, with the date that it was, and they left town right after that. I'm certain that is the last time the car was driven. It was put there with her, in the front trunk.
And there's one weird detail about what you could, well, there's a lot of weird details, and I'm going to get to what you saw through the driver's side window in a second, but there was an air freshener that was found in the car at this point that we see on our screen where it was abandoned. Was that air freshener also hanging from the rear view mirror when it drove off from David's house?
It wasn't, but the window was half to 3/4 of the way down, which is odd because it was a very short drive. And also at that on that day, this is the very end of July 29th, it was like 78 degrees at that time in the morning, or 77 degrees. And if it was on the street where the house is, so it's shaded by the house. So, if you're going, I don't know why the window would be rolled down unless there's something, offensive there. And then all of a sudden, one of the first things I picked up on when the news first broke about her being found in there, where they were towing the car away from the impound lot to LAPD, was why on a $104,000 car is there a Christmas tree air freshener hanging from the from the mirror? It seemed kind of odd to me, but I guess maybe they thought that would help, mask it for when they had to move the car again.
If there was that smell at that time, because again, we have no idea when Celeste started decomposing in that trunk. We don't know if she'd been decomposing in the trunk for a long time before it ended up being, the car ended up being abandoned. But talk to me about the date of this video, July 29th, and talk to me about what you saw. What did you see in terms of the identity of the person driving through that open window?
So it's very clearly that Tesla, one, because the Tesla has that tape on the rear spoiler for whatever reason. I don't know why it's there. And also, it was just like it is in that picture. It was that dirty, except you could tell that they had run the windshield wiper like once to clear the dirt away so they could see. And it comes very close to the camera, although there is some motion blur, but you can see the person and you can see what they're wearing, something pretty distinctive. And there's photos that I have from 12 hours earlier, a person at the house wearing the same thing.
And I know that the viewers right now are screaming at the TV set saying, Ashley, ask them who it was.
I mean, I honestly wish I could tell you. I don't want to, I don't want to interfere with LAPD on that. And I think that's coming because we know a crime was committed 100%. Somebody concealed her body, and hey, maybe the reason I don't want to say the person's name is because maybe this person was just someone that was asked to move the car, and didn't know. I find that very hard to believe, and I doubt that's the case. But just in case, I'd rather LAPD make that announcement.
Well, and it's important for us to tell viewers as well that you turned all this material over to them. You're the one who found it. You're the one who took it to them. You're the one who said, and I connected it to the photos from just 12 hours earlier, and here's the clothing. It looks like this could be an ID. July 29th, important because that was the last day that David was in Los Angeles, right? But before he went off on his tour. So he was there in Los Angeles on that day that drive happened.
Yeah, I've seen on his...
You know what? That actually just reminded me. I just thought of it now. If July 29th was the last day that he was in LA, do you think that David's come back to California ever since? Or do you think he went straight back home to maybe Texas? What do you guys think?
On his social medias, he had put a video out where it was the first day on their new tour bus because they were going to San Francisco, I believe, for the first night of the concert series, and they did a video from inside the tour bus. So I believe hours after that car was moved, they actually got on the tour bus and headed to San Fran.
Let me ask you this, and I only have a couple seconds left, but you found some other suspicious things. The landlord, as you know, we obviously know now, allowed you into the house, and you saw some things in there that were very uncomfortable and very suspicious. I know you can't say certain things, but what can you tell us about what you saw inside the house?
Well, and this is the landlord found it also, but there were some things in there that were hard to think about because these would be items that would be used if you wanted to get rid of a body, and there's really no other purpose for them at a house like this or anything. And they're expensive items, and so they weren't jokes, and but they weren't used. I'll tell you that they were still in the box. So I don't know how much we'll find out about that in the future because you can't charge somebody for thinking about doing something. But I think that they had a plan.
But it's important to know, because the first thing I said when I learned of that was that, well, that can't be possible because the LAPD raided the place and took everything. But you know for a fact that they photographed those things, and they're huge and heavy and expensive, and so they have ample information and photographic evidence of those things.
They said that we inquired about this, and they said that they photographed it. I don't know why they didn't take it. There's two items. I don't know why they didn't take them, but they said they photographed them.
So tonight we know this much. Somebody parked that Tesla where it was abandoned, and that somebody walked away. And somebody somewhere knows exactly what happened to Celeste Rivas Hernandez. The question now is whether investigators will make that name public, or if there's going to be an arrest soon. Either way, we're not done, because this story and Celeste deserve answers and justice. I'm Ashley Banfield, and as always, thank you so much for listening. If you remember anything from this, the truth isn't just serious, it's drop dead serious.
So this is Yoshi. I just adopted him on November 1st, so he's been with me for the past month. And, yeah, he's been keeping me company. But yeah, I adopted him. They told me he was a Shiba Inu, but I don't think he is. Or maybe at least not full. He's definitely a mix. He's a small little dog. Look, look. Look, look, look. Everybody's saying hi. Yeah, let me know if you see anything on Jesse Weber. I kind of want to watch the Atlas video, but I don't know if I'm ready for that. What? Okay, here, back. Look at this guy. This guy wants to go to sleep because he wants to wake up in the morning and he wants to go for a walk. Right? You want to go for a walk? You can't say that around him without him going crazy. Let's see. What's Weber's show called? Hold on, buddy. I'm gonna bring you down, okay? I'm gonna bring you down. Come on. Careful. Hold on. Let me see. Jesse Weber. Sidebar? Law and crime. Which one is it? Sidebar? He hasn't done a video in a while. Or at least not on this case. Jad, you're still here. I'm surprised you haven't gone to sleep yet. All right, let me see what playlists. Five creepy new details. Okay, here, let me see. I have
Information's been communicated to law enforcement.
Hold on. Maybe we can hold on. Let me see. This one where he says he knows who moved it. We can watch this one. Just kind of jump into the interview that he does.
Investigator Steve Fisher, who was hired by David's former landlord. Really appreciate you taking the time here to talk about this. First off, Steve, how were you hired? How were you retained in this matter?
So originally, when the body was originally found, I had another missing persons case going in LA of a female, and we thought that that could be that individual. And so I kind of stayed with the case for a little while until she was identified, and we knew it wasn't. And I had, discovered some other things, such as when the car was towed and the photos from it being towed and whatnot. And, the owner had gotten in touch with me of the house, and I shared some things with him, and it just kind of evolved from there. But one thing, I would say is he is the owner of the house. He wasn't David's landlord. David wasn't even on the lease, and the owner never even knew that David was in the house. It was actually Josh Marshall, his manager, who had leased the house.
But to be clear, David was living there, right?
Yes, he was definitely staying there. It just was not known to the owner.
Right. Okay. And by the way, I understand this is an active investigation. There might be limited what you can share. But what exactly is he looking for in this? What exactly is this property owner? What kind of answers is he looking for?
So where it really kind of evolved from was the search warrant was served, I believe, on the 17th or 18th, and it was a forced entry search warrant, meaning that nobody was home at the time. And they did not leave a copy of the warrant or of the return, the inventory list of the items that they took from the house. And it was really kind of born out of that. I was not officially retained at that time, but I helped him try to obtain that. And we told robbery homicide, hey, listen, no warrant was left behind. David was out on tour. Josh Marshall lives out of state, we found out. So the owner had his representative go to the house immediately after we found out about this, and there was no warrant, no return. So he really just wants to understand what of his property could have been taken and what the status of that is. And then also, this is troublesome when you learn something like this. All of a sudden, you're thrown into this, and he feels absolutely horrible for Celeste's family. And he's like, if there's anything that involves, in and around my house that could help, then I want to discover that. And I'll tell you that there have been things that we've learned and we've turned right over to LAPD, but we think there's significant, things that could help.
Do you mean that there might be evidence that a crime was committed at that house?
Not so much a crime, no. And I'll just be honest with you, we don't have any evidence that anything happened to Celeste at that house. But there is definitely evidence that we've collected that helps the timeline. We now have a much better understanding of when that Tesla arrived at that final parking spot. I'll tell you, I do have surveillance from different houses in the neighborhood showing Tesla being moved. So things like that, and I'm not even saying that LAPD didn't have that. I'm sure they did, but we wanted to make sure, and we did some work and in on the upresing the footage to find out who was driving the vehicle. And there are some other items that were found at the house that weren't taken during the search warrant. And, search warrants are limited, right? So that they can't just go take everything. It's what the judge, and we don't know how broad that search warrant was because we haven't seen it, and that's what we'd like to see. But there were some things that were not taken into custody of LAPD that we think are significant, and including digital media and some other things that really help nail down timeline and things like that.
You handed that over to LAPD.
We have literally the day that we, the things that we've recovered, we've given to LAPD within 24 hours.
Do you know who was driving that car, that Tesla? You don't have to tell me, but do you know the identity?
Yeah, as far as going to the final, what we believe is the final parking spot where it was towed from, yes.
And that information's been communicated to law enforcement.
So it's been given to law enforcement. They're not going to tell us if they're confirming if that's a person or not. Robbery, homicide, the way they work is we'll take your information. We're not going to speak on it, so I don't know. But listen, it's very clear that that neighborhood is filled with surveillance cameras, and the timelines, once we learn those dates and we can see other things that were happening that were even public on Instagram and whatnot or going on in those people's lives, it makes a lot of sense.
So let me ask you this. If you see when the car was parked there, have you seen anything to indicate that Celeste's body was transferred into that car after the car was parked there? Or in other words, do you believe that her body was in that car the minute it was parked in the location it was ultimately towed from?
So I'll say I have no evidence of a body being transferred before or after. There's no evidence of that at all. But I will say when it was moved to that position, it was already like that. So that car had not been used in a very long time. It was super dirty, caked on dirt. I'll tell you, this was in late July. So it's bizarre because we also got media that the car was used a lot. David even spoke about it in Instagram videos. He took it to a detail shop and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, the very beginning of the year, that car, something happens, and that car's doesn't show up anymore. It's not used. It seems to disappear. And then that red Tesla learned, which we didn't know until the search warrant was served, that there.
I want to replay that part again because he says something that, we may have just kind of looked over. Let's listen to that again.
Media that the car was used a lot. David even spoke about it in Instagram videos. He took it to a detail shop and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, the very beginning of the year, that car, something happens, and that car's doesn't show up anymore. It's not used. It seems to disappear. And then that red Tesla learned, which we didn't know until the search warrant was served, that there's a red Tesla in the garage, which I can tell you was at least on February 1st.
Yeah, let me just...
So the car was, actively used, and then he stated that at the beginning of the year, something happened. The car was not there for a while and wasn't used, right? So something definitely happened on January 2nd. And I have a feeling like this is where they definitely stored her body. And I don't know if her body was ever frozen at any point. What do you guys think?
Narrow down here. Do you have the precise date of when that car, the one with the Tesla, with Celeste's body inside, when it was left there? Do you know the specific date of when it was left in Hollywood Hills?
I believe so. I believe it. Late July. Very late July.
So one thing that we've heard, and this is something we've talked about, is the LAPD has seized footage from the rental property, multiple security cameras around the property. There are even reports of a smashed Ring camera on the ground. Yeah. And according to TMZ, police seized all the footage from multiple security cameras at the house last month when they executed the search warrant. TMZ described that footage as a, quote, potential gold mine for investigators. And the question becomes, did you see anyone going coming into or leaving that property after the Tesla was there. So after the Tesla with Celeste's body inside is there, can you tell us you saw people coming in and out of that property before the, let's say this, before the search warrant?
No, not from the time that the Tesla was left. So from the time the Tesla was left there, he literally immediately started the tour. There was a tour bus that was leased, and I'll tell you that Tesla was moved and literally a bus departed for tour.
Okay. You talked about things that might have been taken from the house, things that you handed over to LAPD. Is there anything you can share with us about what that information may be?
You know, one thing that you just brought up, and I guess which TMZ reported on, the security system. The house has got a very sophisticated security system, not just with cameras, but with sensors and all types of things. It all records to a DVR. And for privacy reasons, the owner, when he leased the house, said, you know, this is the system that's in the house and you can use whatever functions you want on it. That's not something that then the owner could access. So we don't know if the cameras were enabled or not enabled, but if they were, it wouldn't just be cameras. It would be, we'd know anytime anybody came and went from the house, anytime anybody opened a window, everything, if they kept it like it was. But we don't know. LAPD came in and took that whole DVR. They took the entire system, which you would expect. And I've talked to the security company that installed the system, and they've told me, you know, how it was set up. We think it was probably running because there's limited alerts that the security guy can see, which is stuff like if there's a major failure. And there was a low power failure warning that triggered right when they were executing the search warrant. And we think that's when they unplugged the system. So there's reason to believe that the system was running. Whether the cameras were covered or not, I don't know. I can tell you that some of the smoke sensors in the house were covered, and that's probably because maybe they were, I don't know what they were doing in the house. So the cameras might have been covered as well.
During the course of your investigation so far, have you learned more information about Celeste and David, perhaps their connection, anything we should be thinking about that hasn't been publicly reported? Is your investigation also into them as well?
Sure. Yeah. And, you know, one of the reasons that we've kind of come public with what I'm doing is because, you know, I have a little bit different method of working than a lot of private investigators and then what people think is the proper way of doing it. I believe in this digital age, and when, especially the younger generation, when they're on places like Discord and you don't even know their real identities, you know, I put myself out there and those people do come to me, and a tremendous amount of people have come to me, and I've learned a lot. Now, listen, a lot of it's circumstantial, right? But there are people that are directly in his orbit, and there are people that have photos and videos, and we've gotten a lot of photos and videos from inside the home itself. So we can put people at certain dates and times at the house, and there's a lot of them. It's in the thousands.
Do you know if Celeste was ever at that property?
So, you know, what we recovered, we don't have any of her at that property. We have pictures of her and that were taken by David, we assume, because it's not on a camera phone, but these photos are on a regular camera at different locations. And it really makes me think that it's likely she had another place she was staying. I can tell you that there was a lot of time spent towards downtown LA. And I'll say the last photo that we have of Celeste is January 2nd, 2025.
January 2nd, 2025. I don't know if you guys have been in this live or you guys were here earlier. Kalohi, you may have just joined not too long ago. I don't know if you're back yet or not. But earlier this morning, in another live that took place probably like around like 9 or 10, Rabbit had made a comment that she had reached out to SF Investigates and she had asked him about that post, this post that went up. Let me pull that one up really quick. Where is it? This post. And so Rabbit asked him about January 2nd and SF Investigates. She reported that SF Investigates mentioned to her that the last photo of Celeste that was taken on January 2nd, 2025, was taken at the Los Angeles National Forest. So again, the video right here that claim, where's that video at? No, wrong one. This video right here where he claims.
I can tell you that there was a lot of time spent towards downtown LA, and I'll say the last photo that we have of Celeste is January 2nd, 2025.
And so SF Investigates reported to Rabbit in their conversation that photo, that last photo of Celeste on January 2nd was taken at the Los Angeles National Forest. That's crazy. That is crazy because, let me see, when was this posted? October 17th. It's now December 6th. And we've waited almost 2 months to find out where that was. And that trip to Angeles National Forest, we were able to identify where that was, and that was at, not me personally, but the RIA team came out, or Ginny the Ween came out with a post on Reddit and basically identified that was at Millard Canyon Falls in Altadena in the Angeles National Forest. So, uh-oh. Kalohi, don't be blowing any fuses. But Kalohi, I was just talking about the January 2nd, where, is it here? Where SF Investigates.
So that was downtown LA, and I'll say the last photo that we have of Celeste is January 2nd, 2025.
So January 2nd, 2025, and earlier this morning it was confirmed that photo on January 2nd, 2025 was taken in the Angeles National Forest. That was mentioned earlier today by SF Investigates during conversation with Rabbit. So now again, this is all reported. I don't have any confirmation of that, but according to Rabbit, that photo was taken in the Angeles National Forest. That's wild. So I can't help but wonder what the hell happened on January 2nd.
Okay, now that's significant because we were wondering when, she was last seen alive. There was that surveillance footage of her seemingly running away from her neighborhood.
And that was September of 24, I believe. So
yeah.
We didn't have anything. We were like, where was this girl in 2025? But we do have a photo of her on July 2nd, early in the morning, July 2nd, 2025.
Has anyone, and just to be clear, you don't know more information about when she died, right?
No, I don't have any information of how she died or when exactly she died. Listen, investigations are always moving, and right now I tend to believe it happened a while ago, a long time ago. And I think January, February, things changed. I mean, you can see it in the photos and everything. And I also think when I first started looking at this case, I'm very much an Occam's razor type person where I think things are a lot easier than people try to make them sometimes, especially online and these big things. And I thought this was going to be a tragic overdose, which it very well still could be. And they made a bad decision because they didn't want to expose the potential relationship and put her in this Tesla. And then maybe he thought he could get somebody to get rid of that car, and they were just like, "Oh, I'm not doing it," and just got left there. But I will say this: there are some things that, and I'm talking physical evidence that was at that house that is. There could have been greater plans as far as getting rid of her, and it's scary, sadistic stuff. And that's why we're trying to learn more about that. I wish I could say more about it for obvious reasons I can't, but it doesn't have to do with how she died, but maybe how they were planning on ultimately getting rid of her, and how maybe that Tesla was just a holding spot of time, and things just, their timing was just off as far as getting this done. But there's a few things that were just like, will blow your mind.
Has anyone from David's team, management, legal, anybody reached out to you or your client?
I know that my client's been in touch with his manager, but only for the purpose of the lease, because they did ask to terminate the lease. And I believe the other manager that technically was the owner of the red Tesla, I think was in touch with him because they needed access to the house to get that vehicle and stuff out. Because that's another thing that they could be key in this is that there's only one key to that house, and who had that and who had access to it and who was in it. Because we also have evidence that while David was on tour at the time between the Tesla being found and the search warrant being served, David was on tour, but somebody was in that house. And there was actually a report made, not the police, but that homeowner association has a robust private security company. And we've gotten videos from them and reports. And so
I think that person was Neo inside the house. I really think it was Neo. Who else could it be? It couldn't have been the manager. Couldn't have been Rob, because Rob is supposed to be literally by his side while on tour. He's the road manager. So when they go on the road, he's got to be there. And there is no mention of any other person, you know, who is the manager for David when Rob's not around. David's brother. No, Kalohi, no, yeah, no, definitely. I do. I know that Neo definitely went with him on tour. However, I was saying earlier that I don't think Neo stayed for the entire tour. I think he had to be back for some other event. And I heard that Neo only went to like a few shows. Jason the Ween. I don't know. I don't know if they were really like that close. Or maybe one of the bodyguards. I feel like SF wouldn't be telling us this if we couldn't really like identify who this person was, right? I don't know. You guys really think it's the bodyguard? David's brother? David had 13 days free, and then they said that he came back. Yeah, I really think it could have been Neo, right? I also read somewhere too that, where's that photo? Hold on, I think it's here. No, hold on. Let me find that photo. This photo right here. This photo was taken while they were on tour, right? And this camera that David is wearing around his neck is the same camera that SF Investigates found the images on. And the reason why I say that is because this particular photo, or this camera right here, is a Kodak camera. And judging by the type of photos that SF released, which are the 4 photos, that one photo that they have of Celeste where it's like a mirrored image, no cameras that I'm aware of, and I shoot with a lot of cameras, right? I'm a videographer. No cameras that I've shoot with have the capability of shooting mirrored images, but the camera that he has around his neck does, right? So if this photo that's showing right now is a photo that was taken while they were on tour, how did those photos get back to the mansion and land? And remember, SF Investigate said that they were photos that were inside of a camera, not a phone or anything, in an actual camera. How did that camera end up back at the mansion? Somebody that was on tour with them had to have brought that camera back. And I think it was Neo. Neo was probably the only one. I don't know.
who had that key is probably the same person that, had access to the Tesla.
Boom. There you go. There you go. That right there to me for sure points to Neo. It's as clear as day. I mean, my opinion. And I totally forgot that he said this, right? He said,
person that, had access to the Tesla.
Do you know
who had that videos from them and reports? And so who had that key is probably the same person that, had access to the Tesla.
Do you know?
the person who had the key is most likely the last person that had access to the Tesla.
Videos from them and reports. And so who had that key is probably the same person that, had access to the Tesla.
Do you know who that person is, and do you believe that is the person that moved the Tesla?
So I definitely know who moved that Tesla in that late July before they went on tour. I can't say who the person, and I can't say but I don't know who exactly was in that house because it's just a report, but there's video, but you can't make a person out. But somebody was in the house, and being that there's only one key, it's like, okay, who had access at that time? So is it the same person that moved the Tesla? Was another last part of the plan about to go in motion as far as getting rid of her body? I don't know.
Now, we heard this week from LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman, and he actually addressed this case directly when a TMZ reporter caught up with him outside the DA's office. And regarding the status of the case, he said, quote, "It is currently under investigation. We don't discuss suspects or the points in a continuing investigation. When and if that case is presented to the DA's office and we make a decision on it, I'll make sure you're one of the first to know. A case has not been presented to our office for filing consideration." And just to underline that, a spokesperson for the DA's office confirmed to Complex that, no case has been presented for filing consideration. The LAPD also told the outlet that the county medical examiner still hasn't determined a cause or manner of death, saying, quote, "It remains unclear whether there was any criminal culpability beyond the concealment of her body." Now, Steve, you just told us a lot of information here. Are you surprised that we don't have a confirmed suspect from law enforcement or a person of interest or even an arrest at this point? Or can you say from what you're seeing, that makes sense, but Jesse, maybe being on the lookout for something soon?
Yeah, I would say, Jesse, that makes sense, but maybe be on the lookout for something soon. I've seen this in a lot of cases. It tells me, listen, I don't have any inside
Do I care about
this? I'm just saying, from my opinion, that this means that during the examination, autopsy examination, there was nothing very obvious, such as a crushed skull, any bullet holes, anything like that. So they're waiting on toxicology to come back to make that final determination. Now, is the medical examiner in contact with the detectives in between this time? Are they? Absolutely. Do they have a preliminary determination? I'm sure they do. I think the DA's office is working side by side with the detectives and telling them, this is what we need for these charges. This is what we would need for these charges. Can you get it or not get it? Listen, a crime 100% happened here. At minimum, it's the concealment of a body, right? So we know somebody did that. Hopefully it's not, a mutilation. Hopefully those initial reports were wrong about her being dismembered. But one thing I have to say, even though I talked about how we found some things that could have meant they had a really twisted plan in place to get rid of her, it never went in motion. So you can't charge somebody for a crime that they may have thought about doing. So, we may never know more about that.
So, Steve, before I let you go, do you have any indication?
When? Joining me right now, private investigator Steve Fisher. He's been on the case from the very, very beginning. Missing persons private investigator, search and rescue specialist, and owner of Search Investigations. He is the one hired by the Hollywood Hills property renter, the leaser, where D4VD David Burke was living. Steve Fisher, first of all, how did you get hired on the case? How did that go down?
So I was originally looking into the case because I had another missing persons case, and we thought that might be the female. And then once she was identified, we knew it wasn't. But I had accumulated some information, and I had put out there publicly, and the owner got in touch with me, about that. and that's how it evolved.
Okay, the owner of the house or the manager, who got in touch with you? The guy that owns the house?
The actual owner of the house, him and his wife.
Okay. You claim, Steve Fisher.
I think this is the very first interview that SF Investigates does with Nancy Grace. So we'll see.
That you know when the car, David Anthony Burke's car, was parked there. That's important to me because I believe her body, Celeste's body, the little girl's body, was already in the vehicle when it was parked.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think it was too. It was, I'll tell you, it was July 29th, and it was mid-morning, or I should say. And I do know, who it was that moved it right now. We're not saying who that is, but I'll tell you, it's not far. The area they moved it,
Okay, put him up.
Wasn't far.
Put him up. Steve Fisher, have you heard the phrase word salad? It's like
yes.
all the words jumbled up together. You might bite an onion or a tomato. I don't know what you just said. Okay, I know who hired you. I've gotten that far with you. Listen, I'm a JD, not a DDS. But you give me a set of pliers, and I think I could pull your tooth. You've told me who hired you. You told me why you were hired. You were on another missing persons case. You amassed information from that neighborhood. You put it out there. Somebody saw that and hired you on this case. All right.
Yeah.
You're not hired by D4VD, a.k.a. David. You're not hired by the guy that leased the house. I got that far with you. Let's back it up to right there. Repeat, you claim that you have amassed camera, video camera evidence from the neighborhood. And that having looked at that, you've pieced together a timeline. And you know when Burke's Tesla with a dead body in it, I think, was first parked in the neighborhood. When was it first parked in the neighborhood?
It moved to that last spot on July 29th at about 11 something in the morning. And I'll tell you, it was in the same shape that we saw it in those tow photos where it was completely dirty and trashed. I could tell that they had run the windshield wiper once just so they could see out of it. And they had rolled the window down to move it, even though they're moving about a block and a half. But it was in that condition still, so it had not been used in a long time. They had clearly been just moving it around different areas of the neighborhood.
To Randy Kessler, veteran trial lawyer, joining us at the Atlanta jurisdiction, Emory Law professor, former chair of the ABA, American Bar Association Family Law Section, and author of Divorce, Protect Yourself, Your Kids, Your Future. Randy, have you ever had to have a witness, and it could be your witness, declared a hostile witness on the stand? I hate doing that. I don't mind doing it to the other side's witness. I do that all the time. But with my own witness, if I can't get an answer out of them, you ask the judge, Judge, I'd like the witness to be declared a hostile witness. What does that mean? I can then cross-examine my own witness. Have you ever done that with your own witness?
Yeah, you mean like you were just doing a Steve Fisher? Absolutely. It's sort of fun, right?
Yes, exactly.
When you're direct examining, you're limited. You can only ask open-ended questions. Why did this happen? What happened? But on cross, if you can treat your own witness, the one that you know what they're going to say, as hostile, it's wonderful because then you can say, isn't it true? And then we get to testify in essence, right? You get to testify and say, didn't this happen? Didn't it go like this? Isn't this what happened? Because you know the facts you want to get into evidence.
That was a yes-no answer, Kessler. I appreciate all that. But have you ever had your own witness declared as a hostile witness?
Yes.
Amazing. Okay, you do that when the witness is refusing to answer your questions. You think you knew what they were going to do when they get on the stand, and then surprise, they don't. Okay, that in mind, back to private investigator Steve Fisher. I did manage to get some information out of you that I didn't know. That being July 29, 11 a.m., Burke's Tesla was moved to its last location. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know where it was parked before that?
That I don't know, because from the house that it was taken from is a little bit down the hill, but on the same street that the rental house is on.
Okay, so you're telling me the Tesla that held Celeste's decomposing body was ultimately left on the same street where he was living?
It looked like it was coming from the rental house. I can't say for sure, but there's only a few houses on that street because that's like an off street, and it came down that road and was turning onto where you go up the Bluebird there, where it was left.
Okay. Are you telling me, I'm having to interpret everything you're saying, Steve. You're talking private investigator talk. Are you telling me on a video you can see the Tesla coming from the direction of his house?
Yeah, so the road is curved, and so the house that captured that is kind of at the base of the curve. So you can't see, you can see it coming down the road. You can't see exactly where it started, and you can't see the driveway of the rental house. It stops right before that. The camera angle does.
Wow. Okay. Joining me right now, don't move, Steve Fisher. Do not move an inch. PR guru to celebrities like D4VD, David Anthony Burke. Rob Shooter joining us, host of Naughty But Nice podcast, author of an upcoming novel. It Started With a Whisper. Excellent title. And you can find it at robshooter.substack.com. Okay, Shooter. I'm going to go into this in depth later, but other celebrities have actually gone on social media and said, wow, I want Burke D4VD's downloads. In this case, a dead body in your trunk can really hurt your reputation. So what do you make of how D4VD, David Anthony Burke, is going to get out of the fact that Fisher just dropped like a bomb? He's got video of the Tesla coming around the curve from the direction of Burke's house, his mansion. And it's got the body in it. He's watched the video. He never sees the body or anything else being put in or taken out of the car. Hence, the body was already in the car, and it's coming around from Burke's house. What are you going to do with that, PR guru?
Yeah, Nancy, the
Fluff it
only
up
thing you can
and put it
do...
on the front of Vogue?
The only thing you can do in these situations, if you are innocent, is tell the truth. Lawyers hate that. Lawyers hate it when publicists get involved. But here, they're not just fighting for their legal future, but also their professional, their reputation. And so we would encourage them, if they were innocent, to tell their...
That's a good thing that he mentioned, and I feel like that's what's going on right now, especially with reports from, is it NBC or ABC, when they were talking about the cooperation of David and law enforcement. He said that lawyers hate when publicists say anything. Is that what he said?
Guru?
Yeah, Nancy, the
Fluff it
only
up
thing you can
and
do...
put it on the front of Vogue?
The only thing you can do in these situations, if you are innocent, is tell the truth. Lawyers hate that. Lawyers hate it when publicists get involved. But here, they're not just fighting for their legal future, but also their professional, their reputation. And so we would encourage them, if they were innocent, to tell their side of the story, to get that out now. So it's very, very tricky here. You have to sit with your client. You have to have a really serious conversation. And they have to basically tell you, are they innocent? Are they guilty? And if they are innocent, then he's got an amazing story to tell. Everything here looks really bad for him. However, if this is all some terrible, crazy misunderstanding, this is an amazing story. And so if he can tell that, then he'll be okay. But once again, he has to be innocent.
I had to hear your whole spiel before I jumped in. Some, quote, terrible misunderstanding. Control room, can you show me a photo of this little girl, Celeste? Okay, she's dead and dismembered and decomposing in his trunk, and you just call that a terrible
This photo, by the way, is not a real image. This one is AI generated, so they're showing fake photos.
misunderstanding?
What I call the terrible misunderstanding is him being blamed for this. That's what is the terrible misunderstanding here, if indeed he is innocent. This young girl who is dead, who is decomposing in the back of a fancy Tesla, that is not a terrible misunderstanding. That is an absolute disgrace, and we've got to get to the bottom of it. But we haven't got there yet, Nancy. And so maybe, just maybe, there's a chance that he didn't do it, and if he didn't, he should tell us everything right now.
You know, Rob Shooter, you can really hurt your crotch when you're riding the fence that way. Okay, just be careful of that. Katie Forrester joining me right now, Assistive Exclusives Editor, U.S. Sun. Let's follow up on Shooter's terrible misunderstanding comment. A rapid fire, Katie. A, thank you for being with us tonight. And B, did D4PD, David Anthony Burke, ever report his Tesla missing?
That is the main thing that I found very interesting. And also not just the Tesla, but, you know, if he was in a relationship with Celeste and he hadn't heard from her in months, weeks, you know, obviously she was a teen runaway, but he never reported that either. I think it is very interesting, you know, if you were this close to this girl, whether she was a friend, whether she was a partner, you think that he would be shouting from the rooftops, you know, where is she? And also, yes, the car as well.
You did hear me say lightning round, right? Lightning, right? Okay. Yes, no. Did he ever report his Tesla missing?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did he ever report Celeste missing?
Absolutely not.
So, you know, back to you, Shooter. Suddenly she's gone and he doesn't report her missing or his Tesla missing. How do you, again, fluff that up and make it all glossy for the front of what? In Touch, the Inquirer, what? How do you fix that?
She has a history of running away. This is somebody who left many relationships, many lives, and so this is a troubled person. And that is not blaming the victim here, Nancy, at all. But this is somebody who has a history of making erratic decisions. That's how it is going to be presented. It's going to be presented like he was her mentor, that he was looking out for her, and one day he got up and she disappeared, and as upset as he was about that, he didn't think this was that unusual. It's a very tricky argument. I'm not saying it's going to work, but that's what they're going to do. That's how they're going to position it.
And that is why all the stars hire Rob Shooter as their PR guru. Okay, back to Steve Fisher. Fisher, I didn't forget about you. Steve Fisher is a very high-profile private investigator who is investigating another missing persons case and somehow landed in the middle of the Celeste investigation. So far I've gotten out of you tonight that the Tesla, ultimately with Celeste's body in it, was moved to the last location, July 29, 11 a.m. in a trash condition, like it had been out in the elements, driving through the desert or mud bugging, right?
Yeah, it is in horrible condition. Same condition that you see it in the photos.
You also told me that you saw video of the car coming around the curve from the direction of Burke's mansion and parking. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What day did you see that?
It was on July 29th.
Steve Fisher, did you see any camera video of any nature that showed the Tesla parked in that area prior to July 29?
I have seen the images that I obtained from the Department of Transportation on the day it was ticketed and towed, which was September 5th. And then I have seen a video that shows it in May of 2025, very clean, but actually parked on that Bluebird Street, that one where it was ultimately towed from, but it was clean at that time.
Could you give me those dates again? Yeah.
It was very clean. That shows it in May of 2025, very clean, but actually parked on that Bluebird Street, that one where it was ultimately towed from, but it was clean at that time.
Okay. So May, he sees the car cleaned. Sorry, I just gotta pick this apart.
Of 2025, very clean, but the images that I obtained from the Department of Transportation on the day it was ticketed and towed, which was September 5th, and then I have seen a video that shows it in May of 2025, very clean, but actually parked on that Bluebird Street, that one where it was ultimately towed from, but it was clean at that time.
Could you give me those dates again, please? The dates that you observed the car parked on that street. Go ahead.
First time I've seen it parked was May of 2025. There's a video of it parked on Bluebird, which is the same street that it was ultimately towed from. And then the other imagery I have is from the Department of Transportation, which are those images you're showing now that I obtained when they towed it, just to document, the towing. And then there, I do have one from earlier in January where the car is parked in front of the rental house. It shows that it's very clean, but does have that rear damage already, the large dent in the back of the car.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. So I want to bring up a photo that I just came across. And so this is David's Telegram contact list, lines up with Kiara's recent shared information suggesting that future wifey contact could possibly be Celeste after all. This one says, future wifey last seen 4/17/25. March 29th, 2024 is when future wifey joined Telegram. Kiara's shared list is Robert, Makey Reese. There's some freaky shit I'm tagged in and I'm trying to report. Let me see. I'm just trying to nail down a timeline when this trip to Santa Barbara took place. April. 4/17 is the last time she was seen on Telegram. Odd. Let me see if she has anything posted recently. Justice, welcome. Where were we at? No, we were watching. Is it Nancy Grace? Where are we? Then we're gonna have to jump all the way from the beginning. Hold on. Right here. All right, let's keep watching. All right, Kalohi. So these are the dates, okay? So 4/17 is when Telegram says that Celeste was last seen. And I'm not quite sure how Telegram works. Like the last time you either opened the app or logged in or were active. But 4/17 is the last time she was seen on Telegram. And I don't know if she was even active on the app. And then May is when they saw his car really clean. So if we go back, I just kind of want to see this really quick. So here we have the most accurate and detailed timeline of David's whereabouts during this time. So, if we see here, April 1st and 2nd, David unusually posted 14 slang-filled tweets packed with personal updates in an unfiltered style. Kind of curious to see what those tweets are. D4BD. Let's see how. You know it's so odd. Look at this. Here's David's X account. And look at when he posted his last post. September 7th. Isn't that creepy? Isn't that just odd? On Celeste's birthday. His last tweet was on her birthday. And he would tweet out almost every day. Almost daily. And now since then, not a single peep from him. Very sus. Alright, so let's go back to the timeline. August 1st and 2nd. April, not August. Okay, April 1st. If y'all go crazy on Withered, I'm so down to drop double tape on y'all for reals. But you gotta really go crazy on Withered. I don't do April Fools. Cardi really inspiring the fuck out of me right now. I have so much music. Summer coming up. I can't. What? Summer coming up. I can't keep y'all too sad for that. Stay prayed up. I pray every day that this beautiful song is on the deluxe or gets posted on archive. April 2nd, good idea. April 2nd, David has a show with Rich Brian. Oh, studio session live on Twitch. Link to Withered, listen to the content. Okay. So the claim here is that he's posting. David unusually posted 14 slang-filled tweets packed with personal updates in an unfiltered style. Then April 2nd, the black purse is visible. Where is it? Oh, we lost it. We had that photo up earlier. Let me see if we can pull it up. Now I feel like I want to do like a super crazy detailed walkthrough. Hold on. Where is it? Man, I can't find it. Anyways, April 2nd, black purse is visible in the background of David's TikTok. Speculation, this could be Celeste's purse. Of course, he's obsessive. David knows all, the song, the test land, on and on. Oh, 100%. He loves all the attention. You know what? And I can't help but wonder if one day he gets caught and gets arrested and he knows that he's never going to see the light of day again. If he has like a whole album just explaining, like the confession. That would be crazy. So April 2nd, we see the black purse visible in the background of David's TikTok. Let me see if I can just pull up a picture. have to go to Reddit for this. Damn, we're doing some true internet sleuthing right now. Black bag. No, it's not on here. Let's see. Oh, shit. Have you guys seen this video before? This is weird. I feel like I've seen this video before, but I couldn't identify what people were talking about. They're saying that in this TikTok video, there's a huge black bag in the back. Look at this huge black bag right there. Chloe, you really don't like him, huh? You really despise him. Because he shares his salami. Okay, here's the black bag that people are talking about. This is the first time that I've actually seen this. I mean, I feel like I've seen this video pop up a gang of times, but can never figure out like what black. I don't know if they were talking about a garment bag in the closet. I always thought they were talking about the black garment bag that was hanging up in his closet that you can see. But clearly you can't really see into his closet and his arm. I'm curious if, when was this posted? 9/1 of this year? What is he even talking
Fold on Jesus. Jesus will not fold on you, so you cannot fold on Jesus. You might be going back to school. I know it's September now, whatever. It's August 31st, but back to school. You're going to have a lot of influences around you. Back to school. You're going to have a lot of influences around you. Like, stay focused, bro. That's all I really got to say for this video. It's a short one. You might be going back to school. I know it's September now, whatever. It's August 31st, but back to school. You're going to have a lot of influences around you.
August 31st, and I'm assuming that was this year? If you went, black bag does look sus, right? Hold on, I'm gonna have to save this because gotta come back and revisit this sometime. Actually, let me do this too. Because my dumbass is gonna fuck around and put together like a fucking slideshow on this shit. Detailing all of this stuff. I'm working on an edited video too, though. I think it'll be cool, but just super busy. Just haven't had time to like really finish it or make any progress on it. Okay, so let me see. July 25. Let me see if this is actually even posted. Okay, so September 1st, David posts his last TikTok on David's prayers, this burner account where he talks about imposter syndrome as a Christian and how he views it. He encourages his followers to not lose faith in Jesus, to hold on to hope, and to avoid leaving the world empty-handed. He praises people to read the Bible, stay prayed up, stay inspired, stand firm in what they believe in, and not get distracted by worldly things. He reminds them that Jesus believes in them and ends with God bless. Wild. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
Life. No pair you put a David at the back with another David. David here we are back. David here.
Of course I can. Let me just clip the whole entire photo. That is going to go into the document. Cool. All right, Kalohi, we clipped it. We clipped this bag. Stand 10 toes down on your faith. Hey, we back. You bless up. Okay, let's see. I'm curious what else happens in April. So I really want to take a look at April. So black purse visible in the background of David's TikTok. That's the one that we looked at. When was this? Sorry, y'all. Just looking at all the tabs that I have open. Trying to see where these things are. So we were looking at it earlier. Hold on. Maybe it's down here. No. That's a Converse. What are we looking for? Black purse. Oh. Oh. I haven't seen this before. Okay. No, let me look here. Yeah, no, absolutely. I honestly think the same thing. I feel like after, well, damn, that's so crazy, though. He either bought multiple bags or he took the bag that he gave to Celeste and gave it to somebody else. But that the black purse was visible in the background of one of his TikToks, April 2025. I'm not looking for him. I'm not doing that. We ain't doing that. Hold on. April 3rd, David's Twitch stream studio with Rich Brian. Don't want to see that. April 8th, David posts that he made the best song after finishing his album and might add it as a bonus track, posted on X. Okay, April 3rd. I'm just trying to be full comprehend how crazy is Fortnite. Kai Cenat receives a platinum plaque from David for reacting to his song Romantic Homicide and said David told him his reaction changed his life.
Now he is 3-time platinum with this song. Why does fucking Kai Cenat got a plaque? For those who don't know, bro, he came up to me during the Streamy Awards and said my reaction to his song changed his life forever. I reacted to one of his songs. My reaction to his song went crazy, and his life changed. And now he is 3-time platinum with this.
Shit. That's wild. Big shizzle ho, Friday we turned. So on Ginny's timeline, she has April 8th, David posts that he made the best song after finishing his album and might add it as a bonus track. So let me put here, because on X, that tweet is no longer available. So it looks like he's deleted it. Deleted. He's doing cleanup. He's doing cleanup. April 10th, David arrives at Coachella with Neo. So this is Coachella and Celeste Herrera for Music Festival Week prior to the release of the Withered album. David updates. You're invited to. Got up and got the R right back up. Oh. Did he just really do a flip? Oh, this is right after he fell. Good, eat shit. Let's see, April 11th. Okay, so from April 11th to April 18th, that's a whole week that there's nothing accounted for. April 12th. Your days are numbered, buddy. Very odd thing to say, no? Claim a song. Let's see. Okay, so I always thought that the Withered album had 14 tracks. This one shows that there's 15. Well, how odd, right? Because she was discovered. She would have been 15 when she was discovered. Atomic Land, let me see. Trying to see if there's anything weird. Oh, and I'm assuming that all of these are the red string theory. So Atomic Land is connected to You Left Me First. Invisible String Theory. Maybe it is 14 tracks because Invisible String Theory isn't really a song. It's an interlude, I think. So let's see. April 16th, David's Coachella interview. He talks about being excited for summer. Mother. He also mentions that there's a second half of the album coming, Withered Deluxe, which will bring a whole different roller coaster ride of possibilities. He raps So what a strange thing to say, right? He also mentions that there's a second half of the album coming, which will bring a whole different roller coaster ride of possibilities. He wraps up by discussing the advice SZA gave. Nobody cares. Should I keep going or should we call it? Drop a 1 in the chat if we should still go, continue to go, or type a 2 in the chat if we should just call it and pick this up tomorrow. I feel like I want to study this little timeline a little bit and see what I can come up with. Here, I'll just put this timeline up here so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Kalohi, you cracked me up. Savage. Okay. Damn, so he just made the subreddit in April. And posted in his David subreddit with the post titled, "What's up, guys? I finally have Reddit." Starting in May, David's Tesla was parked in a few different spots around the neighborhood, per Steve Fisher. Again, usually posts a series of 18 cryptic one-word phrase tweets, including the word decay, and shares the song 11 p.m., which was supposed to feature on the Withered Deluxe album. This is starting May 1st. Whack. Well, how did this turn out, huh? Which one? Where did he end? Seattle. So September 16th is when he canceled. Let me save this. Okay. This hits hard with the F. Deluxe gonna bang my goodness. Album finally dropped. What the album is out. Uh-oh, I yawned. That's dangerous. I am doing a Withered Q&A. Label canceled the tour. I think all the venues canceled it too. Favorite song on Withered? Nobody cares. I'm learning from the Withered rollout. I'm not giving you guys any snippets from the deluxe. Y'all gonna have evolution firsthand. No, don't care. Okay, so from April, Petals to Thorns, Decay, Happy Indie, Alternative Rock, Summer, Empty the Clip, and I'm in Love, 11 p.m. 11 p.m. is a song. Now I know who the OGs are. Re-record 11 p.m. with more clear band lab vocals. Got a feature on him. How to make a rage song. 11 p.m. new vocals, yes or no. Whether listening party. Let's see. 3 whole years, that's crazy. Discord informed me I had to 11 p.m. Kind of over it now. Well, I'm glad I have this timeline now in my possession. Now I'm going to take a look at it and put some things together. All right, you guys. It is 2:10 in the morning. I have been on... Jesus. Flojo, who do you think you are? You do like 7 streams and then you go out and do a 7-hour stream. What are you doing? All right, y'all. That's going to be it for me today. I do appreciate you guys all for hanging out. Do me a favor, hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Again, if you guys do want to support the channel, you guys can buy me a coffee. I'll put the link down in the comments. If you want to support, we're a itty bitty small tiny channel working our way up to 500 subs. That's all we're asking for, right? Help get me to 500 subs. That's gonna be it. If you guys care to support the channel, buy me a coffee until YouTube hooks us up and gets us monetized or something, But yeah, anyways, thank you guys for hanging out. Shout out to the Shark fam that came and hung out, spent a couple hours with me. I do appreciate you. Love all of you guys. Thank you to my mods, Preacher, Jed. Appreciate you guys. That's going to be it. Again, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'll be back for another video, and I will see you guys. I got to wait so I can hit my intro or my outro. I'll see you guys later. You guys take care.